check, 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 check. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello, check, check, check. Test.
Inspired by the India-based humanitarian initiatives of the Mata Amritanandamayi Mat. Embracing the World exists to help alleviate the burden of the world's poor through helping to meet each of their 5 basic needs: food, shelter, education, healthcare, and livelihood, wherever and whenever possible. We are especially focused on helping to meet these needs in the aftermath of major disasters.
Our volunteers have provided immediate aid and long-term rehabilitation for survivors of the Gujarat earthquake in 2001, the Kashmir earthquake in 2005, the Mumbai floods in 2005, and Cyclone Aila in West Bengal in 2009. In the United States, after Hurricane Katrina, Embracing the World donated $1 million to the Bush-Clinton-Katrina Fund in aid to help the survivors.
Augmenting these efforts, we work in the fields of environmental conservation and sustainability to help protect the future of our fragile planet. Through Amrita University, our researchers are innovating new means of delivery of goods, knowledge, information, energy, and healthcare to enable us to help those in need here and now, wherever they are. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was the most devastating tsunami in recorded history, claiming nearly 228,000 lives. In India, an estimated 18,000 people lost their lives, and nearly 650,000 people were displaced by the disaster. After the tsunami struck, Amma's ashram became the center of the relief operations, despite the fact that the ashram was badly damaged by the floodwaters. Hundreds of volunteers provided free, immediate, and temporary relief.
It's very striking because I've been involved with the United Nations, with non-governmental organizations, and first, it's very difficult to get good delivery, quality delivery of services to those in need, to those in distress, to those who support, to whom we're giving support. And to do it in a timely way is exceedingly difficult, especially in the middle of a massive disaster, massive emergency like the tsunami.
Amma visited some of the worst hit areas in Tamil Nadu, where more than 8,000 people were killed, and personally consoled each person who came to meet her. Amma's volunteers distributed more than 185 tons of rice and other provisions over the next several months, as well as 6 million meals to tsunami survivors.
With most of the labour and services provided free of charge by thousands of volunteers from all over the world, the actual value of relief provided was even greater than that reflected by the expenditure.
Embracing the World was the first non-governmental organization to complete permanent housing for tsunami survivors in India. And by October 2008, had completed all 6,296 pledged homes.
International NGOs, UN agencies have something to learn from the work of Amma and what she has been able to build. How much of the resources mobilized to support those in need go to those who are providing support, the personnel, whether UN agencies or NGOs? The overheads tend to be quite high. How much of the money which is mobilized actually goes and benefits directly those in need? This is remarkable, very striking for me, how she managed to get that formula right.
The 2011 Tohoku earthquake was the fifth most powerful earthquake in recorded history and triggered a devastating tsunami with 40-meter waves. Nearly 16,000 people lost their lives, and almost 130,000 buildings were completely destroyed. Within 3 days of the disaster, Embracing the World sent its first group of volunteers to the affected areas to assess the situation on the ground and to distribute food and water for the refugees. Later that same year, during Amma's visit to Japan, she announced a $1 million donation to help pay for the education of children who had been orphaned by the disaster in the prefecture of Miyagi. Amma then made an unscheduled stop in one of the tsunami-affected areas of northern Japan. Amma visited one of the relief centers for refugees, where she embraced and consoled each resident, offering them her shoulder to cry on. Knowing that the residents had lost everything, Amma presented household items for their material support and to help improve their life at the center. Amma traveled through the worst-hit areas of Shichigahama coastal region to get a clearer understanding of the magnitude of the destruction. Upon reaching the beach area, Amma led her tour group to the water's edge to pay their respects to those who had lost their lives. The offered flowers were carried out to sea, along with everyone's prayer for peace and harmony.
In June 2013, a multi-day cloudburst over the North Indian state of Uttarakhand caused devastating floods and landslides in the country's worst natural disaster since the 2004 tsunami. According to the figures provided by the Uttarakhand government, more than 5,700 people were presumed dead, and almost 100,000 pilgrims and tourists were trapped in the valleys. Doctors, nurses, technicians, and other Embracing the World volunteers, along with the telemedicine unit and ambulance, made an arduous 4-day journey from the south of India to the flood-ravaged regions of northern Uttarakhand. From July 1st to July 20th, Embracing the World volunteers provided free medical consultations and medicine to approximately 8,000 people in the disaster-struck area. This was carried out in the base camp in Agasthyamuni, as well as a number of other villages. Through its 500 million rupee relief and rehabilitation package, Embracing the World will build approximately 500 houses, the sum total of all the homes destroyed by the flood, in 42 selected villages in the districts of Rudraprayag and Uttarkashi. These homes will be built on common sites provided by the Uttarakhand state government. In 2013, Embracing the World announced a $2 million relief package for the massive destruction caused by Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines. On Amma's third visit to Kenya in 2011, she was welcomed by the Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. Amma was there to officially inaugurate Amrita Watoto Boma, a care home for more than 50 children. Spread across 11 acres on the banks of the Athi River, Amrita Watoto Boma provides shelter, food, education, and healthcare in a loving environment, managed and run by Embracing the World volunteers. Facilities include dormitories, classrooms, a playground, sports facilities, and a medical clinic. The children come from across Kenya, identified with the help of the Kenyan government's children's officers, as well as social workers, village chiefs from poor slums, and references from local church pastors. Over the course of 2 years, in a project funded in part by the United Nations Democracy Fund, Amrita University's Ammachi Labs empowered more than 3,000 women with its unique blend of computerized vocational training and life enrichment education. The women have had a remarkable success, earning a combined total of over 1 million rupees in product sales. Through this integrated curriculum, Ammachi Labs graduates are not just employable women, but are also committed to playing a greater role in a democratic process and giving back to their community.
Ammachi Lab is the most creative way of empowering women of all of the projects which the UN funds around the world. This is the one dearest to our heart. It's the one we're most proud of, and it's the one that we intend to take to the rest of the world so that they can learn from what you have achieved. Congratulations to Ammachi Lab, to the university, and to all of you.
In 2014, Amma participated in Stanford University's Conversations on Compassion series. She answered questions posed by neurosurgeon Dr. James Doty, the founder and director of the university's Center for Compassion and Altruism Research and Education.
Compassion is the most important factor in our lives. It is the first step. If we take this step courageously, without fear, then all of our decisions and subsequent actions and their results will have a special beauty, spontaneity, and power. Human calculations may be wrong, but actions born of true compassion can never be wrong, because compassion is the law of nature, the power of God, the heart of creation. If we tune the individual mind with compassion, then we as individuals are no longer really performing actions, but are merely allowing creation to act through us.
Everything is based in compassion.
And this is the power of compassion. In truth, the spiritual path both begins and ends with compassion.
According to the 2014 Global Slavery Index, around 36 million people are currently trapped in modern slavery and are being exploited for personal or commercial gain. In December of the same year, Amma joined Pope Francis and 10 other world-renowned religious leaders in the Vatican for an initiative to eradicate modern slavery and human trafficking. This was the first time that leaders of the Christian, as well as Buddhist, Hindu, Jewish, and Muslim faiths jointly committed to stamp out slavery from the world and signed a joint declaration of religious leaders against modern slavery. This historic initiative looks to end the global tragedy by 2020, gathering combined represented congregations of followers and supporters of over half the world's population.
It is with great pleasure and sincere gratitude that I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you present today for the CEFIPRA funded joint Indo-French workshop making smart irrigation affordable for small farmers via machine learning. We are honored to begin our event with an auspicious prayer song. I request everyone to keep your mobile phones on silent and please raise up for the prayer song.
अधरं मधुरं वदनं मधुरं नयनं मधुरं हसितं मधुरं हृदयं मधुरं गमनं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरं वचनं मधुरं चलितं मधुरं वसनं मधुरं वलितं मधुरं चलितं मधुरं भ्रमितं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरम्.
Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. May today be filled with meaningful conversations, valuable insights, and memorable experiences. Thank you for being here, and let us make the most of this opportunity together. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. S. Balamurugan, the chairperson of EEE Department, who has exemplified unparalleled dedication, vision, and also has demonstrated a deep commitment to the success and well-being of the EEE department. Dr. S. Balamurugan is the President of Institution Innovation Council at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore, which is an initiative from the Innovation Cell of MHRD. I now invite Sir to share a few words.
Om Namah Shivaya, Om Amadeshwari Namaha. First of all, I thank each one of you for taking a decision to spend your time for this workshop for the next 3 days. Thank you so much for giving your time for this workshop. So now getting into my welcome address part, on behalf of Amrita School of Engineering and the Department of EEE and the Cyber Security, I welcome Dr. K.K. Woodney, Chairman Emeritus of Crop Life India. Welcome you, sir. And next, I don't know whether I can welcome our dean, which looks like welcoming our my own person for our own function, right? As a tradition, right? I welcome Dr. Sasangan Ramanathan, Dean, Amrita School of Engineering, for this workshop. Then we have two coordinators with us, Dr. Amit and Dr. Julian. These people are the coordinators for this workshop. They are the principal investigators. So let me join hands with Amit and Julian in welcoming all the participants, my dear colleagues and the students, for this CEFIPRA funded joint Indo-French workshop on making smart irrigation affordable for small farmers via machine learning. It's truly a pleasure to see such a diverse and esteemed gathering of experts, researchers, and stakeholders from both India and France come together to address this pressing issue. As well as we all know, agriculture gives us life and it is a backbone for our economics, particularly in countries like India and France, where a significant portion of the population relies on it for their livelihood. However, the challenges faced by small-scale farmers, especially in terms of water scarcity and inefficient irrigation practices, are immense. Basically, I am from the Delta background, so whenever the Kaveri fails or whenever the rainfall it fails, the suffering, I can feel it. So this team is going to give some solution to those farmers, small farmers who are struggling in their irrigation part because of having lack of. Today, we have the unique opportunity to explore how advancement in machine learning can revolutionize the way to approach irrigation management, particularly for small farmers. By harnessing the power of data analytics, predictive modeling, and automation, we can develop innovative solutions that not only optimize water usage, but also make it more accessible and affordable for those who need of it most. This workshops serves as a platform for collaboration, exchange of ideas, and fostering partnership between the two nations. Together, we can leverage our collective expertise and resource to co-create sustainable, technology-driven solutions that have a meaningful impact on the lives of the small farmers. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussion, share your insights, and forge new connections that will drive progress in the important field. Let us work together towards a future where smart irrigation is not just a luxury, but a fundamental tool for enhancing agriculture productivity, ensuring food security, and promoting socio-economic development. Once again, I extend my warm welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you for being a part of this crucial endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Julian John Patrick, the principal investigator, who is a researcher at the French government's Overseas Development Research Institute. His research interests are in computer software and modeling for organic agriculture. He pursues his research interests through fieldwork in India, Guatemala, and Cambodia. We now request Sir to address the gathering.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Bonjour. Namaste, welcome. ஆரம்பருக்கு எங்களோட விருந்தாளிகளுக்கு வரவேற்பு கொடுக்க விரும்புகிறேன். முதலில் தலைவர் EEE முனைவர் பாலசுப்ரமணியன். So, so welcome to our guests. First, HOD Chairperson EEE, Dr. S. Balamurugan. பொறியியல் புலன் முதல்வர் சசங்கன் ராமநாதன். Dean Engineering, Dr. Sasanga Ramanathan. அப்போ நம்ம ஒரு சிறப்பு விருந்தாளி முனைவர் கண்ணன் உன்னி, our chief guest, Dr. கண்ணன் உன்னி. அனைவருக்கும் மிக்க நன்றி. அப்பொழுது இந்த மாநாட்டில் முதலில் இருமொழியில் செய்யும் திட்டம் இருந்தது, தமிழிலும் ஆங்கிலத்திலும். நம்மோட கட்டுப்பாடுக்கு வெளியே இருக்கும் காரணங்களாலே இந்த நேரடி மொழிபெயர்ப்பு சேவை நேரத்துக்குள்ளே வழங்க முடியலை. அதனால சில ஆள்கள் தமிழ் பேசுறாங்க, சில ஆள்கள் ஆங்கிலத்தில் பேச போவாங்க. உங்களோட பொறுமைக்கும் புரிதலுக்கும் ஆரம்பத்திலிருந்து நன்றி சொல்றோம். So for this conference, the original plan was to have it in Tamil and English with simultaneous translation. Unfortunately, due to logistics beyond our control, we weren't able to provide simultaneous translation. So some participants will be presenting in English, some will be presenting in Tamil. So we thank you from the outset for your patience and understanding. And a small request for those of us who are bilingual, as much as possible, try to, as I'm doing now, present in as much as possible both languages, though I know it's not very easy at all. Thank you. So I'll start off in Tamil and then continue on to English, Hindi, or French. அப்பொழுது இந்த மாநாடு ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன கதை சொல்ல விரும்பினேன். நான் மத்திய அமெரிக்காவில் வேலை செய்யும் பொழுது, மத்திய அமெரிக்காவில் இஷிமுலே அல்லது குவாட்டமாலா என்ற ஒரு நாடு இருக்கு. அங்கே விவசாயிகளுடன் வேலை செய்யும் பொழுது பஞ்சகாவியா மாதிரி ஒரு தொழில்நுட்பம் கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க அங்க. அதுக்கு பஞ்சகாவியா பெயர் கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க, வெவ்வேறு உட்பொருட்கள் இருக்கு. மாடு சாணை போட மாட்டாங்க. ஆனால் அந்த பூச்சி விரட்டி ஒன்று ஆகும். நிறைய விவசாயிகளுக்கு தெரியாது, சில விவசாயிகளுக்கு மட்டுமே தெரியும். அப்போ தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு விவசாயிலிருந்து அது வாங்கிட்டு அது தெரியாத ஒரு விவசாயிக்கு கொண்டு வந்தேன். அவங்க ரொம்ப ஊக்கப்பட்டாங்க. அப்போ இது எந்த பெயருக்கு கொடுக்கலாம்னு கேட்டாங்க. அது இந்த மக்கச்சத்துக்கு போடுங்கன்னு சொன்னேன். அந்த விவசாயி எனக்கு சொன்னாங்க. சரின்ட்டாங்க. தக்காளிக்கும் போடலாமா அப்படி கேட்டாங்க. எனக்கு தெரியல. அப்போ முதல் விவசாயி கூப்பிட்டு தக்காளிக்கு போடட்டுமான்னு கேட்டேன். ஆமா போடலாமா சொன்னாங்க. சரி, திருப்பி வந்து ஆமா நீங்க தக்காளிக்கு போடலாம் என்ன. அது சரி, பூ மலரும் பொழுது போடலாமா அப்படி கேட்டாங்க. எனக்கும் அது தெரியல. திருப்பி முதல் விவசாயிக்கு போய் கேட்டுட்டு வந்து இல்லைங்க பூ மலரும் பொழுது நீங்க போடாதீங்க அப்படி சொன்னேன். அப்போ அந்த நாள் எனக்கு 2 விஷயங்கள் புரிஞ்சு விட்டது. முதலில் வந்து திறமையான தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் உண்டு. பூச்சிக்கொல்லி இல்லாமல் இயற்கையான வேளாண்மை பண்றதுக்கு நிறைய செய்முறைகள் இருக்கும். நிறைய விவசாயிகளுக்கு அதெல்லாம் தெரியும். 2வது புரிஞ்ச விஷயம் ஒரு சின்ன குழப்பம். அவங்களுக்கு இதெல்லாம் ஏற்கனவே தெரியும்னா என்னோட பங்கு என்ன, என்னோட வேலை என்ன, அப்படி கொஞ்சம் குழப்பமா இருந்தேன். நான் என்ன நினைக்கிறேன் வந்து விவசாயிகளுக்கு இந்த தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் பயனுள்ளமான தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் கிடைத்ததில்லைன்னா அதுக்கு 2 காரணம் மட்டுமே இருக்க முடியும். முதல் காரணம் அந்த தொழில்நுட்பம் விவசாயிகளுக்கு பொருத்தமான தொழில்நுட்பம் இல்லை என்று இருக்கலாம். அதாவது அவங்களுக்கு என்ன தேவை இருக்கு அது இல்லை. இன்னொரு காரணம் அது பொருத்தமான தொழில்நுட்பம் இருக்கு, அந்த விவசாயிகளுக்கு அதை பற்றி தெரியலை என்று இருக்கலாம். அப்போ நம்ம ஆராய்ச்சியாளர்களோட பங்கு அங்கேதான் இருக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறேன். அதாவது இந்த வலைகள், இந்த தொகுப்புகள் உருவாக்கணும். விவசாயிகள், ஆராய்ச்சியாளர்கள், நிறுவனங்களோட அறிவு தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் கண்டுபிடித்து அந்த தொழில்நுட்பங்களை தேவைப்படும் விவசாயிகள் வரை கொண்டு வரணும். இதனால பெரும்பாலான நேரத்தில் ஆராய்ச்சியில் கொஞ்சம் தலைக்கீழ் பார்க்கிறோம். அது தன்னை பற்றியும் புகார் செய்யறேன் இப்போ. ஆனால் இந்த ஆராய்ச்சியெல்லாம் நம்மோட நிலையில் செஞ்சுட்டு நம்மோட மொழிகளில் செஞ்சுட்டு கடைசியில் விவசாயிகளோட மொழிக்கு மாற்றிக்கிட்டு அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்தா போதும் என்று நம்புகிறோம். ஆனா இது தவறு என்று நினைக்கிறேன். அந்த அந்த யோசனை அந்த கருத்து தலைக்கீழ் செஞ்சு ஆரம்பத்திலிருந்தே விவசாயிகளுடன் என்ன ஆராய்ச்சி செய்யணும் என்று முடிவெடுத்து விவசாயிகளுடன் அந்த ஆராய்ச்சி செஞ்சு விவசாயிகளுக்கு மட்டுமில்லை ஆனால் அவங்களுடன் ஆரம்பத்திலிருந்து செஞ்சு கடைசியில் வரை விவசாயிகளுடன் இந்த ஆராய்ச்சி வயல் வரை கொண்டு வரணும் என்று நம்புகிறேன். இன்று எல்லோரும் சென்று கொண்டிருக்கிறோம், விவசாயிகள், ஆராய்ச்சியாளர்கள், நிறுவனங்களும். அப்பொழுது எல்லாம் சென்று இந்த வேலை செய்யறதுக்கு இது ஒரு மயான ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு என்று நான் மகிழ்ச்சி படுறேன். சொட்டு நீர் பாசனம், தொலை உணர்ச்சி, அதாவது இந்த சேட்டலைட் மூலமா வயலில் என்ன நடக்கிறது, எந்த பயிர் இருக்கு, எந்த நோய் கூறு இருக்கு, அதையெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சு வைக்கலாம். அதுடன் சமூகவியலில் ஆராய்ச்சியாளர்கள் நிறைய இருக்காங்க. இந்த தொழில்நுட்பம் சரி, ஆனா பொருளாதார ரீதியா சமூகம் ரீதியா எப்படி வேலை செய்யாதோ அதுவும் தெரியணும். நீர் மற்றும் பூச்சி மேலாண்மை, கைபேசி மூலமா இது என்ன பூச்சி, அது நன்மை செய்யும் பூச்சியோ தீமை செய்யும் பூச்சியோ அதையெல்லாம் சொல்லும் ஏற்கனவே நிறைய கருவிகள் இருக்கும். அப்பொழுது இந்த எல்லாம் தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் விவசாயிகள் வரை கொண்டு வரணும், அவங்களுக்கு தேவையான தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் கொண்டு வரணும். இது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய வாய்ப்பு என்று நம்புகிறேன். நீங்கள் இந்த வாய்ப்பு தயவு செஞ்சு பிடிச்சிருக்குங்க 2 கையால. எல்லோரும் பொறுமாற்றம் செய்யுங்க. தொடக்கத்தில் இருந்து தான் விவசாயிகளுடன் வேலை செய்யணும் என்று சொன்னேன், விவசாயிகளும் ஆராய்ச்சியாளர்களுடன் வேலை செய்யணும் என்று சொன்னேன். இன்று ஒரு தொடக்கம் மாதிரி புரிஞ்சு கொள்ளுங்க. இன்றுதான் தொடக்கம் சென்று வேலை செஞ்சு கடைசி வரை புது தொழில்நுட்பங்கள் வயல் வரை கொண்டு வர முடியும் என்று வாய்ப்பு இருக்கும் என்று என்னோட நம்பிக்கை. அதுடன் உங்களுக்கு மிக்க நன்றி சொல்றேன் இங்கே வர்றதுக்கு. நன்றி, வணக்கம். Donc, merci pour votre patience. Donc, pour commencer, je vais vous conter une petite histoire. Quand je travaillais au Guatemala, en Amérique centrale, j'ai rencontré quelques agriculteurs, dont un qui font quelque chose qui est un peu similaire au pain de gavia. Je ne sais pas si vous connaissez, mais c'est une fermentation à la fin de beaucoup de différents ingrédients de plantes, d'urine. Ici, le pain de gavia, c'est de l'urine de vache. Là-bas, c'est de l'urine d'humain qu'ils utilisent. Ça fonctionne très bien. Et puis, malheureusement, par contre, c'est très, très peu de fermiers qui savent utiliser ça. Donc, ils développent pour leur propre ferme à eux, pas besoin de pesticides, ça sert aussi d'engrais, ça repousse les insectes, c'est merveilleux, mais l'adoption est minuscule. Donc, j'en avais cherché, j'allais en acheter, c'est un fermier qui le produisait, et j'avais donné à un autre agriculteur, ou vendu même à un autre agriculteur qui utilisait des pesticides et qui était intéressé. Et puis, donc, la première question qu'il me demande, c'est ça fonctionne sur quelle plante? Donc, j'ai dit, bon, vous pouvez le mettre sur le maïs. D'accord. Est-ce que je peux le mettre sur les tomates aussi? Donc, j'ai aucune idée, laissez-moi voir. Donc, je retourne voir le premier agriculteur. Je lui demande, est-ce qu'on peut mettre sur les tomates? Il me dit, oui, tu peux le mettre sur les tomates, vas-y. Donc, je retourne alors, je dis, oui, allez-y, mettez-le sur les tomates. Il me demande, oui, mais quand il y a des fleurs, est-ce que je peux le mettre sur les tomates? Non. Je dis, ça, je ne sais pas non plus. Donc, je retourne au premier, je demande, est-ce qu'on peut le mettre sur les fleurs? Il me dit, non, mieux attends qu'il n'y ait pas de fleurs. Donc, je retourne à l'autre agriculteur, je lui dis, non, attendez qu'il n'y ait pas de fleurs. Et cette journée-là, j'ai appris vraiment 2 choses importantes. Première leçon, c'est que les technologies existent. Les technologies avant-garde pour faire de l'agriculture de façon renouvelable, sans pesticides, ça existe déjà, c'est déjà en utilisation. On le trouve déjà à travers le monde. Deuxième leçon, c'était un peu un doute. C'est quoi mon rôle après tout? S'ils savent déjà tout, s'ils ont déjà toute technologie, qu'est-ce que je peux vraiment contribuer comme chercheur à la fin? Donc, ce qu'on voit, c'est à mon avis, si une technologie fonctionne, elle existe, et les agriculteurs ne l'utilisent pas, il y a juste 2 possibilités. Une, c'est qu'ils n'en ont pas de besoin. Ce qu'on a développé, ce n'est pas ce qu'ils veulent. Ça, pour une raison ou une autre, économique, pratique ou autre, quoi que ce soit, ça ne fonctionne pas dans leur cas. L'autre possibilité, c'est que ça fonctionne très bien, mais ils n'en ont pas entendu parler. Et je crois que c'est là que notre rôle en tant que chercheur peut intervenir, c'est d'aller faire ces connexions. D'aller chercher les agriculteurs, les compagnies, les chercheurs qui développent des technologies de fine pointe, s'assurer qu'elles sont adaptables, appropriées pour la grande majorité des agriculteurs qui pourraient les adopter, et puis l'amener de la conception jusqu'à l'application dans les terrains. En général, et c'est un peu aussi une autocritique que je fais à ce moment-ci, mais en recherche, on a tendance je trouve, à penser un peu du haut vers le bas. On va y aller, on va développer quelque chose dans nos langues à nous en général. Ensuite, on va le traduire pour les agriculteurs, on va leur donner, ils vont s'en servir, et fin de l'histoire, on va commencer à zéro. Et au contraire, ce que je trouve qu'on devrait faire, c'est virer cette logique-là à l'envers. Les agriculteurs sont aussi des chercheurs. Ils ont des millions de champs à travers le monde. C'est des millions d'expériences qui sont en cours tous les jours sans qu'on ait besoin de faire quoi que ce soit. Donc, je propose, au contraire, je trouve qu'on devrait faire la recherche, la concevoir avec les agriculteurs du début et l'amener de la conception à travers l'expérimentation et jusqu'à l'application dans le champ avec eux du début à la fin, dans leur langue aussi. Comme ça, on peut augmenter, un, la chance que ce soit approprié pour ce qu'ils ont besoin et deux, qu'ils vont en entendre parler quand ça va être prêt. Aujourd'hui, on a beaucoup de personnes de plein de domaines, de l'agriculture, des agriculteurs, des chercheurs, des entrepreneurs aussi. Et donc, c'est une très, très belle opportunité, je crois, pour mettre ces idées en pratique, pour collaborer dès le début, pour penser à des nouveaux projets de recherche qu'on aimerait mener à terme ensemble. On a des spécialistes en irrigation, en micro-irrigation, en intelligence artificielle. On a des technologies qui peuvent prendre une photo d'un insecte et vous dire quel insecte c'est, si une plante est malade ou non. On a de la télédétection des satellites qui peuvent nous dire à grande échelle les conditions hydrologiques, même parfois les conditions de stress biotique sur les plantes. C'est toutes des technologies de fine pointe, très, très, très intéressantes. Et je crois qu'on a vraiment une bonne opportunité de travailler ensemble pour s'assurer qu'elles puissent arriver à une vraie application à grande échelle dans les champs, autant en Inde qu'à l'étranger. Donc, j'aimerais vous encourager, échanger entre vous, parler, communiquer, développer des nouveaux projets de recherche collaboratifs. J'avais mentionné que c'est important de travailler avec les fermiers, pas à la fin, mais dès le début de la recherche. Donc, considérez aujourd'hui cette conférence, ce colloque, comme un début auquel on peut commencer ces projets collaboratifs et dans quelques années, les amener à terme productif sur le terrain. Donc, avec ça, je vous remercie et puis je vous souhaite un très bon congrès. So thank you very much for coming to our conference today. So first of all, I'd like to start with a small story. When I was working in Central America, in Guatemala, I met some farmers there who developed agroecological technologies similar to Panchagavya, if you're familiar with those. Not Panchagavya, they're a bit different. Here we use cow urine, there they use human urine, and lots of ingredients are very different, but it works quite well. However, the uptake was very small. You only had a few farmers who knew how to use it, and the majority, 99%, were and still are using quite dangerous pesticides to protect their crops. So when I went to one farmer who developed these technologies, who was using it only for his own farm, and I bought some, and then I sold it on to another farmer who was using pesticides, but was interested in using more of these agroecological technologies. And so he asked me, the other farmer asked me, what crop can I use this on? So I said, well, you can use it on corn. I said, okay, fine. What about tomato? I said, oh, shit, I really don't know. So I went back to the first farmer and asked him, can you put this on tomato? He says, yes, of course. So I went back to the other farmer and said, yes, you can put this on tomato. Okay, right. But what about the flowering period? Can I put it during the flowering period or not? I don't know. So I went back to the first farmer, asked him again, and he said, no, don't put it when there's flowers. So I went back to the other farmer and I said, no, don't put it when it's flowering, put it before or after. So I found that was a little bit inefficient, and I really learned two lessons that day. The first of them is these technologies, cutting edge, natural farming technologies already exist. They're already in the field, they're already being used. And second lesson I learned was more of a bit of a doubt. If these things already all exist, then what's my role as a researcher? What can I really bring if farmers have already invented all that I really dreamed about? So I said, if a technology exists and that technology works and farmers aren't using it at scale, then can only be two reasons that I've thought of so far for that to be. One of them is it's not appropriate. Maybe it works, but it's not appropriate for farmers' conditions. It's not what they need. It's not what they want. And so they won't use it. The other possibility is that it works and it's appropriate, but farmers haven't heard about it. And that's really where I think our role as researchers can come in, bridging that gap, going to farmers, going to companies, going to researchers who are developing these technologies, and working to bring them to the farmers for whom they could be appropriate and useful. I see our role really as creating a web, creating networks of knowledge development, innovation, research and development, and knowledge exchange. So today we brought together a bit in that vision people from all of these three fields. We have researchers like myself, we have farmers, we have also representatives from industry in agriculture technologies, and we have experts in irrigation, micro irrigation, drip irrigation, artificial intelligence, computer systems. We have technologies where you can take a picture of a crop of an insect and it will tell you what insect that is. If that insect is a herbivore, a carnivore, they can tell you if a plant is stressed by any disease or abiotic factor or not. We have teledetection, remote sensing, sorry, that already works, that can tell us on a large scale which regions are water stressed, even to a point which diseases or biotic stresses affect plants. All that exists already. So I think today is really a great opportunity to meet each other, to develop new research programs, to integrate between these three sectors, farmers, industry, and researchers from the very beginning of our research, to bring these technologies forward, and especially to make sure that they're adapted to the market, to what farmers need and want in their fields. I said that research should include these partnerships between researchers and farmers from the very beginning, not at the end of the research project. And I think we can see this workshop today as just such a beginning. So I encourage you, exchange amongst yourselves, dream big, think of new projects that we could bring forward together interdisciplinarily. We also have researchers from the social sciences field. It's also very, very important because the most performant technological innovation is never going to work if we don't have a strong understanding of the socio and economic situation or conditions in which this has to be adopted. So with that, thank you very much. And I wish you all a very pleasant and productive workshop. Nandri vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sasangan Ramanathan, Dean of Engineering at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. He is dedicated to preparing the next generation graduates for technical and leadership challenges in STEM. He represents Amrita's commitment to excellence in academia, research, and contribution to society. He has earlier served in various capacities in R&D in the USA. We request you, sir, to share a few words.
Is that desk in the way for you? Or can people see the screen? Okay, thank you. Om Namah Shivaya. On behalf of Amrita, I extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Unni, members from various universities and schools, colleges who have come here, participate in this workshop. A very important workshop. I think Dr. Julian has set the stage in multiple languages. If you wanted it in Malayalam, he could have done it. If you wanted it in Hindi, he could have done it. But thank you so much for explaining and putting the stand for what we are doing and what are we here for. A very great example. And you've set the stage for all of the participants to understand their roles and responsibilities in bringing technology to farmers. Basically, impact the agricultural area with all the technologies we have developed. So far, it's been only for our comfort, predominantly. Now let's take it to society. So with that, what I thought I would do is, since a lot of you are here and you're new to Amrita, I'll take about 5 minutes to tell you about Amrita. And then you will appreciate the essence of being in Amrita as part of this workshop, because our vision, our mission aligns with what you're here for. The university's chancellor is Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, right there. It's quite clear. We have three broad vision. One is education for life and education for living. Our students come here, they get their degree, they earn, and they can have a bright career, great future, because we do provide what they need as foundation, and they can build on top of that. In addition to just the degree, the 4 years or 5 years they spend here, they imbibe the values of being a human. And that is the education for life that we provide. The second pillar of our university is compassion-driven research. Now, there are so many researchers across the globe, so many universities, but the key differentiator at Amrita is when we do research, we make sure that it is focused and it has a purpose in reaching the society. Julian meant that. Technologists there, one farmer here, one farmer there. Let's bridge the gap. A lot of the work we do reaches society, and students are part of it. So we imbibe that culture of, if I do something, somebody should benefit. It is not just a scholarly output. Scholarly output is one of the outcomes. But really, are you benefiting? Am I benefiting from it? That's the first question we ask. And is it going to be just local? No. We're not going to sit here in Ettimadai or Coimbatore and think only about the people in Coimbatore. We want to collaborate, work with people across the globe. So we do address critical problems at a global level. We forge partnership with many, many universities that are interested in taking the research outcome to society. So that is the drive and push for Amrita. We do have 8 campuses, predominantly in the south of India. And then we have one campus in north, that's a medical campus, plus an interdisciplinary program that is started with artificial intelligence and data science for medical engineering. We're not going to leave any leaf unturned. And that's the goal of Amrita. We have 8 campuses with 250 programs, 15 plus schools, and agricultural school is part of us, 20,000 students, and a huge built-up area. And where you are sitting today, Coimbatore campus is the oldest and the first campus and the headquarters of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. We are ranked 7th in India under the universities category. Besides being recognized here locally in India, nationally in India, we're also ranked in the global arena, global media, where Times Higher Education and QS ranking have given us great numbers. And so globally, we are well known, and we are well known for that compassion-driven research and taking research to society. A lot of you have heard about sustainable development goals. If you put your hand on your heart and say, are we doing anything towards them, instead of just numbers, SDG 4, SDG 5, 13, not many people do. And today, where we stand today with all the climate change and the disaster problems, nothing is predictable now. Only when it happens, we react. So life on Earth is changing, and Amrita has been so intense and focused for the past 10 years addressing these problems. And the outcome of that is we are ranked first in India and in the top 100 in the world on sustainable development goals, number 5, quality education, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, gender equality. Here you can see we are ranked 5th in the world in terms of quality education, 8th on gender equality, 37th in good health and well-being, 52nd in clean water and sanitation. And these are just outcome of every member of Amrita, including students whose efforts have gone into millions of hours doing this work for the past 10 years. We have a lot of international collaborators, specifically from the US and Europe. These universities are quite interested in a lot of the unique programs that Amrita had started. We also have research partners from industry. Julian pointed, farmers, researchers, industry. Eventually, somebody has to take it and produce it in mass, in high volume, for us to benefit as consumers. We have lots of people, companies, both international and national, collaborating with us on very many research areas. For those young students out there in the back and students next door, if you have great ideas, we also have what's called a technology business incubator. We provide the startup money. So you can start your own business, be your own entrepreneur, and earn your money and contribute to society. And we have a very vibrant technology business incubator with lots of achievements, and those are in the boxes. And this has been on for about 8-9 years now. And we have successfully had many startups, 400 plus startups and mentored, and they're all profitable now. If you look at our research, if you looked at the slide, we have 8 campuses with so many disciplines. We have engineering, management, biotech, nanotech, medicine, agriculture, anything that you can think of except law. We don't want to go on litigation, but everything that reaches society, we have it. So we have a very strong interdisciplinary research. People across campuses, within campuses, collaborate and truly solve challenging problems. And that's what we are here for. If you look at the key areas, we have so far, and this is all towards that sustainable development goals, we have addressed crisis and water management problems, energy problems, education in terms of equity, reaching out to people who don't have access to education, skill development for women and people who do not have technical knowledge or even gone to get degrees, but we have trained them to earn their own living, especially people in tribal areas in India. Health, we have health and engineering together. We have done dramatic work, significant contribution in this area, and our AIMS hospital in Kochi, which is next door in Kerala, has done phenomenal things. First time in the world, many of those surgeries and implants and transplants have happened. Sanitation, Guatemala, you talk about nations in Africa, India, sanitation is a big problem, and we have addressed that at least to a large part in India. Disaster management. And if you look at all of these areas, it is not just us as Amrita. We have so many collaborating partners from Europe, US, and Australia. So every one of those slides that you saw, we had partners, both from the university, academia, as well as industry. As far as if I have to summarize what we have done, we introduced something called live-in labs. Live-in labs. Where is this lab? This lab is not in any of our campuses. It is in villages. Our students, our faculty have visited so many villages. You can see all the dots across India, spanning 21 states, covering 63 projects, 30 plus partners in India. We have about 60,000 beneficiaries from all of this work. Beneficiary is the students and faculty have actually identified problems in the field, gone back and provided solution. So it is a continuous process where a student graduates out of Amrita, the next year, the juniors pick them up and they continue to do the work. So this is how many focus areas we have done, and you can see agriculture and risk management is one of the bullets. So these are critical areas. It's just not for India. It is across the world, if you think about it. But we have taken the initiative here in India at Amrita to address these problems aggressively. Many students from abroad come here and they love to get involved in this live-in labs. And this is a very popular program among a lot of European and US universities.
Friends? My name is Chandra, and I grew up in Germany, close to Munich.
My name is Henry, and I'm from Switzerland, Geneva.
Hi, I'm Savita, and I'm from Hyderabad. I'm Navaz. I'm 21 years old. I grew up in Luxembourg.
I'm Jelmer, 20 years old. I'm originally from Hilversum, the Netherlands.
The project was to develop a load-carrying aid for the women. My project is on soil improvement.
Well, I'm currently working in the solar microgrid project. It's a project that started 2 years ago.
We're working on the lemongrass installation project. This project involves installing a prototype for distilling lemongrass and making oil out of it. It's 100% sustainable, so it's based on solar power.
It teaches them about craftsmanship. They are learning now how to make.
The only way to carry daily life items is a bulky basket, only held by 2 thin shoulder straps.
Basically, we're looking at simple methods that they can learn easily so that they can actually have a better ability to grow vegetables with less disease in an organic way without chemicals.
There are frequent disturbances in the power supply. Removing that problem would be one of the most useful things for the villagers.
I had to learn a lot by myself, design this new board. That was really challenging for me and also really interesting.
We also did some of the for the business part. So like look at new customers or like the first customer for the project when it's finished.
For Amrita University, there was so many different projects depending on which field you come from.
The technical standard that is here is very good. It teaches us something about life.
People outside who are not at all related to the university, this is the only university which has taken up that initiative.
A very, very important opportunity for any engineer who want to have in a small amount of time a very broad experience from the lab to the field. I would definitely recommend this.
So that's a short video of all of the students. Many of them have come and gone. We have about 10,000 students have come and gone in the last 10 years participating in this Live in Villages. That's our Live in Labs. This flagship program is a cornerstone program because if you walk around in Amrita, every student understands what this is. And they understand that they get a degree and they also go with a heart where they are human, real human and compassionate humans. So Amma says, if you can transform this word compassion from a mere word to path of action, I think 90% of the world problem can be solved. So I think you're all in a great place, a campus that truly believes in taking technology to society, and you're here to address a very critical problem, which is agriculture sector. Take the solution, the technology to the farmers, make them profitable, make farming really a profitable business across the world, and we should respect all of them. So I know you're all here with your ideas. I'm glad that we gave you the platform to talk about your ideas, collaborative projects, and eventually, hopefully, Julian and team will be able to put together at least some critical number of very important projects. And that should be the outcome of this workshop. And I thank all of you for taking the time to participate in this workshop. Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call upon our honorable chief guest, Dr. K.K. Unni, who is an agricultural techno-commercial expert with over 55 years of experience. He was the chairman and managing director of Bayer Group Company in India. He is currently chairman emeritus of CropLife India. We now invite you, sir, onto the stage to share a few words.
Om Namah Shivaya. Good morning and greetings to all. At the outset, let me congratulate the organizers of CFIPRA Indo-French workshop, bringing the agriculture scientists, extension workers, industry people, and farmers all under one roof. The task for evolving the task of strategies that will help agricultural technology transfer to small and marginal farmers. I am an agricultural man for the past 60 years. I take this opportunity to give a short overview of the Indian agriculture, which is very vital to India. The Green Revolution started in the mid-60s with high-yielding varieties of rice from Irrigation, Philippines, and wheat, Mexican wheat from dwarf Mexican wheat in Punjab and Haryana. It was about 60 years back it happened. Mechanized farming, wide-scale use of chemical fertilizers and agrochemicals resulted in a spectacular increase in the yield. If you look at the productivity of food grains those years, we were having about 50 million tons of food grain in 1965, which recorded 330 million tons in 2022 to 2023, a fantastic increase in food productivity. With this breakthrough, we achieved self-sufficiency in food grains, food security, and impressive buffer stocks. However, one point always bothers me, that is the production of oilseeds and pulses. Per hectare yield is very low, much below the global average. This has resulted in perpetual imports of vegetable oil and pulses. Future food grain situation in danger now, because from today, if you look at it, due to at least 4 main factors. One is the ever-changing climate, the climate change. The second is the population growth in India. The other one is water and nutrient management. And of course, another important factor is the soil health. Plus, there are also other reasons, but I cite these 4 examples. Let me focus on climate change. It's the biggest change we face these days. Climate change impacts are seen by most of you. Increase in temperature, globally as well as in India. Floods, drought, cyclones, the El Nino and La Nino impacts, increasing salinity, etc. All this have become, unfortunately, a routine calamity. It is not once in a way happening, affecting the sustainable agriculture. Added to this, the unprecedented emergence of newer pests, diseases, and weeds. When the climate changes, the major pests become minor, and the minor pests become major. We have to find solutions to all the problems mentioned above. We cannot, unfortunately, influence Mother Earth, the nature, and this is not possible. I therefore feel that there is a dire need to fight the climate change with climate-resilient crop varieties and multi-crops, which can fight drought, stress, and salinity situations. This aspect has to get top priority from qualified plant breeders of India. I'm sure that climate change effects will be progressively, not I'm sure, I am pretty sure that this climate change effect which you see today will grow from bad to worse and worse in future years. I'm somewhat scared about the climate change impacts, increasing impacts. The next problem is the Indian population. With the growing population, the present comfort feeling on food security will be in grave danger. There are bound to be an imbalance between population and production, raising concerns on food security in India. The recent decline, a steep decline in the buffer stocks, rings a loud bell for all of us to know. It is very unfortunate that food grain stocks are coming down and down. Unfortunately, we cannot dramatically increase the yield. We cannot dramatically increase the crop area in India. We have enough crop area for the time being, but increase is not possible. The only thing we can do is increase the per acre productivity. That means yield per acre should go up from where it was. It has gone up. It reached a stage, and where it has to go further, then only we can cope with the increase in population and feeding the lot of people. Therefore, it is important that this aspect has to be properly looked into, and concerned research has to be done to increase the productivity per hectare in multi-crops. Water and nutrient management is another issue which is posing the agriculturist. Currently, there's acute water shortage. Right now, Bangalore, no water, parts of Bihar, etc. Water is sold like petrol to one can of, etc. This is going to be very, very big situation now. Most of the Indian crops, you all know, is monsoon dependent. Adivrishti and anavrishti situations are seen very frequently these days, which seriously impacts the farmer's capability to do a well-planned agronomical practices. They can't predict next week what will happen. Groundwater irrigation covers about 50% of the total irrigated area in India. The rapid depletion of groundwater due to over-extraction, especially seen in Punjab, Haryana, Telangana, etc., is a very disturbing factor. Further, continuous monocropping of transplanted rice. Why I quote transplanted rice? Because a kilo of rice to be produced, we need 3,000 to 4,000 liters of water. Therefore, continuously monocropping, the whole of South India, also a part of North India, it consumes a lot of water, that to groundwater. This is a problem. And also affecting directly the crop nutrition, uptake of the nutrients. Unfortunately, our farmers are still reluctant to diversify from rice to crops like maize, cotton, pulses, etc. Even though Government of India is offering what we call a minimum standard, the MSP, minimum price on which they buy. On the crop nutrition side, continuous overdosing of chemical fertilizers, lack of organic matter in the soil, and insufficient micronutrients in the soil all create huge problem affecting the yields. Another disturbing factor is the crop response to chemical fertilizers is progressively coming down. If you take a 10-year map, the response is less and less and less. And this is to a situation we have to cope with it. Next problem we face in agriculture is the soil fertility. The soil health is extremely poor. Soil erosion due to improper agricultural practices and land misuse are the reasons for soil fertility even coming down. Excessive irrigation and poor drainage coupled with the continuous monocropping and imbalanced fertilizer usage all contributes to poor soil health. Due to lack of organic matter, soil structure is very badly damaged. Soil pollution due to heavy loading of chemicals, bad waste disposal, and loss of biodiversity, resulting in serious damages. I hope we can recover from it. To improve soil health, farmers have to do minimum tilling. Don't disturb the soil too much. Minimum tilling, adopt a direct seeded rice instead of the transplanted rice, and also practice integrated nutrient management, including organic fertilizer, organic manure fertilizers, biological products, etc. What is the way forward for Indian agriculture? Most of the farmers are still doing traditional farming. At this moment, I gladly welcome the technology-based Green Revolution, the Green Revolution number 2.0. 60 years ago, we had a Green Revolution based on high-yielding varieties. Time has come, time is ripe. We are improving, we have a tremendous advancement in technology, and the new revolution which should be on the technology-based revolution or science-based agriculture. In other words, smart technologies for sustainable agriculture and digital transformation in agriculture is also coming up very fast. I'm sure the farmers can benefit a lot by adopting precision farming, agricultural networks, drones and satellites, farmers advisory service, and digital platforms, etc. There is a rapid progress in recent days in the use of technology in agriculture. I read it every day, a lot about it. For example, usage of drones. These are used in agriculture, fitted with sensors and cameras to analyze soil moisture, nutrient content, and soil health. Plus. The drones can also spray water-soluble fertilizers, nano-fertilizers, agrochemicals, if needed. There is a good number of agri-tech startup companies playing a key role in introducing technology in the field of soil health and digitalization. Agri-input industry is also interested in entering this field of technology. For example, Coromandel International, a fertilizer company based in Hyderabad, have donated over 10,000 drones to self-help group, nano drone Didis. So the women folk are trained as a pilots, drone pilots actually. And they have been empowered, taught how to use it, when to use it, and all the technology of using drone technology they know now. This is in line with the Government of India's initiative, and this is just the beginning of a technology advancement in one sector. More organizations will participate and contribute to the spread of agricultural technologies in coming months and years. It is a business proposition for some, but it's also a social commitment to those people who are the haves to the have-nots. I feel very happy that this change is there, and I can see it every day improving. Irrigation companies also committed to bring in their customized technologies to farmers. Here, the financing may be a problem, but I always feel that problems can be solved if you have a good mind to do it. Let us now focus on small and marginal farmers, the have-nots. 80% of the Indian farmers are small and marginal farmers, having less than 2 hectares of land. They cover 47% of the crop area and 47% of the production accounted by them. So this is not a small group. We have to help them. This is a huge group of small and marginal farmers. This type of farmers are by and large less literate, have fragmented holdings, and face serious debt situations. That means they don't have such money, or they owe money to others. There's a need, they are in need of help in accessing technology in an affordable way for sustainable agriculture. Here comes the workshop objective today, that we would like to help the small and marginal farmers, and in a particular affordable way, the technology transfer. And I'm sure that if it's available, the technology to them in an affordable way, and also the credit is a very easy credit is available, increase in the yield is possible, and also they can have a better, higher income. I now wish the 3 days workshop, the CFIPRA workshop, all success. I look forward to positive conclusions, which can be implemented in a practical manner. Start in a pilot scale initially, and begin and later on a large-scale implementation. I recommend that the conclusion of the workshop should be presented to the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare, and also to the PMO's office, very formally. Similarly, the results of the pilot demos actually should be compiled in a very elegant book form and presented to the authorities. I am confident that along with the industry initiatives, the scientist initiatives, the farmers initiatives, Government of India also will come out with ideas befitting the small and marginal farmers, and improve the technology transfer from the technology holders to the needies in the field. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Chairperson Dr. S. Balamurugan to honor the chief guest.
I worked about 60 years in the industry and took a voluntary retirement. The company wanted me to continue, saying that I'm not senile. I have my senses under control, but I retired because of the family. I neglect the family so far. I'm very happy as an elderly man and an agricultural man to get your applause. Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Amit Agarwal, Professor of Electrical and Electronics Engineering and Cybersecurity at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. He holds a PhD from Nanyang Tech University, Singapore, and an MS in Financial Math from the LSE. His research interests are in AI and ML for plant disease detection, environment control for indoor cultivation, agriculture, robots, and drones. We welcome you, sir.
Bonjour, vanakkam. Okay, so I'll go with just two languages, and that to right in the beginning. I won't be as confident as Julian is on this topic. Now, so the participation list we have here is a celebration and diversity. We have about 10 institutions, academia. We have startups, about 5 to 6 of them. Then 4 farmer startups we have. We have people from sociological background, from agronomy, and policy specialists here. So we'll be having 28 talks. Some will be joined in addition online. They couldn't make it here. We'll be having 28 talks, and we'll be covering issues related to detection, measurement, and mitigation of water stresses, and the impact water stresses have on earnings volatility for farmers and on the disease load of plants. So the topics that are going to be covered range from IoTs, sensors, edge computing devices. We have machine learning, image processing, plant pathology, and water management technologies. So these are not just keywords, but they're part of these abstracts, and people will be speaking on some or more of these topics as we go through along with. The idea here is that a lot of these technologies that we'll be debating, the focus needs to be on getting it to the ground. So many of the solutions which are waiting for 20 years, they already have the technologies available. It's just that they haven't been assembled in an affordable format for smallholder farmers. And the idea is, well, it might be a little too hard to get them and to get them to be effectively implemented there. But what we can do is, in a collectivist framework, implement those technologies so as to lower the cost and the process. Now, I would like to thank CEFIPRA for helping us connect together the researchers and farmers from France and Bharat. I would like to extend my thanks to Amrita for giving us a platform for helping establish this connection. And finally, all the participants here for giving us a time and your decades or years of work that you have put in, from which you'll bring the distillations to the workshop here. And finally, let's work in a collaborative fashion towards the Indo-French roadmap Horizon 2047 that was signed on the Bastille Day, so signifies freedom, last year. And I guess what we can do is make freedom work for people who are on the edges of these things simply because they happen to be unable to afford the solutions that technologies are offering at a much higher price. So I welcome you all to the workshop. We're going to have exciting sessions for 3 days. Please feel free to contribute and interact. And on the 3rd day, it'll be a freewheeling session where people can come and mingle with each other, propose their own topics, engage in those topics in a freewheeling fashion, and then eventually come up with potential sketches for proposals leading to work outside of the workshop. Thank you very much. We'll we'll just get the abstract release done right now. So I request the guest of honor and Dr. Julian, Dr. Sasangan, and Dr. Balamurugan to come on the dais, please. May I request everyone in here to come to the front, and we'll have a photograph session before which we break out for a high tea.
The trees in the plants that plants in the
A very good morning, everyone. We now resume with the rest of the program. Up next, we have Dr. Julian John Patrick, who is a researcher at the French Government Overseas Development Research Institute. His research interests are in computer software and modeling for organic agriculture, and he pursues his research interests through fieldwork in India, Guatemala, and Cambodia. He'll speak about food web modeling and water management for organic culture.
அனைவருக்கும் மறுபடியும் வணக்கம். அப்பொழுது நான் முதலில் ஒரு கோரிக்கை சொல்லியிருந்தேன். ஆங்கிலமும் தமிழும் தெரிஞ்சவர்கள் தயவு செஞ்ச 2 மொழிகளில் சொற்பொழிவு கொடுக்கணும் என்று சொல்லியிருந்தேன். அப்போ நானே உதாரணம் கொடுக்க பார்க்குறேங்க, எவ்வளவு கஷ்டமா இருக்குன்னு பார்க்குறோம். So at the beginning, I had made a request since we had difficulties with our simultaneous interpreters for those of us who have the luck to be bilingual to present in both languages. So I'll try to give the example and just we'll see how difficult it is. அப்பொழுது இன்று பூச்சி கோழி இல்லாமல் வேளாண்மைக்காக நீர் மேலாண்மை மற்றும் பூச்சி உணவு வலைகளின் கணினி மாதிரி அமைச்சலை பற்றி ஒரு சொற்பொழிவு கொடுக்க போறேன். So today's presentation is on the use of computer modeling, food web computer modeling for natural or insecticide-free agriculture and water management. அப்பொழுது ஆரம்பத்தில் இயற்கை வேளாண்மை பற்றி சில வார்த்தைகள் சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். இயற்கை வேளாண்மை ஒரு அர்த்தம் என்ன? பூச்சிக்கொல்லி போடலன்னா அது இயற்கை வேளாண்மை சொல்றோம். ஆனா அது கொஞ்சம் நியமான ஒரு விஷயம். ஒரு விவசாயிக்கு எந்த பணமும் இல்லைன்னா எந்த உரம் போடாவிட்டாலும் எந்த பூச்சிக்கொல்லியும் போடாவிட்டாலும் அவங்களுக்கு மகசூல் கண்டிப்பா கிடைக்காது. இயற்கை இருந்தாலும் செயற்கை இருந்தாலும். ஆனா அதுக்கு இயற்கை அங்கக வேளாண்மை சொல்றோம், ஏன்னா அவங்க பூச்சிக்கொல்லி எடுத்ததில்லை. So in organic agriculture, I have a little criticism to make of the definition because it's very proscriptive and not prescriptive. By that, what I mean is, we say it's organic agriculture not if the farmer has used organic inputs, but rather if they have not used inorganic inputs. So if you take a farmer who is very poor, has no money, cannot buy any fertilizer at all or any pesticides, well, then they're organic because they didn't put any pesticide. Of course, the yield will be very bad. And if we compare those farmers, which say farmers who use inorganic methods, then of course inorganic methods will have a higher yield. If we compare the farmers who use organic inputs with farmers who use inorganic inputs, then we have a fairer comparison to make between the two. அதே மாதிரி இலங்கையில் நீங்கள் கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க என்று நினைக்கிறேன், சில ஆண்டுகள் முன்னாலே அரசாங்கத்துக்கு காசு என்பதாலே இனிமேல் எல்லோரும் அங்கக வேளாண்மை செய்ய போறோம் என்று உத்தரவு கொடுத்தாங்க. இப்போ மகசூல் கண்டிப்பா ரொம்ப கஷ்டமாயிருச்சு, விவசாயிகளுக்கு கஷ்டமாயிருச்சு. அவங்களுக்கு ரசாயன உட்பொருட்கள் கூட இல்லை, இயற்கை உட்பொருட்கள் கூட இல்லை. விவசாயியோட ஒரு அறுவடை மகசூல் சந்தை வரை கொண்டு போறதுக்கு கூட எரிபொருள் இல்லை. அப்போ அவங்க எப்படி விவசாயம் பண்ண போறாங்க? இன்னும் இன்று வரை மாநாட்டுக்கு போகும் பொழுது இயற்கை வேளாண்மை பற்றி ஆராய்ச்சி செய்யறேன்னு சொல்லும் பொழுது, ஆமா நான் இது இலங்கையில் ஆகலை அப்படி எனக்கு சொல்றாங்க. அதை பத்தி எனக்கு பெரிய கோபம். ஆனா என்ன பண்றது? In that line, for instance, if you've heard in Sri Lanka recently, the government had run out of money a few years back, and so said, well, we're all going to do organic farming because there's no money to buy chemical inputs anymore. But of course, if there's no money to buy chemical inputs and if not even enough money to buy fuel to bring the produce from the field to the market, then there's no way there's going to be any money for organic inputs as well. And unfortunately, I think that decision, though forced there, I think it did a big disservice, a great disservice to the image of organic agriculture. Up till now, when I go to conferences and I say, well, I'm working on organic agriculture, I get as a response, well, that didn't really work out in Sri Lanka, didn't it? And I think it's unfortunate, this definition of organic agriculture that leads to these sort of comparisons. அதே மாதிரி மகசூலை பற்றி பேசும் பொழுது இயற்கை வேளாண்மையோட மகசூல் எவ்வளோ, செயற்கை வேளாண்மையோட மகசூல் எவ்வளோ அப்படி கேட்கிறோம். ஆனா மகசூலோட அர்த்தம் பார்க்கணும். மகசூல் எடை ஒவ்வொரு ஏக்கருக்கா, நுண்ணுசக்திகள் ஒவ்வொரு மணி நேரம் வேலை இருக்கா, அதுல எல்லாம் பெரிய வித்தியாசங்கள் இருக்கு. எதுக்கு எடை பார்க்கணும்? அந்த மகசூலுக்குள்ளே எவ்வளோ சக்திகள் உண்டு, அது எவ்வளவு நல்லா உணவு ஆகும், அதையெல்லாம் பார்க்க வேண்டியது தானே. ஒரு ஆள் வேலைக்கு வந்தா என்ன திறன் இருக்குன்னு கேட்கறாங்களா, இல்லைன்னா இந்த பையனோட எடை எவ்வளவு பார்க்கலாமான்னு கேட்கறாங்க. ஆனால் வேளாண்மையில் எடை மட்டுமே பார்க்கிறோம் என்று பார்த்து எனக்கு ஒரு வருத்தமாகிறது. As the same way, when we talk about comparing systems, we often compare it based on yields, but we don't ask what is the definition of yield. Usually what is meant is weight per hectare. But why? Why not nutrients per hectare? Why not nutrients per hour of labor? When somebody goes to an interview for a job, say, usually the interviewer will ask what that person's qualities are, what their abilities are. We don't say, well, what is their weight, right? But when we compare agriculture, that's how we compare different systems. And I think it's a bit unfair as well, and a bit counterproductive to the food system to use that as the ultimate measure of production. அப்போ பாலி தீவில் ஒரு தீவு இருக்கு, அங்கே நீர் மேலாண்மை பற்றியும் பூச்சி மேலாண்மை பற்றியும் ஒரு சின்ன கதை சொல்ல விரும்புறேன். அங்கே மேலே விவசாயிகள் தண்ணீர் பயன்படுத்தப்படுறதுதான் கீழ் விவசாயிகள் தண்ணீர் கிடைக்கும். So on the island of Bali, there's a very interesting dynamic between insect management and water management. This work was done by Stephen Lansing around 30 to 40 years ago, and unfortunately, I think it's still the best work that's been done in this field. So there's a lot left to examine. What we can see is that there's farmers at the top. It's an island on a mountain. So there's farmers at the top and at the bottom. And the ones at the top have the opportunity to use water. Farmers. ஆயினும் அவங்க அதை பயன்படுத்த மாட்டாங்க. அதாவது வேணும் என்றால் எனக்கு எல்லா நீர் எடுக்கிறேன், அப்போ மீதி இருந்தால் உங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும், மீதி இல்லைன்னா உங்களுக்கு தான் நஷ்டம் என்று சொல்ல முடியும். ஆனா அப்படி சொல்ல மாட்டாங்க. எல்லாம் சந்திச்சு முடிவு எடுத்து எனக்கு எவ்வளவு நீர் கிடைக்கும், உங்களுக்கு எவ்வளவு நீர் விடுவேன் என்று முடிவு எடுத்து அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அந்த வருஷத்தோட வேளாண்மை ஆரம்புவாங்க. How the water is going to be shared, upstream farmers may decide to limit or may have to limit their production to share water with downstream farmers. And of course, the question is, well, why do they do that if they don't have to? And the answer is, well, they do have to in a way. ஏனென்றால் இங்கே தண்ணீர் மேலிருந்து கீழே வரும். ஆனால் இவங்க முதலில் நெல் நட்டுனா இவங்க அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் நட்டுருவாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் இவங்க நட்டுவாங்க, இதுக்கப்புறம் தான் இவங்க நட்டுவாங்க. அப்போ பூச்சி எலி எல்லாம் மேல இருந்து இங்கே சாப்பிட்டு இங்கே போய் சாப்பிட்டு இங்கே போய் சாப்பிட்டு திருப்பி பெரிய எண்ணிக்கையில் மறுபடியும் மேலே வந்து எல்லாம் சாப்பிடுவாங்க. So what happens, the reason they have to share is because if they don't, then these lower farmers will plant only after they have finished using water. And then these ones below will plant only after these ones has finished watering, and so forth. And so water flows from top to bottom, but insects and rats move from top to bottom and bottom to up. So the pests will start by eating this crop, then move on to the next one, then move on to the next one, then to the bottom, and at the end come back in very large numbers back to the top and eat everything in the next season up here. And that's what provides the incentive to do not stagger planting, to share water, and to all plant at the same time for integrated pest management. அப்பொழுது இது ஒரே தீவில் ஒரே உதாரணம் தான் இருக்கு. வேற இடங்களில் இங்கே மலையில இவ்வளோ இந்த இயக்கவியல்கள் இருக்காது நினைக்கிறேன். ஆனா வேற இயக்கவியல்கள் கண்டிப்பா இருக்கும் என்று எதிர்பார்க்கிறேன். அதை பற்றி யாருமே ஆராய்ச்சியே பண்ணதில்லை. இது எதிர்காலத்துக்கு ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு பலனாகும் என்று நினைக்கிறேன். So this is an example from 40 years ago in one particular system that's highly dependent on the topography and the hydrology of the region, and also the crop seeding system. So I'm sure that there are similar dynamics elsewhere in the world. I'm sure there are interesting dynamics between insects and water here as well, but no research has been done, so we don't know what they are. We can only suppose that they're probably not the same one because this one was really based on the flow of water, which is very different here, but this could be a really interesting path of research for the future. அப்பொழுது எப்பொழுதுமே இந்த அமைப்புகளை பற்றி யோசிக்கும் பொழுது முழுமையான அமைப்பை பற்றி யோசிக்கவும், அதாவது ரெண்டு சின்ன விஷயங்களை பற்றி மட்டுமில்லை, ஆனா முழு அமைப்பை பார்த்துட்டு தான் ஒரு ஒருங்கிணைஞ்ச கொள்கை உருவாக்கணும் என்று நம்புகிறேன். So in this field, I think it's very important to take a systems thinking approach and not to just look at one impact and its causes, but to look at the whole system together to see what counterintuitive impacts of any or unintended impacts of any policy could be. So here we have the water requirement per amount of land, and here we have, for example, the amount of water that's used. Of course, there's a plus sign because there's more water needs, there'll be more water being used. இங்கே வந்து ஏக்கருக்கு எவ்வளவு நீர் தேவை இருக்கு, இங்கே மொத்தமான நீர் பயன்பாடு இருக்கு. தேவைகள் அதிகரிச்சால் அப்போ பயன்பாடும் அதிகரிக்கும். சொல்பம் தானே? அப்பொழுது ஏக்கருக்கு நீர் தேவை குறைஞ்சு விட்டா, அதாவது சொட்டு நீர் பாசனமோடு கொண்டு வந்தா இந்த நீர் பயன்பாடும் குறைஞ்சிரும் என்று எதிர்பார்க்கலாமே. If we bring some technology to increase water efficiency, for example, and drip irrigation, then we would expect water use overall to decrease as well. It's logical. But there's something else. If we look at the whole system, we may be surprised. So here we see we have also the cost of irrigation. இங்கே நீர் பாசனத்தின் விலை என்றும் பார்க்கலாம். இந்த தேவைகள் குறைஞ்சாலும் ஏக்கருக்கு அப்போ இந்த விலையும் குறையும். அப்போ உழவர்களுக்கும் லாபம் இருக்கும். விலை எவ்வளவு குறைய வந்தால் லாபமும் அதிகரிக்கும். So the more the cost of irrigation goes down, more farmers' profits will increase. More farmers' profits increasing will mean that there may be more. Actually, that's a mistake. Sorry, that should be a plus right there. Yeah, there will be more land being used potentially for agriculture because it's a more lucrative activity. அதாவது விவசாயிகளுக்கு விலை குறைஞ்சால், உற்பத்தி விலை குறைஞ்சால், அப்போ இன்னும் நிலத்தில் சாகுபடி பண்றாங்கன்னு எதிர்பார்க்கலாம். இன்னும் நிலத்தில் சாகுபடி பண்ணால் அப்போ நீர் பயன்பாடு அதிகரிக்கும் என்று எதிர்பார்க்கலாம். So if we increase then the total amount of land because there's an economic incentive from our intervention to produce more agricultural output, then we may actually end up with the counter effect of what we had expected. So these are the sort of whole systems approach thinking that we can use to develop or not some integrated policies that may have counterintuitive impacts in the system overall. அப்பொழுது தீமை செய்யும் பூச்சிகளை பற்றி பேசும் பொழுது அதிகமாக இந்த மாதிரி பேசுறோம் நினைக்கிறோம். அந்த பூச்சி இருந்தா அந்த பூச்சி அந்த பயிர் தின்னும். பூச்சிக்கொல்லி அடித்தால் பூச்சி இருக்காது, பூச்சி இல்லைன்னா அப்போ பயிர் அதிகம் வரும். So the idea, the mental model we usually have of insects in the field is insect eats the crop. If we put a pesticide, we have no insect. If we have no insect, we have more crop. However, we can look at a larger system. இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் பெரிய அமைப்பு பார்க்கலாம். இங்க நன்மை செய்யும் பூச்சி, நன்மை தீமை செய்யும் பூச்சி எனக்கு சொல்ல போறதில்ல. ஏன்னா எல்லா பூச்சிகள் தேவை. ஆனால் அசைவ பூச்சி சொல்ல போறேன். I don't like saying beneficial and pest insects because they're all necessary for the food web. So I'll just say herbivorous and carnivorous insects. அப்பொழுது பூச்சியால பயிர் தின்னப்படும். இந்த நன்மை செய்யும் பூச்சி அதிகரித்தா தீமை செய்யும் அசைவ பூச்சியோட எண்ணிக்கை அதிகரித்தா சைவ பூச்சியோட எண்ணிக்கை குறையும். அப்போ பயிர் அதிகமாக கிடைக்கும். So if we increase if we increase carnivorous insects, then herbivorous insects population is expected to decrease and the crop yield would increase. Now, this is what we call a food chain. A food chain means there's a simple line going from crop to the last top carnivore in the system. இப்போ இதுக்கு ஒரு உணவு சங்கிலி சொல்றோம். அதாவது ஒரே ஒரு வரையில் பயிரிலிருந்து இறைவிலங்கு வரை அடைக்க முடியும். அப்பொழுது இந்த மாதிரி எண்ணிக்கை தொகை வரும். சிலந்தி கொஞ்சம் அதிகமா இருந்தா எண்ணிக்கை குறைஞ்சிரும். அப்போ எண்ணிக்கை அதிகம் வரும் பொழுது இல்லைன்னா சிலந்தி எண்ணிக்கை குறைஞ்சும் பொழுது எண்ணிக்கை அதிகரிக்கும். அப்படியே மாத்தி மாத்தி வரும். This is a typical Locke-Volterra system. So we usually expect a certain oscillation of the two populations over time. Now, what's usually not mentioned with this is that these systems are inherently unstable. So this is an idealized solution that usually you will not see in the field. Because as soon as you have a small deviation in one of them, for example, the spider's population goes a little bit too low, then the other one grows out of control, and it takes a long time for it to come back because there's only 2 insects, and it's very hard to control it. அப்பொழுது இந்த அமைப்பு பார்த்தா பூச்சி ஒரே இது நிலைத்தன்மை இல்லாத ஒரு அமைப்பு. ஒரு பூச்சியோட எண்ணிக்கை கொஞ்சம் அதிகமா இல்லை கொஞ்சம் குறையாயிச்சா இப்போ திடீர்னு இந்த சைவ பூச்சியோட எண்ணிக்கை கட்டுப்பாட்டுக்கு வெளியே வரும். இது விவசாயிகளுக்கு பெரிய நஷ்டம். This red part is why we don't want, or farmers don't want to end up, and that's why they use often pesticides to reduce the risk of that happening, because once it's happened, it's a bit too late. அப்பொழுது ஒரு முழுமையான உணவு விலை பார்த்தால் அப்பொழுது கொஞ்சம் நிலைத்தன்மை கிடைக்கும். We can get more stability if we use a whole food web. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பூச்சியோட எண்ணிக்கை குறைஞ்சா இதன் விளைவுகளால இதுக்கு கட்டுப்பாடு கிடைக்கும். So if any insect in this system's population falls out of step, it sets off a chain of events that comes back and balances the original change and keeps the system more in a stability, in the region of stability, which is why we call it stability through complexity. இது ரொம்ப சுலபமான ஒரு உணவு வலை. உண்மையான வயலுக்கு போனால் பெரிய பெரிய வலைகளில் சில நூறுக்கணக்கு பூச்சிகள் இருக்கும். This is a very idealized system. Still, in the real field, you would get a very much more complex food web with hundreds or thousands of species. பொழுது நேரம் கொஞ்சம் தாண்டி போறேன். I'm going to skip a bit because I have a bit less time than I had expected left. என்ன அச்சீவ் பண்றேன் இப்பொழுது இந்த பயிர் மாதிரி அமைச்சலில் ஏற்கனவே வானிலை, மண், செடி, மேலாண்மை எல்லாம் இருக்கு. ஆனா பூச்சி இல்லை. அப்போ இந்த பூச்சியோட இயக்கவியல்கள் எப்படி மாதிரி அமைச்சலுக்கு கொண்டு வரணும் என்று என்னோட ஆராய்ச்சியோட மூல நோக்கமாகும். So my current research, a central goal is to see how we can bring into crop modeling, which already includes the climate, soil, plants, and farmer management. How we can also bring food webs and insect management and food web dynamics into these models. அதற்கு உங்களுக்கு என்ன வேணும்? பெறுதல், அப்போ பூச்சி முட்டை போடுறது, அப்போ பூச்சி சாக போகிறது. இந்த மூன்று இருந்தா அப்போ இந்த மாதிரி உருவாக்கலாம். To model this is quite simple, and at the procedural level, basically we have growth, reproduction, and death of the insects. இங்கே ஒரு மாதிரி the Udaranam. So here's an example of a model we developed for black-headed caterpillar in Sri Lanka. இது இலங்கையில் குறுந்தலை புழுவோட மாதிரி அமைச்சல். முனைவர் ஆனந்தராஜுடன் உருவாக்கின ஒரு மாதிரி. This work was done with Dr. Anandaraja, who's sitting here. இப்போ இந்த பூச்சிக்கு கம்பளி பூச்சியும் குட்டுப்புழுவும் இருக்கு. It has caterpillar and a pupil in an adult stage. அப்போ ரெண்டு ஒட்டுண்ணிகள் இருக்கும். It also has two parasitoids. வயலிலிருந்து வந்த தரவுகள். So he has actually observed populations of these stages in the and here we have the parasitism level. இங்கே வந்து ஒட்டுண்ணியோட எண்ணிக்கை பார்க்குறாங்க. இப்போ இந்த குட்டுப்புழு ஒட்டுண்ணி இங்க பார்க்கும் பொழுது குட்டுப்புழு அதிகம் வரும். You can see there's a good synchronization between the host here, the pupa, and the parasitoid. On the other hand, when we look at the larval parasitoid, what we see is a huge phase offset. So the parasitoids usually come much too late to affect the population. இந்த புழு ஒட்டுண்ணி பார்த்தால் அப்போ புழு எண்ணிக்கை அதிகமாக இருக்கும் பொழுது ஒட்டுண்ணியோட எண்ணிக்கை குறையா இருக்கும். அப்போ ஒட்டுண்ணியோட எண்ணிக்கை போதுமாகும் பொழுது சாப்பிட்றதுக்கு புழு ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை. இது ஒரு பிரச்சனை. இது மேலாண்மைக்கு ஒரு பெரிய வாய்ப்பு ஆகும். இந்த மாதிரி அமைச்சல் உருவாக்கிச்சு. இங்கே மாதிரி அமைச்சலோட வெளியீடுகள் பார்க்க முடியும். So here's the results of our modeling. You can see the uncertainty ranges in green and the observed values in black, and this is the model structure here. இது மாதிரியோட அமைப்பு பார்க்கலாம். அப்பொழுது இதுக்கு என்ன விளைவுகள் கிடைத்தது? இங்கே தாக்கத்தோட ஆபத்து ஒன்று வந்து கண்டிப்பா பயிருக்கு தாக்கும். பூஜ்ஜியம் இருந்தா கண்டிப்பா தாக்காது. So here we have the risk of damage to the crop over time. In black, or 1 means there's a 100% chance of damage. 0 means there's no chance of damage. So we see naturally over time this risk decreases. அப்பொழுது பூச்சிக்கொல்லி மூலமா கட்டுப்பாடு செய்ய பார்க்கிறோம் என்றால் ஆபத்து குறையும், ஆனால் கடைசியில் அதிகமா வரும். So if we see here, if we apply pesticide in blue, at first the risk decreases somewhat, but in the end it rebounds. And that's because the pesticide has affected beneficial insects. And as such, these insects are not there to control the caterpillar anymore. அப்பொழுது இந்த பச்சை நிறத்தில் நீங்க ஒட்டுண்ணி மூலம் உயிர் கட்டுப்பாடு பயன்படுத்தால் ஆபத்து எவ்வளவு சீக்கிரம் குறையாது, ஆனால் கடைசியில் குறையா இருக்கும். So if we use biocontrol instead in green, the risk decreases much more slowly at first, but at a much lower risk of resurgence later on. So these are interesting trade-offs that we can explore with modeling. In the interest of time, I will skip the last slide. And my conclusions, கடைசியில் உங்களுக்கு எது வார்த்தைகள் சொல்லணும்னா, பூச்சிக்கொல்லியாலே சமீபத்திய தீர்வுகள் கிடைக்கும், ஆனால் நீண்ட காலத்தில் பிரச்சனைகள் அதிகமா வரும். பூச்சிய பிரச்சனைகள் அப்போ மறுபடியும் பூச்சிக்கொல்லி எடுக்க அவசியம் ஆகும். அதே நேரத்தில் பொருளாதார ஏழைகளை பார்க்கிற வித மாதிரி அமைச்சல் மூலமா எப்போ எத்தனை ஒட்டுண்ணி போடணும் என்று கண்டுபிடித்தால் அது அதை விட நல்லா விளைவுகள் கொடுக்கும் என்று எதிர்பார்க்கலாம். So in conclusion, pesticides lead to very quick results, but at the cost of a risk of longer-term resurgence in the pest that we were originally trying to control. And secondly, using ecological thresholds, so using modeling to find out when is the best time to use biological control, may be much more efficient than using the standard best practice of economic thresholds for insect management. உங்களுக்கு நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we have Mr. P. Elango. He's a farmerpreneur and engaged with farmers of Tamil Nadu and beyond to help them connect to entrepreneurship programs of various arms of the government. He's also a CEO of the Global Coconut FPC Limited, Coimbatore, that produces coconut nectar Tetra packs and sells them within Bharat, the USA, and the East Asian countries. He'll speak about value addition in coconut.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். உலக தென்னை உழவர் உற்பத்தியாளர் நிறுவனத்தின் சார்பாக அனைவருக்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். We are a farmer producer company with 1,200 farmers based out of Coimbatore and Tirupur in and around. And we are the mainly focus on coconut because coconut is, kalpa vriksha, that is tree of life. So any product made out of coconut is, useful to the human being. That is what we call it, kalpa vriksha or tree of life. So our region is slightly located in the rain shadow region where mostly cultivation predominantly we do coconut. So our founders realized that going with coconut is the very alternate way to give better income to the farmers. The next. Thanks to Mr. Julian for the opportunity. We mainly fully rely on coconut, particularly why? Because coconut, that less intensive crop, horticulture, would say. So I'm sure this deliberation will help us, that water management, because water management is very crucial for coconut farmers, because they, our farmers, they don't know what amount of water needs to give to the tree. So this amounts to, over extraction of water, leading to, our wells are dried, and then we fully rely on bore wells. It is, more than 1,000 feet we need to go down to fetch the water. It is very crucial and a challenge for us. And of course, if we give the opportunity, maybe our deliberation will support our farmers to maximum potential. They can use water with, and conserve the water as well. So I request, maybe Julian will help us, our farmers, to make, our farmers' life better in terms of conserving water. So we are a farmer producer company registered in the Companies Act. We have 1,200 farmers, and fully, they are all small and marginal farmers, and they fully rely on coconut, and this is what we do. And after our management realized that, that to give better income to the farmers, it is the best opportunity is to add value to the produce. So after lots of trial and error, finally we found that coconut nira, that is nectar from the flower of the coconut tree, can give a better income to the farmers. So after lots of trial and error, we started tapping coconut nira, and finally we are the first to launch coconut nira in Tetra Pak, that too with 1 year shelf life. So this is our managing team. They're all in the business, but they want to give back to society. So based on their interest, we started, form the company, and then we are successfully into 3rd year now. So our sincere thanks to Coconut Development Board, Kochi, and CPCRI in Kasaragod, and Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, and also our mentor, Dr. Anand Raja, for all the support. So this is what we do. We choose coconut flower in a matured flower, and then we process it and extract it from the flower, and finally we take it to the cold storage. After cold storage, we reach out till we reach out to 10,000 liters, then we go for tetra packing. In the process, I believe, to my understanding, this is the only beverage without adding any preservative, chemical, or anything in it, because it is from the flower and it is 100% natural. The process we do only UHT, that is high temperature. Due to that, the shelf life of the product remains more than 12 months. So this is the iceberg technology from CPCRI, and we are the first in the world, I would say, that to bring it in Tetra Pak. So in the process, we simply harvest, preserve, and Tetra Pak. No process involved except UST. So the problem, as I said, that coconut growing farmers, they get very less income. For instance, per coconut, they sell it at less than 10 rupees. So that is very, very difficult for a farmer amount. So we realized that, that tapping from the spadix, from the flower itself, we get good income. We did lot of research, and farmer can get triple the income what they currently get it. So that is what we are doing it. And we have shelf life, and of course rural employment generation is the biggest point that we can discuss. And if I mean tapper, the person who claims the tree, if he goes to the factory or any IT field, he gets hardly 20 or 30,000 rupees per month. But here we give a remuneration like that IT field. That too, then morning and evening 3 hours and 3 hours they can work. With that, they can easily sustain their life, and then they easily look after the families and everything like that. They can easily look after the day-to-day affairs as well. So this is the promotional activities that we do. The main crucial point of our product is low glycemic index. I mean, naturally, any product comes out of coconut, I mean, in the beverage, that is more or less, less glycemic index. That is the advantage we have. And zero alcohol. And it has got, plenty of vitamins and minerals. If you take any beverage that are all chemically infused, but ours is 100% natural. And we have got plenty of, study as well, we have done it. So we have a certificate from CPCRI and as well as Coconut Development Board and FSSI, and also FSSC 22,000, of the highest standards of food industry from TU in NAD. And also recently we received kosher from the OK kosher from US. It is one of the highest standards in the, they follow for the Jews. So we have halal as well, and RCMCs and the export code. And we also registered with startup. So startup India and Tamil Nadu also supports us in many ways. And we have export certificates. These are here you can look at the lab reports. See, the energy at which you get is enormous. Energy is 150 per 200 ml. It is not hardly you get it from anywhere. And also, rare minerals also available in this product. I mean, nectar. So we have official report of Eurofins for 1 year shelf life for accelerated self condition. And we do every batch, we do all the microbial tests and everything properly. Then only we dispatch for market. And this is the certificate of acceptance we do after packing. So we do participate in various chambers, events like, expos, India and abroad. And we also participate in Oman and Bahrain and Gulf Food as well, thanks to CDP for the support. And one of the leading pediatric doctor, Dr. V.S. Nadarajan, he personally tried this product with only more than a month. And then he recommends to all his elder patients, to consume it because it has got a lot of probiotic, and he recommends to the patients as well. So firstly, we exported to US as well. This is the first container to USA that we did, and then we launched it officially in US as well. So we do seek support from our well-wishers through our ministers higher levels for support, because coconut Nira is being, many people not aware what is Nira as well. That is the great challenge for us in marketing. So we do all the promotion, because in the US market as well, whoever sees this, our product, they simply say that coconut water, because coconut water from the Tetra Pak, flooded with Vietnam, Thailand, and so and so. So they don't know what nectar is all about. So that is why I'm here to seek your support as well to popularize our brand in. Sorry. I have a little bit. I will because I brought little so we'll do that one. So we also received a national award from the Minister, Honorable Minister, Union Agriculture Minister, for our innovation, and from also Minister of State, Madam as well. And we also received a startup grant from the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. And these are the news coverage from Indian Express about our FPO and our activities, and in Malayalam as well, and in other forums as well. These are the coverage we have from our various social media. And if it is done, if it is our brand is, we welcome every competitor, because without competitor, the marketing will be a great challenge. So we always encourage competitors to come into that is why, the marketing expenditure will go down. So one way like, so another container we send it from, flag up by Vice Chairman, Coconut Development Board very recently. So we are all available in all the platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, including Walmart, Tenira.com or Tenira or Cocoa Nectar. You can see a lot of advertisements there. So these are all farmers. Of course, your health, depends, in one way like a farmer's wealth. Thanks very much. And I'm sure the crucial impact I request to Mr. Julian is that, water management is more important, particularly for the coconut farmers, because I'm sure that this deliberation will support us. I mean, to be frank, because we all rely on, bore wells. That is even 1,000 below we don't get water. A farmer digs a bore well, he needs to spend at around 2 lakhs INR, Indian rupees. Just if he gets the water, he is okay. Otherwise, his life is, in danger, because he borrows money from someone or other to survive, or I don't know, keep that, whatever the farming activities he is doing. So with this, I'm thankful to everyone. I request Dr. Anandaraja sir if he has any points to make. He is our mentor. Thank you. Sure. Thank you. Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah. No.
Does it affect the nuts?
No, we don't, because suppose a farmer is having 100 trees, we recommend 50 trees only. So every 40 days you'll get new flower or sporadic. So more than 6 months you can do it. Then after 6 months you need to allow it to cool down. After 6 months you'll get the endowment, that growth. I mean potential. I mean productivity will be very high. So
the question is that, do you get nuts, coconuts?
No, we don't allow nuts because from the flower, yeah, because yield will be reduced. That is the reason. That is why we request 50-50. Thanks. Yes, sir.
That it is a low glycemic index, but how far it is different from your nectar and tender coconut?
See, that is what, ma'am, any product comes out of beverage or any eatable, edible thing from the coconut, it is low GI only. Coconut water, when if you want to commercialize it, like if you want to export to USA or the large population, if you want to reach out to, so tender coconut, that the transportation within 2 days you have to consume it, otherwise it will get. So in that scenario, even Tetra Pak also come in a lot of packed beverages, but it comes with added preservative or some kind of added one. So the process, Tetra packing process, I'm not sure that they have for the healthy, the nutrition values will remain intact. So we have done a study from a white paper from US, and we found that Nira is far more better than the coconut water. We have done a research in US on a reputed and doctor, they did a research, and they did a comparative study as well. So with the coconut water with our nectar, so nutritional values are a little more high than the coconut water.
So what is the shelf life, sir?
Shelf life, 12 months solidly we give. We have done a shelf life research, everything we have. For your kind information, January 2022, we launched our product. In fact, we have sample of the same product right now in our lab. Still the product quality is intact. Even microbial growth, nothing is there. Only color will slightly change, that's it. That is the advantage. I don't know, maybe God's gift, nature's gift, that is why nectar we call it. I don't know. Maybe the reason.
You don't use any preservatives?
No preservative. We follow quality, from the source to packing, we follow hygienic, and also like, that pH value, Brix value, temperature, everything intact. If one can of that collected nectar is spoiled or I'm down with some kind of mismanagement, we won't allow it to take it to the factory. So because one பழமொழி சொல்லுவாங்க என்ன ஒரு இதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு பதம் ஏதோ சொல்லுவாங்க பாய்சன் கலந்து. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Yes, sir.
What is the price for 1 liter of this?
1 liter, 200 ml, we are selling at 60 rupees MRP. But when it goes to, the wholesale, it is like 40 rupees around like that. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Probably to mentor. He's saying it is probiotic and it does not produce alcohol. How it can happen?
That is correct. I can. Yeah. If you insert a straw, we clearly mention in the pack itself, once opened, consume it immediately.
No.
Okay. I'm just telling. If that is what we meant to say. If you put a straw and keep it for 4 or 5 hours, then the growth of the microbe, external environment acts on it and slowly gets that algal content. Yeah. Ma'am, no one tries it, but some of our, that the enthusiasts, they did what they did, the morning itself, they insert a straw and then till that evening, keep it like that. And evening, they mix with that existing algal and then they drink it. They say that they get good sleep. Yeah, because alcohol, it is from that distilled or kind of, so but it is natural one, so it substantiates that existing with that and gives you a good sleep.
Yeah, if you open the tetra pack and even juice you take it, or grape juice you take it, or any fruit juice you take it, when the fermentation comes, automatically the percentage of alcohol is increased.
Yeah.
So that's why he's telling that once you open the tetra pack, you try to consume it.
Professor, the question is, the algal formation as well as probiotic formation are both are belongs to same process. When you allow it to ferment, it will get biotic.
More biotic.
Probiotic is the process where the same process happens for algal formation. So it is not creating alcohol, but it is probiotic. How come it could be?
See,
maybe that's what I asked to the mentor, where it may not be probiotic as well as alcohol free.
Mentor in the sense we are concentrating on the production aspects, particularly on the coconut production aspects. For this Tetra and the Nira, it is a Kasargod Institute, that is CPCRI is providing that the Nira packaging aspects.
Probiotic in the sense what our doctors suggest, that some of the rare minerals that supports the easy digestion, kind of, that is what they mean to say.
Maybe mean for some other words.
Yeah.
Algal formation and probiotics are the same process.
Yeah, that is that. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I think we'll have to, in the interest of time, advance forward. But Mr. Longo, you're going to be here for some more time till the evening or something. Yeah. So please reach out to him separately and engage in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the interesting discussion. Up next, we have Dr. Vinay Srinivas Palaparthi. He's an associate professor with the Dhirubhai Ambani Institute of Information and Communication Technology, Gandhinagar, Bharat. He was a DST Inspire and holds a PhD from IIT Bombay. His interest is in sensors, IoT, and self-healing systems and has about 40 research papers and 7 patents. He'll now speak about integrated plant disease management using IoT-enabled sensors.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon now. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible, right? Am I audible? Can please anyone confirm?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. So, thank you, ma'am, for a brief introduction, and thank you for the Professor Amit for introducing me, for this event. Unfortunately, I'm not there in person there because of some personal commitments. But anyways, I'll discuss briefly about some of the research activities, which we did in last couple of years, and how this research has translated into the product. And of course, after the product, it's like about the commercialization now. So we are where we are about. So I'm Dr. Vinay Palaparthi. So today's topic is about, we have designed the sensors, which is specifically used for the plant disease management. And those devices can send the information data to a cloud using a platform called as an Internet of Things, that is an IoT. And the sensors, even in an IoT cloud, we do certain artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms, for this plant disease prediction. So I'll just skip this part. So let me come to the problem statement first, how it started actually. So initially when I was doing my PhD, so in that journey, we had a startup. So we had incubated a startup during a PhD journey, which was named as Proximal Solutions Technology. So where I was one of the co-founders, which we have founded in 2017. So at that time, our objective was to deploy the sensors and the systems, focusing mainly on the irrigation management. Okay, so we did a lot of deployment across various regions in India. Started with Maharashtra first, then Karnataka, Gujarat, and some parts of Madhya Pradesh, and so on. So during one of the deployment in Pune, it was close to like about 2 hours from Pune. So we have deployed a system in a farm, which was like a tomato farm, and we have deployed the systems. The objective was to tell the farmers about the optimum irrigation, when to irrigate and how much to irrigate. So during that phenomena or during that testing, so there was a crop and there was a tomato in that crop. So that certainly got, got a disease attack. Okay, and farmers was very worried maybe because of the system it could have happened. So, so then, we had a detailed discussion about, how this disease can, germinate. And then farmer has advised, has told us, like, you're using the sensors for the irrigation. Why can't you think of a sensors for the plant disease, management? So that was a journey. And that was a point, I think, where we started, focusing on the plant disease management, specifically the sensors for the plant disease management, and started sometime in 2019. So with that motivation, so what we try to understand is that, so as of now, if I talk only of the crop losses due to the plant disease, due to animal pests, it leads to about 18% loss, and due to the weeds, it's about like 34%, and 16% is for the microbial diseases. So our motivation was to first focus on the 16%, and the rationale for doing that was because microbial disease is very much similar to a human body. If there's a sudden change in the temperature, and if rainfall occurs and so on, so possibly if it does not have a good immune system, the disease so disease may attack us, right? So similar thing is valid for the plants too. But when we started this study, and since we were the co-founders of the company, so always business is the aspect which we always think of. So then we thought that if we have a sensors and system which can detect the plant disease well in advance, so what is the market for that? So let us understand the market. Really, does it have any market? So then we did certain analysis, which is called as a TAM, SAM, and SOM. So total available market, service available market, and the operating market. So if I talk about the total irrigated land in India, which is about like 163 million acres, so this is almost like 2018 data. This number could have changed right now. So if I talk about this particular market, so it is about like 163 million acres of land, right? And out of this 160 million acres, if I just focus on an horticulture crop, so that is close to about 37 million acres. And even if you capture say 10% of this SAM, that is serviceable market, so that can lead to 3.7 million acres of land. So objective of the study was to just understand that even if we have one system per acre, possibly we can have 3.7 million acres of devices in a field, maybe in the time span of 5 years or 10 years down the line. So, that was objective, we started with this analysis. But before that, let us understand briefly there are different ways how this plant disease monitoring can happen. So first is the conventional lab techniques, which is widely reported in the literature, and even the traditional way which is followed till date, which offers very high selective to the disease identification, and also, the reliable is more, if you go with the lab-based technique. But one of the drawback is that the time consuming is very high to get the data. That's the first thing. A second thing, the transit time, like, to take the samples from the field to the lab, possibly it can happen, you may lose some features of the disease. So that is the first thing. First technique, if I say. The second technique is image-based methods. Again, there are various reported works. There are many companies who do an image-based method for this plant disease detection. So they take an image of the leaf. So there are, I think, Plantix is one of the app, which do this job for us. So they take the image of the plant, and then they will tell you, which disease it has. Okay, and also they will tell you about the control measures. But one of the beauty of this image-based technique is that, of course, it requires very less time. So you just take the image of the leaf and you get the data, as soon as possible. So within a few minutes of time frame, right? But of course, for this image-based technique, one of the important bottleneck is that you need a lot of data to be trained for the respective image. And one of the major drawback of the image-based method, which I personally feel, is that once the disease occurs, then only image can detect that image, then no disease has occurred, right? So possibly of advising the farmers at least say 1 week in advance may not be possible by using the image-based method. So then we have third based method is the sensor based method, where what we do, this is what the information has been given by the farmers to us. Even we were not aware that environmental factors can be used to detect the plant disease. So this is something which farmers has given this information to us, so that even we can have a sensors which can detect the plant disease. The advantage of the sensor-based method is that since we get a time series data, okay, so we get a data with respect to time, okay, and if we can collect the data from say 2000 to till date, so you can see just the amount of data which has been collected so far, right? And we can get all these parameters from the either from the internet, or even we can have our own systems where we can get all this data, right? Environmental parameters like say temperature, humidity, leaf parameters like say leaf wetness, durations, soil parameters like soil temperature and soil moisture, and so on. Okay, so this technique, the advantage what you get over the other two techniques, that is the lab-based and the image-based techniques, is that in this technique, since we get a time series data and we can get a data from the previous year also, so that can help us to predict the plant disease well in advance. Say, for example, if I have a data from last 10 years, I can predict what can happen in 2014 or 2024, 2025. Right. So that advantage we get with the sensor-based methods. Of course, it also has its own limitations. But in this work, which we did from last couple of years, so that is mainly focused on the sensor-based method and to design a sensors for the plant disease management. So the core idea is very simple, that if we have a wetness on the leaf for a particular amount of time, so in few hours, and at that time if temperature is in the range of say 10 to 15 degrees, or so 5 to 15 degrees, and during this time if my leaf wetness is in the range of say 5 to 10 hours, and at the same time if my humidity is more than 90%, possibly the disease Phytophthora infescens can attack or can germinate on the plant. Okay, so this is a basic core idea, and then we got this numbers from the literature and even from the National Horticulture Board. So they have provided this number. Say for example, if I talk about different parameters as I reported in the previous slide, that we have soil moisture, we have leaf wetness duration, ambient temperatures, ambient humidity, soil temperature. So all these are the sensor data. And this number shows if this numbers matches, like soil moisture is greater than 12%, leaf wetness duration is more than 96 hours, and if the temperature is in the range of 10 to 15 degrees, humidity is in the range of 7 to 80 degrees, and soil temperature is in the range of 8 to 13 degrees, possibly the disease, powdery mildew, can germinate on the plant. So this is there for different crops and for the different diseases. So our objective was to focus on the sensors, to design the sensors and get the data on the server, and then we can do certain analysis from the machine learning perspective. So what we did, so initially we started focusing only on the leaf wetness sensors, which will give the LWD information, that is leaf wetness duration, because the ambient temperature, ambient humidity sensors, temperature sensors are already available in the market at a very cheaper price with a good accuracy. But the soil moisture sensors and the leaf wetness sensors are the critical parameters which is required for the plant disease management, and even they are not available in the market at an affordable price with a reasonable accuracy or sensitivity. So the objective was to first design the leaf wetness sensor, and then we did a critical survey that what are the sensors available in the market, the advantages and disadvantages. So one of the disadvantages, of course, is that only the sensor price of this leaf wetness sensor is about in the range of 30,000. Okay, only for the sensor itself, not when you don't have soil moisture and other sensors in this, right? So of course, that is one of the bottleneck for the Indian farmers also, right? We can't afford a sensor of 30,000 for this purpose, right? So objective was to design this sensor with the same specification but at a very affordable price. So this is what we have designed. So this is a very basic block diagram of our entire system. So we have a leaf wetness sensors which we have designed in the lab, followed by a soil moisture sensor again which we have designed in the lab, and the soil temperature sensor again which was designed in the lab. So we collected this data. So these are sensors which we have designed in the lab, and we collect the data from the sensors. So we have our own printed circuit board which we collect the data and then send the data onto the cloud. Okay, so which is a ThingSpeak server in this case. Then we do, this is a very important step, that is the data processing, artificial intelligence and plant disease prediction. So I'll not go into technical aspect of this design, so because I think that is beyond the scope of this talk. So this is a leaf wetness sensor which we have designed specifically for this application for the plant disease management, and it almost meet the specifications of the sensor which are already there in the market. So one of the beauty of this technique is that of this sensor is that if I just focus only on this part, that is the temperature. So if the temperature in the field changes, even from say 20 degrees to 70 degrees, the sensor response changes only by say 2%, which is a very phenomenal feature of this sensor. But yeah, so overall this graph shows that this sensor is at par with the commercial sensor which are already there available in the market. The same thing is for the soil moisture sensors, which we have designed in the lab. So the good part of this sensor is that so it is the price of these two sensors is almost in the range of say 700 rupees, Indian rupees, and the accuracy is almost about like plus minus 3%. When compared with the standard techniques which are reported in the literature or even with most of the company uses, right? So yeah, I think this is an overall design or the system which we have deployed in the field in our campus. So this is the hardware which is developed in the lab, and you can see it has some processors or controllers here and some Wi-Fi modules, some on-chip sensors, that is the temperature and humidity sensors, and then the soil moisture sensors and leaf wetness sensor and soil temperature sensors attached to this board. Okay, and this is a system which we have deployed in our campus. So we have deployed this system first in a mango plant because that was readily available in our campus, and this simply shows the snapshots of the data of this system. Yeah, if I just come to this slide, so this is where I think the beauty lies with that. If I have the sensor data, so how to understand the sensor data and how to relate that to a disease. So I've already shown that we know if the temperature, soil temperature, ambient temperature, humidity, soil moisture, lies in the particular range, possibly there could be the disease that can be germinated. So what we did, we collected the data from the sensor, but then we did some data processing. Again, I'm not going to the technical aspect of the data processing, but yeah, overall what this graph shows that if we consider 3 diseases, that is powdery mildew, anthracnose, and the root rot. So there was a symptoms of an anthracnose which was evident in the month of June, July, August, and September. This was in the year of 2021. And most of the time, like 90% of the time, this disease was present in the field. Okay, so this was, present in the field. And if I notice the other 2 diseases, that is powdery mildew and the root rot, so there was hardly any symptoms of these 2 diseases which was available in the field. Okay, so again, to cross check, what we did is we used to collect the images of these crops. I'm really sorry I have not put those images in the slide, but yeah, we used to collect the images of this crop, and then we used to send this to Agricultural University, which is in the close by, so called as the Junagadh Agricultural University. So we give the samples to them, and then we ask to identify the sensor is showing that we have anthracnose as a disease which is present in the plant. So what your method says. So they have their own lab methods, and then they confirm that there is a traces of an anthracnose in the mango plant, which is evident even from the sensor data as well as from the lab-based technique which they have performed. Okay. So again, this is some of the important again exploratory data analysis which we did from the sensor data. So if I just talk about this bar graph which is there in the top side, so again this says that 80% of the time the anthracnose was present over the period of from the June to the September in the year of 2021, and there was hardly any traces of the powdery mildew in terms of and even the root rot. Okay, and if I focus the major parameters, like if I say this F1 as soil moisture and F2 as a leaf wetness duration, ambient temperature, relative humidity, and soil temperature. So if I just focus on this part, so you can see the ambient temperature, relative humidity, soil temperature, and soil moisture plays a very pivotal role for the germination of disease, but the leaf wetness has very less significant factor. But if we go to the powdery mildew, the feature that is leaf wetness duration has increased slightly, and the major contribution in the F1 is by an FN, that is a soil moisture sensor. So that is for the powdery mildew disease. So this is certainly says that which features or which parameters of the ambience, let's say it's in temperature, humidity, soil moisture, soil temperature, or leaf wetness. So out of these parameters, which parameters are useful, that is, or which parameter is affecting more for germination of the disease. So this is what we see from this slides. So again, this is some of the neural network model. I'm not good in this neural network model. This is one of my colleagues who has implemented this model. So what this model says is that if we give these features as an input, like say soil moisture, soil temperature, ambient humidity, ambient temperature, and the leaf wetness duration. So if we give these features as an input, so this model will train this deep learning model which will train itself, something called as LSTM model. So this model will train based on input features which is getting from the sensor data, and then it will tell the probability of the disease occurrence, that is the powdery mildew, anthracnose, or a root rot. Okay, so this model does that job, And this graph shows, what is the loss in the model, which is almost in the range of close to 0.05 after certain runs, and the accuracy is almost in the range of like about 90, more than 90, like at 95%. So this graph shows that the model which has been designed for the sensor data can predict the disease with accuracy of about 95%, which is very phenomenal, right? And some of the confusion matrix, again, this shows how good our the model is, considering the different confusion, like what is the recall, F1 score, and so on. Again, I'm really sorry, I'm not good in this AML part. This has been done by one of my colleagues. So these are some of the related publications. I'll not go into details of that. Yeah, I think this is what I'll try to, and I hope I have finished my slides on time. So I would like to thanks to organizing committee, Professor Amit, for the frequent interaction with us, funding agency who has sponsored for this projects, DST Kuchkos and the SERV, the PhD students, Kamlesh, Ria, and the MTech students, and the collaborator, my collaborator, Professor Alad, who was into implementing this AML part. So thank you. So if you have any queries, you can always reach me in this email ID, and this is my contact information. If you have any queries, I'll be happy to answer your queries. Thank you.
Dr. Vinay, thank you. We'll just check if any of the audience members have any questions for you. If you want to be heard, please make sure you turn on the mics before you ask him the question. Yes, please. Yeah. Please turn on the mic there.
My question to you is, what is the next step? Now you have developed the technology, published the paper. What is the plan? How to take it to the farmers? If you can elaborate. And another thing is that how you are going to generate the revenue, because as you mentioned, Plantix, which was a startup in ICRISAT, Plantix suggests the farmer where they can get the input or pesticide, and they get their remuneration from that source. So if you, can you shed light on your plans on that part?
Sure, certainly, yes. Thank you, for this question. So first of all, as I said, the first plan is to, of course, the commercialize. So right now we believe we are at TRL 8, that is technology readiness level at 8. So right now we are at, and one thing, which I see as a potential, because since we already have a startup, I'm a co-founder of the startup, which was incubated at IIT Bombay, and we have a fabrication facility at Pune. And our company is actually selling the systems for nutrient analysis and even for the irrigation management. But now I think we are going to give this technology to our startup, because since I'm a faculty, I don't have much time from the commercial perspective. But yeah, I'll give this technology to the startup. And from a startup perspective, since our startup is already there in the market from last 5 to 6 years, and we have a strong list of the users, starting from Mahindra itself. Like Mahindra, I believe they were the first one of the major players, and SR Agrotech, who are really interested to work on to take this technology and implement in their fields at different locations in India. So commercialization perspective, yes. So we are going to transfer this technology to the startup, our own startup, and then we'll commercialize it. And as far as revenue is concerned, so for time being, I think we'll go with a pilot study for a couple of crop cycles, because ultimately it is a trust of the farmers which we have to gain. So if we get that trust, possibly getting that trust is more important, because if you get that trust, it will be because of word of mouth, the technology will spread like anything. So even for that, what the working model which we are thinking is that we'll go to then FPOs, that is farmer coding organizations, and there I think where Panchayat leaders are one of the leading that FPOs. So we'll ask the Panchayat leaders to test our technology, and if they really feel the technology has a potential, possibly they can tell the farmers, the local farmers, and the farmers will be widely they can use our technology.
Thank you.
We have time for one more quick question. Yeah, please. Yes.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, please.
What is, like, you have some training involved. So what is how is it going to work? Like, are you going to have like pilot farms where you are training the equipment in different conditions in terms of type of soils, types of climate, and then use training for any sensor? Or will you instruct the future user or the farmer to do its own training? That I don't quite understand.
Okay, thank you. This is a very interesting question. So your point is very correct that when we deploy these sensor systems in the field, it has to be the crop specific, it has to be the location specific, it has to be the soil specific as well, right? So when we do this deployment, first of all, because as I said, even for the image technique and for the sensor technique, it is very important to collect the huge amount of data. Otherwise, it can lead to the wrong predictions, right? So before going for the deployment, right now we have well-established farms for the pomegranate and even for the groundnut. So when we go into the market, we will go with a specific crop and then for the specific disease. So we will not go with a generic thing that this is a system which can be used for all the crops and even for all the disease. So first of all, we will restrict ourselves to 2 to 3 diseases and for 2 to 3 crops. Okay, so objective is to identify the crops which has a very high demand in the market. So if I talk about the Gujarat, groundnut is one of the crop which has a very potential, considering a production, like considering the revenue. So if we deploy this technology only for the groundnut crop, that in the Gujarat region, that itself will get the revenue of about like say close to 1 lakh USD dollar, if I'm not wrong with these numbers, right? So objective is to first identify the crop in the specific region which is of national importance or state importance. Okay, so we'll start with that crop first, and even with the selected disease, because maybe it may happen that the disease which we have listed in the presentation may not be actually the critical for them. It could be some other diseases, right? So during this pilot study, what we do is first we deploy the systems in the field, we gather the data from the field, and then we'll try to identify the sensing parameters with the respective diseases and for the respective crop and even for the respective location. So once we do that, so that is the objective of the pilot study, which we are planning to do from a startup perspective. So that may take about a year or so, if I'm not wrong. And once we get the huge data from this pilot study, then we will launch this product only for the groundnut crops for the specific disease. And as we go on, as we progress and we deploy the systems at various locations in India, perhaps it may happen that we can target multiple crops and even multiple diseases. I hope I have answered your question.
Amit, if you permit, I have only one question, very short question.
Right. So Dr. Vinay, I would request you to keep the answer short as well. Go on, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Vinay, there is questions that the mango, you have different kinds of varieties.
Right. Yes.
Variety wise, do you have any kinds of differential by using the sensors? That is one thing. The second thing is that any other initiatives, as like Aviraj, what he has said, it is any initiatives which we took it as an experimentation, the sustainability point of the project after completion of the projects, or the continuity of the services to the farmers, is the two questions, please.
Yes. Okay. So thank you. First, I'll answer the sustainability part. So I'm not sure the sustainability from. I'll talk from the sensor point of view because that is the core expertise. If I talk about the sensors and systems, if we deploy this in a field, so we have deployed the system in the month of June 2021, and still we are getting the data. So systems are sustainable, but your point is well taken that sustainability depends more on which kind of variety of crops you have. Right. So as of now, we have not done the testing that which variety of that mango is that. Okay. So we don't have any idea from that perspective because we are not agriculture experts. But yeah, we have collaborated with Agriculture University, and what they have done is like we have deployed this system recently in one of the crop in groundnut, and they have some certain species for that. So right now we started testing only on the groundnut crop. But from the sensor perspective, from the systems perspective, yeah, the models, the sensor system are sustainable. But to make it sustainable for the crop specific, you have to do the testing at different levels or for different crops or different species, even for the same crop.
Thank you, Dr. Vinay, and thank you, the audience, for the questions. I will pass on contact information of Dr. Vinay. He unfortunately couldn't join us here. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mithya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your engaging presentation on plant disease management using IoT-enabled sensors. I would now like to request Amit, sir, to come up on stage and present a token of love to Julian, sir. I would also like to call Elango sir to come and receive his token of love.
We'll break out for lunch here for the participants. It's arranged in the guest house. There's a bus waiting for us, and we'll be back here sharp. So 2 o'clock. And we'll try to keep time on that one. We have some bit of margin in there. Yeah. So yes, please. Let's break out for lunch now. And if you have a heavy bag or something that you want to leave here, just let us know and we'll make sure that that's fine. Yeah, yeah.
A very good afternoon, everyone. As we proceed with the workshop, up next we have Dr. Chitra Parayil. She's a professor with the Department of Agricultural Economics at Kerala University, Thrissur. She has 22 years of teaching experience, completed 3 research projects externally funded by ICSSR, CDS, and the Kerala State Planning Board. She is working on a project funded by the KAU State Plan for developing a supply chain of smallholder vegetable farmers in Kerala. She'll speak about challenges in irrigation faced by smallholder banana farmers of central Kerala.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Chitra. Actually, I'm not from Kerala University. I'm from Kerala Agricultural University. Small correction. And what brought me here is my interest in banana and irrigation in banana. And we have done 1 or 2 studies of recently on banana and irrigation in banana. What we found out is that the efficiency is very low in our area. And that's why we, I thought I would plan some action research which would be useful for the farmers of our area. That was what brought me here actually. So let's start with it. Banana is a major commercial fruit crop of Kerala, and it is and among the different banana, Nendran banana is the most important fruit crop, and it is usually grown in tropical humid lowlands and is grown from sea level to about 1,000 meters above sea level. It can also be grown at higher elevations, but after 1,200 meters above mean sea level, usually it is not, the growth is poor. Research shows that the growth is poor. Optimum temperature for is at around 27 degrees, and soils with fertility and assured supply of moisture is very important for growing Nendran banana in our area. We'll go with my presentation will go like this. I'll be talking about season planting, varieties and operations, irrigation issues and challenges in irrigation, and the possible solutions with the conclusion. Now coming to a background about Nendran banana, it is grown in almost 4.9 lakh hectares in our area with the production of 4.61 lakh tons. The yield is 94,000 tons per hectare. And it is planted in 2 seasons. 2 planting months are there. Usually it is, we call it April-May planting as Kumbham planting. We call it as a Malayalam month of Kumbha. There it is planted. It is a rain-fed crop when it is planted in April and May. And then if it is planted from August to September, it is irrigated. We call it as Onavada because Onam, the festival of harvest in Kerala, is a very important festival where the demand for Nendran banana actually is really high there during that time. So farmers usually plant they go for irrigated crop of Nendran banana so that they get more price for it. Then planting is adjusted to local conditions to avoid periods of heavy monsoon and severe summer, and also they adjust to avoid high temperature and drought at bunch emergence, which is 7 to 8 months after planting. So of late, climate change has been a big problem for our farmers, and they do adjust the planting time, but beyond a certain limit, they cannot do the adjustment. So it is a big problem. Now, these are the different clones of Nendran variety which we have in our area. They are Nedu Nendran, Chengali Kodan. Chengali Kodan is a GI variety of Nendran, which got its geographical indication, and it is actually an important crop because clone because it is offered as it is given as an offering to Sri Guruvairappan at Guruvair. So the crop is supposed to be, it gets a very beautiful uniform yellow color on maturity, on ripening. That's why that crop is very famous in our area. The other clones are Manjeri, Nendran, Zanzibar, Big Ebenga, etc. These are some of the growth and yield characters of Nendran, the different Nendran clones. We call it as a pseudo stem in banana because the stem is actually, it is made up of the leaves emerge from below the stem. It is not actually the actual stem, it is pseudo stem. So in terms of plant height, pseudo stem girth, number of leaves, crop duration, and the bunch weight, we have a few characters here. And Chengali Kodan is a very important variety in our area. And it has an average bunch weight of around 12.6 kgs. Now we, in our department, we had a small research on what are the, what is the, how do all the variables, all these variables affect the yield in Nendran banana. It was a small study taking only 120 Nendran farmers. And here we found out that the major significant factor which contributes to the yield in Nendran banana was the quantity of water applied. Then the next variable was human labor, which is very, very important. This is a recent study. And we also found out the technical efficiency of irrigation water in banana. In economics terms, we define three efficiencies. By technical efficiency, we mean the physical efficiency in terms of the amount, the quantity of inputs which we put for banana and the amount of output, the quantity which we get. That is the technical efficiency. The allocative efficiency we explain in terms of the prices of the inputs, and economic efficiency or cost efficiency is actually a multiplication of both. It is what is the maximum output which you can get using cost minimization, or that is what maximum yield which you can get either by using the right combination of the inputs or resources, and how best you can minimize the cost. That is what we do in we explain by the term economic efficiency. And we found out that in our area, 0.53 was the mean economic efficiency. That means that we have there is scope for 47. There is 47% scope for improvement in the economic efficiency in terms of you can improve if we improve the efficiency of irrigation water, there is scope of 47% still for the yield to improve in our area. And these are the common operations which are taken up. Usually we take up pits of 15 to 50 centimeters, and we 3 to 4 month old disease-free suckers are sown, are planted, and the spacing is 2 into 2 meters, and usually for 1 hectare there are 2,500 suckers planted. And fertilizer application we recommend as per Kerala Agriculture University's package of practices recommendations. We recommend 6 split doses at 1 month after planting, 2 months after planting, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and just after completing the bunch emergence. But the cost of application, the Kerala, our state, has the highest cost of human labor. So the cost of application is definitely very high. It is very high. So this is the major problem there. Coming to irrigation, in summer, we need once in 3 days irrigation, good drainage. We need to prevent water logging. For Nendran growth, usually deep water table conditions are actually cultivation is done under deep water table conditions in central zone in Kerala, which we have Palakkad, Thrissur, Ernakulam, and Malappuram districts. These are the 4 districts which come under central zone in Kerala. And if it is peak summer, we'll sometimes have to go for once in 2 days of irrigation. So irrigation is definitely one of the most limiting factor, we say, for the yield in the yield. So we need to find out one technology. I have actually came in search of a technology which we can actually some action research where we can help the farmers in some way from this lot of experts. And the challenges are we have fragmented land holdings. They are very, very small, very, very small in the sense 0.5 to 1 hectares. Some of the farmers have 500, some have less than 500, 250 plants, and then they grow. And another problem is they grow banana and land. So lease land cultivation is also one problem there. It is also cultivated as an intercrop in other crops like coconut or coconut or pepper sometimes, also on as monocrop. The on-farm income is very low for the farmers, and it is grown in areas where there is low water table. Clogging of drip pipes is very, very, very common problem. Even if the Department of Agriculture supplies drip or sprinkler pipes, farmers don't use it because there is no service available for regular use, because once it is clogged, they just keep it away and then they do away with it. No maintenance is affordable in those areas. Possible solutions, I'm not very sure, but some cost-effective irrigation technology is the need of the hour in that area. And maintenance facilities or services should be available in rural areas. And fertigation is one technology which is not seen, because fertigation along with ordinary irrigation, actually we have seen that both are statistically on par in our studies. So that is not seen, they are not seen practicing it. And high density planting, they say we have higher yield. Then with respect to climate change, changing that quantity and time of application of fertilizers is taken up as a coping strategy adopted next to the planting date adjustment, because if water is not available during that area, if some drought condition comes, then the farmers will automatically have to adjust the time of application of the fertilizers as well when planting and cultivating Nendran banana. So that is one, we have seen that that is one coping strategy taken up by the farmers of our area. And they try to plant with short duration varieties and adopting the time of adjustment of planting day to mitigate the climate change in Palakkad district. That's what we see. Now, to summarize, irrigation has a significant effect on the yield in Nendran banana. There is scope for improvement in economic efficiency. Drip or sprinkler systems are useful, but the problem is they are not being used continuously because no maintenance facilities are. There are farmers who are adopting it, but they say there are alternatives. There are very few farmers who are going for automated irrigation systems, but only when they ensure that service or maintenance is available. That's all. The others are not going for it. So an alternative is the need of the hour there. The conclusion is that we need an automated irrigation system urgently, which is cost effective in Nendran banana in central zone of Kerala. Thank you. Any queries? I actually want to take up some research in this area immediately. That's why I came with this. Any queries?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Ma'am, this side, Indranil Chakravarti from TechBerry.
Yes.
So we are into irrigation,
Yes.
designing of irrigation systems. I'd like to know that with the test you have conducted, what is the yield? Once you have applied the drip irrigation, what is the yield you are getting? Maybe with the earlier you have done with the basin you have mentioned, but then you applied drip, right? Sprinkler and drip both you have mentioned, but normally for banana drip is advisable.
No, both. Actually, the farmers in our area, they go for both. Whenever they have water available, sometimes they grow banana even in banks of river.
Okay.
So whenever water is available, they go for sprinkler. Farmers have both the systems.
Okay, and what is the yield benefit they are getting in drip?
Yield benefit is definitely there. It is if it is 12 kg, it is 13 to it. The yield is definitely increasing.
In terms of percentage, approximate?
Approximately at least 25% there is increase.
25%.
Yeah, at least.
So you mentioned about clogging, the
Yeah,
difficulties with clogging. I think that can be done with proper selection of filtration. So one thing is water quality. If the water quality is not up to the mark, then proper filtration is required. And the one more thing is happening that once the drip is not in operation, due to the suction of soil particle, the choking happens with the nozzles, drip nozzles. So now anti-suction nozzles are also available. So with that, yeah, that needs to be cross-verified. Yeah.
Cost, because as a very small holder farmers who cannot afford to go for.
But once 25% if yield is more and with fertigation, once you have a drip irrigation, then definitely fertigation.
Fertigation is very rare in banana, in Indian banana. It's not adopted.
Okay.
Fertigation is not actually, without fertigation also the yield is on par, we have found out. So there is no fertigation at all.
Required.
It is not required actually. And so that is
so definitely that is an area, definitely we can have a discussion how to get rid of that clogging of the drippers.
Yes, plus
right.
We have last 2 days at CTCRI there was a new IoT e-crop device which has been it has got a patent, I think, which can be used in banana also, they have said. So it was developed by a scientist, principal scientist at Central Tuber Crops Research Institute at Trivandrum. But I don't know how it will be when it comes to the field. They have experimented with e-crop in banana too. That's what I read 2 days back. They have got he has got Dr. Santosh Mishra. He has got a patent for that device.
Great.
That is to detect the soil and the temperature.
So only one thing is like the advantage is 25% you are getting. So they are getting in terms of money they are getting returned. So only thing we need to check
the time of harvest.
Yeah, so that is
price.
a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Nice presentation.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
There is multi-cropping taking place in between the plantations of coconut tree. So in that case, is drip irrigation very, very necessary for it? Because already there is water clogging in the coconut plantation. So that only in Kerala we see most of the farmers use this multi-cropping.
It is not always true. There are, when it comes to lease land cultivation, they go for monocrop. Maybe they can take 1 or 2 vegetables in between as an intercrop for banana. But in plantation, it is not. They're mostly their own plantations. When it comes to own land, farmers go for like they go for banana intercrop in arecanut or coconut gardens. Otherwise, when it is a lease land,
in that case, irrigation is not that much necessary because waterlogging will be there during summer also. So the banana plantation does not need a drip irrigation now, ma'am. So the farmers can use the same thing during summer. It's my question due to enthusiasm I'm asking, ma'am. I'm not an agriculturist. So
they do. Like now many are going for groundwater and basin irrigation. There's a lot of loss, that's right. There's no efficiency in water use. And so for that, summer is definitely a problem for the farmers. There should be water to irrigate once in 2 days. Maybe it can be brought down to once in 5 days if it is drip and sprinkler also is not very, very common. It's not common. But there are farmers using that, but not very common.
But in Tamil Nadu, they use a lot of drip irrigation.
Yes. But in our area, no, ma'am. It's not very common. In banana, I'm saying. It is common in other crops, not in banana.
Okay. Thank you.
As a monocrop.
Thank you. Good presentation.
I also have a question here.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the good presentation. I wanted to know that because you worked with farmers and you also want, from your presentation, you identified that that they're not adopting these practices, which of course might yield a higher return. It might give them higher. 25% is a good number if you look at it from a statistical point of view. But so what are the factors that stop them or that discourage them from taking up these activities?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And just a follow-up question. And now that one of your conclusion which says that we need to have a efficient irrigation practice, things that are already existing, they don't take up those
Yeah.
activities. And
yeah, what I feel is if the technology is farmer friendly, there is no point of agricultural extension required also. So agricultural officer, extension officer is not required sometimes also. I feel that technology is not farmer friendly. There must be something wrong with the new technology. There is no the number of technologies developed. There are technologies, but the farmers are still not adopting it, because I feel it might not be farmer friendly, that's all. Otherwise, there are technologies, but a good farmer friendly technology is what is needed here at this hour. Otherwise they could have definitely, because we are one of the most literate states.
Yeah,
they before the technology comes out, they are fully familiar with whatever technology comes, so they just grab a technology. That's how the difference between farmers of Tamil Nadu. I was born and brought up in Hyderabad, and I came to that is a relatively less literate farmers of Telangana state. Now, when I came to Kerala, that was a completely opposite situation. Farmers of Kerala are definitely much more.
Maybe they will adapt once the groundwater is, depleted.
No, yeah, it might not be to that extent like Tamil Nadu, but we are very sensitive more that they don't exploit the resources. Like, environment is definitely very, very important in our state. We don't over exploit. So we might not wait for that situation to come.
So, from your experience, just because what will make a technology farmer friendly? So, what if you have to give a recommendation?
Number one is cost. It should be cost effective. There should be some mechanism from like that. It should be simple to adopt, and like drip. They say they are ready to pay more if they get good maintenance and services. I talked to one farmer, one lady who got the best farmer award. She uses automated irrigation. She says she paid more for the drip and sprinkler, but she has very good service, follow-up service. That's why she adopted it. So that is some local small company who is offering. She doesn't go for the other company. So she says there is a regular follow-up where whenever she has a problem, they come and help her. So we want such technologies which come to the rescue of the farmers on time. Time is very important for the farmers.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That
Thank
is
you.
very important. We do not have such technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your interesting presentation, and I hope you find a cost-effective solution very soon. I would now like to request Vijay Chandrakala ma'am to present a moment of love. Up next, we have Mr. Shantanu Datta, who is a rural development practitioner with over 18 years' experience, especially in the tribal belt of Central Bharat. He is with CINI Cell since 2012 and a team lead for Odisha program. Mr. Shantanu has promoted high-tech commercial nurseries by smallholders in Odisha and other states. Mr. Shantanu works closely with collaborative projects linked to academic institutions in both India and abroad. He'll speak about technology gaps in highly marginalized vegetable farmer communities.
Thank you, everyone. I must thank Amrita and Amit for giving us the opportunity to present our experience in Central India. I'm Shantanu. I will be presenting our experience with working with smallholder farmers and also some of the emerging challenges that these small farmers face in Central India. share today's presentation, that would be limited to the working area that we work. That is not small farmers in general, because in India, small farmers vary a lot across states. So our organization, Collectives for Integrated Livelihood Initiative, it's an associated cell of Tata Trust, and we work in different themes, starting from education, livelihood, renewable energy, drinking water and sanitation. But our primary flagship program is on livelihood, and that is the flagship program name is called Lakpati Kisan. We work with around 150,000 smallholder farmers in different states of central India, right from Gujarat to Jharkhand and Odisha. So I'll touch upon a brief on the context of the area where we work. If you see in terms of the natural resources, the annual rainfall is pretty good there, about 1400 mm. Groundwater is not that deep, although the farmers do use surface and subsurface irrigation. Average temperature is also quite suitable for commercial vegetable farming. And most importantly, these states, they do import a lot of vegetables from the adjoining states. They don't produce enough vegetables on their own. And if you see, the primary livelihood for the smallholder farmers is still agriculture. Over 80% of households, they practice agriculture. Despite all these resource endowments, if you see, strikingly, less than 5% of households are practicing commercial vegetable farming. Some of other data points that I would like to share here. The overall household annual income is less than 40,000 based on the baseline survey that is conducted by us. And that is primarily because of low irrigation command and coverage. It is only about 14% of the overall total land which is under irrigation command. And community is mostly the tribal Santhal and Ho tribal communities we work with. And the technology adoption, when we started, it is below 1%. And the myth was the small farmers are generally technology, they avoid technology a lot. So with this context, as part of our flagship program, Lakpati Kisan, we designed this program with the goal of bringing irreversible change in the local agro ecosystem with active participation of all the value chain stakeholders. The word irreversible is pretty important here because we want to promote such interventions which should continue beyond the project period. And specific impact indicators that we finalized was to increase the small farmers' income from 40,000 to 1.2 lakh per annum from agriculture and agri-allied activities. And all the services related to agriculture and agri-allied value chain should be available to the smallholder farmers. And that too should be available through farmer producer apex institution, which is mostly we work with women smallholder farmers. And in order to achieve these outcomes with some of the project outputs that we defined and we worked in the past 5 years in that project area is to increase the irrigation access, bring irrigation efficiency through micro irrigation systems, promoting entrepreneurs and enterprises that would help to avail the services, and also connect village to market. That's one of the key gap areas in the area. So when we try to deep dive into why smallholders still continuing into subsistence farming and away from the agri value chain, we found out that most of the value chain players are absent in the area. It is more like chicken and egg kind of situation wherein the production is not there. That's why the market players are not present, and also the vice versa. And there are gap areas right from the input and output end to access to irrigation, and also the advanced farm knowledges. If you compare the 5 years down the line before the project started, the knowledge of the farmers in that area is far more way behind from the advanced Indian clusters. So when we try to understand what is the problem with the access to irrigation, is it only the irrigation source or the lifting mechanism? Also, the cost of irrigation is a big concern for small farmers, and also the ease of irrigation because labor plays an important role in the smallholders farming. So in CINI, we worked on these 3 important pillars. One is to create assets at the smallholders level, and that is not only the irrigation infrastructure like pond and wells, but also we worked on how small farmers adopt drip farming, because drip farming is largely adopted by large farmers in India. And also we promoted solar decentralized irrigation systems in order to bring the cost of irrigation down. It is not only the irrigation assets, but we also worked on the behavioral change of the small farmers. In towards this, we put concerted effort, and selection of farmer played a very critical role here. So we ensured that for each of the assets, the farmers participant family contribute at least 20 to 30% of the overall cost. And also they were given designed exposure so that they can build their aspiration towards commercial farming. And last but not the least, all the different other enablers we work in tandem, like market linkages, the learning from the expert farmers, and also access to quality input and output services. So these are some of the interventions that we could do as part of our project. First, on the farm mechanization services, those are made available through enterprises and also through farmer producer companies, which help them to prepare soil in a better way. And through drip irrigation, they can bring much more efficiency in terms of labor use and also water use. With drip irrigation, we can see a good amount of increase in terms of production. It is almost about 50% increase in the overall yield of the vegetable crops. And it is not only the increase in yield, but it helps the producers to continue vegetable production throughout the year, because in order to link with the market, you need presence throughout the year. It's not just one seasonal product that you get. We also promoted with the support from Kerala Agriculture University. We got exposure long back, and we promoted this high-tech commercial vegetable nursery under polyhouses through entrepreneurs. And they started providing the seedlings, soil-free, soilless vegetable seedlings to the catchment farmers in totally business model. And with this access to quality seedlings and input and market linkages, traders started coming up into the village and picking the produce. So that's make a lot of interest among the smallholder farmers in that catchment area. And if you see the current status, I will be sharing one specific example of one block, which is Harichandrapur in Odisha Keonjhar district. There is about 60 odd active growers under the Sakam Sindhu Farmer Producer Company, and which during the season they produce about 10 to 15 metric ton per week of perishable vegetables. And different linkages could be established in terms of retail inlet outlet are being established. There are 6 high-tech commercial vegetable nurseries, solar-based irrigation, trader linkage could be possible, and also the export farmer support in terms of advanced agriculture practices. And through this entire experience, we could understand that small farmers are quite easily they can adopt technology, be it drip irrigation or purchasing of soilless vegetable seedlings, adoption of solar. That's not the big deal for small farmers. So the myth that we initially had was broken as part of our project experience. But going forward, we are also these days we are encountering two specific problem statement, and my specific interest of coming to this workshop to attend with all the other expert support, if we can get some solution to this specific two problems. With increase in the number of farmers and increase in the area and the intensive cultivation, of late the productivity and production is going down, and that is also creating a lot of disinterest among the farmers. And as I mentioned in the initial goal statement of the project, we want to bring irreversible impact in the area. So with the productivity and production going down, this is primarily because of increase in the pest, and mostly the nematodes, black thrips, leaf curl virus, and downy and powdery mildew. Like the bitter gourd is one of the winner crops, and powdery and downy mildew, you all know it's a very major pest in bitter gourd. So with increase in the pest population, these days also the cost of pesticide is quite high. And although because of the suggestion of the expert farmers, they are going for prophylactic use of pesticides, and that is increasing the cost of production as well. And these days these pesticides all are not also giving result to the farmers. So this is a big concern from the small farmers perspective. Second important point is, no matter what, if the farmer producer company is having specific information or advisory which they want to pass to the 600 or even more catchment farmers, it is not very easy to communicate those specific information to all the shareholders or the catchment farmers. Be it the market information, in order to get the better price, the farmers should know what is the today's price of bitter gourd. But how the APC can communicate directly this information to the member farmers, and also the what produce is available at the farmers gate, that information should be available at the farmer producer company. And be it any other communication that the farmer producer company want to make with the member farmers. Now, there is no as such any efficient or effective method that can help the farmer producer company to be in touch with its members. So in this context, I mean, we have just thought about one specific probable possible way of engagement, which is involving climate smart agriculture. This is not the only solution. I would definitely request this entire group of experts, if we can together collaborate and get some solution to the two problems that I just mentioned. So CINI is working with World Vegetable Center and also another agri-corporates BASF. And we are working together with Sakam Sindur Farmer Producer Company, and which is linked to its member farmers. So if in order to reduce the cost of production by reducing the use of pesticides, if through some sensors, companies who are working with these sensors, if we can collaborate with them, and with them, we also need to work with agricultural scientists who can give the how to process the data that are captured through sensors. And if we can process those data, and that can give some sort of directives to the farmers, and through some digital platform, if you can make this connection between the farmer producer company and the member farmers, that would be brilliant to attend the specific problem that I just shared in my previous slide. But this is just the only one way of attending it, which we thought could be made possible. But there could be other ways which we should think about. But it is quite important that we attend the two specific pain points that I highlighted. Thanks a lot for all your presence here. Thank you.
Can I ask you, basically you were explaining about how to convert the system into a irreversible system, right? The root and the end you are talking about, how the yield has been reduced right now, right? So you are looking for something which could accelerate the yield.
Yes.
But I doubt probably that could be because of some of the environmental issues, due to over chemical utilization, right? So you said like, you just showed us, displayed us a model which looks exactly sustainable, exactly irreversible, but the root cause of the problem lies here in the soil environment. Soil, nutrients, microbes, because of the overuse of pesticides and other chemicals, probably that must have reduced. So that could be one of the reasons. So when we are talking about irreversible structures to build up for better agriculture, it should not stop only on the economic and social and aspect. We have to really look into the ecosystem aspect as well. So I think that if we can tweak that in a better way, probably that could be a better solution.
Yeah, surely. See, from the farmer's perspective, ecology definitely comes in their mind, but end of the day, what return do they get from the investment that they make on the crop? That makes a lot of sense. So we are aware of the fact that because of this intensive cultivation, the soil health is getting compromised. So if we get a chance to collaborate with any of the expert or expertise or institutions, so we'll be more than happy to work with, so that that kind of sustainable thing we can promote in the project area. Thanks a lot. Yeah, please.
Yeah, in this presentation as well as other presentation before, we see like we have two streams of information. In fact, we have the expert information going to the farmer, and then we have the farmer who can actually feed a lot of this data, data methods, which requires a lot of data. So one word that actually triggered my attention is that they were speaking about expert farmers. So you have farmer, expert farmer, but what amazes me is that we haven't been speaking about the local government advisory bodies. What is it, KVK or something like that? Don't they play a role in such a chain of information both ways?
I can speak about my area where I work. I mean, their KVK is not that. I mean, they are not providing that. I mean, popular. Support to the farmers. Only the progressive farmers, those are linked to KVK or the block department. They are mostly, getting all the services. But I mean, normally extension services are there. But
yeah, but don't you think it would be like a point of improvement for all these
yeah,
issues?
definitely. I mean, they are in touch of this institution and the block
Yeah.
extension mechanisms.
Yeah.
But we also believe there are local expertise also available. It's not only the KVK, but how the expert farmers who are doing excellently well in that local context, how even their information can go to the first generation farmers. Both the ways should happen.
Yeah. I think it's a chain of persons actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Small clarification, in fact, about your first problem. The problem number one which you mentioned, otherwise the other professor has discussed. Whether you are following a repeated cultivation of a same plant or a cyclic cultivation of the
no matter what, if you, I mean, crop rotation you're talking
crop
about.
rotation.
Yeah, crop rotation is being practiced by the farmers, but even though smallholders, they have a big constraint is they use the same patch of land over the years. Although the crop is being changed, but the land is being the same. So in the same land, you are growing different crops. We try to promote, also bring in leguminous crop in between.
Yes.
But that doesn't, solve all the problems.
Okay.
Even though you practice crop rotation, the crop
Neutralization plant,
Sorry?
cropping neutralization plant in between the crops.
Not that very scientific way, but in general, they do follow crop rotation to some extent.
Basic thumb rule is crop rotation.
Yes.
Otherwise, the second method is the neutralization process, where you cultivate a list of set of plants for a small duration, 10 days, 20 days, and then you recycle it. It will make the neutralization of the what do you call it? Soil degradation.
Green manuring crop.
Yes, that could be.
That could definitely be one intervention.
Have you tried out this pattern?
No, we haven't tried because most of these lands are upland. The green manuring thing is done in the paddy, the lowland area, not in this process.
Okay.
But this could be definitely be one of the possible intervention in order to reduce, increase, maintain at least the yield.
The green fertilization process is the process proven not only in the slurry land but also in the high upland lands.
Yes.
That you can attempt at least from as an initiative.
Sorry to interfere. He is correct because green manure require soil moisture for decomposition.
Yes.
You need to allow the soil for some time, so it requires adequate moisture. So with the help of that moisture, the farmer can go for another crop.
Correct.
So he do not have much time to
after paddy
practice all these. Yes.
Yeah, please.
Talking about the bitter gourd, and you should polyhouse. Bitter gourd should definitely be cultivated in open, no?
No, the
Not in
crop is
polyhouse.
cultivated in open field, but they grow seedlings in the
In
polyhouse.
polyhouse.
Yes.
So the problem is when it is grown in polyhouse,
yeah.
because the
Not-
moisture is high inside the polyhouse, maybe.
No, problem not in the polyhouse. After the transplant it in the main field, that time the different disease and pest infestation.
In
is
bitter
high.
gourd, it is more.
Not only in bitter gourd, in other crops as well.
Also.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative presentation. I would now like to request Dr. Balamurugan, sir, to present a token of love. Up next, we have an online presentation by Dr. Maisam Soor, who has a PhD in computer science from Institut Polytechnique de Paris. She excels in program management and stakeholder engagement, having secured over 1 million euros in EU funding for research, including Eureka projects. Currently, as program manager at Demand Side Instruments, she drives innovation, contributing significantly to the team's success. She'll speak about sensing, logics, implementation, and use case for a precision irrigation system.
Hello, you can hear me?
Ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, and I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your presentation.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction and having me today. I will be presenting Aliatura, a precise aggregate. Sorry, there's a delay in the
Dr. Mesam, you're able to hear us and you're able to make a presentation? Dr. Mason?
I am able to hear you now. I think there's a kind of a delay.
Okay, okay. So it's over to you. It's your time. You can get rolling whenever you're ready. Your screen is visible.
Okay, so I'll proceed. Sorry for that. I guess there's a problem in the connection. There's a delay. And I'm hearing my voice back. So I'll proceed. So thank you for the introduction and having me today.
Or we can help you with running your presentation from here if you prefer.
The problem basically is I'm hearing my voice back with a delay, so it's making it difficult for me to present.
Okay. Any chance you might be logged in from two sources, the YouTube as well as the Zoom link?
Okay, let me double check.
If you have your speakers on, you could mute them, please.
No, I don't. I hope it's better now. Okay. So sorry for this delay. So thank you again for having me and for the introduction. I will be proceeding by presenting Aliaterra, our precise agriculture irrigation system. In this presentation, I'll go over sensing, logics, implementation, and an overview of the use cases in which we implemented Aliaterra. So more specifically, we will start by having a general overview about water scarcity problem, and then we will see how agriculture is contributing to this problem over time, and the need for the innovation to address this issue nowadays. We will then define what is a precision irrigation in general, along with its monitoring and controlling subsystems. And we will see how Aliaterra, along with its agriculture and use cases, can be defined as a precision irrigation solution. And we will conclude by seeing what additional feature we are working on to enhance our solution. So, despite living on a planet where water covers more than 70% of its surface, reserving this natural resource is still an important constraint, as only around 2.5% of water is fresh water. Agriculture accounts for a significant portion of this water usage, making efficient irrigation crucial. So, with increasing population and climate change, water scarcity is a growing concern, and it's making it urgent to be tackled to tackle the problem of the water stress. The traditional irrigation technique, which date back to the ancient civilization, rely entirely on the farmer's understanding of when and how much water the crop needs, resulting in more labor work and an increase in water waste. So, agriculture, and more specifically, the traditional methods that depend on human labor and decisions to irrigate the crop, are well known fields that waste water through inefficient water usage, for example, the over irrigation. Over time, irrigation have undergone several enhancements, changes, optimization, and refinements. Several modern irrigation methods have developed in recent years that distinguished their ability to save water, energy, time, and effort. And modern irrigation techniques we can talk about as we are talking today, like drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation. Have been established. While this is encouraging, there's still ample room for improvements, and this is where we will talk about technology and innovation. So nowadays, we can talk about agriculture and irrigation in the fourth industrial revolution. As these revolution technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things have emerged and deployed in agriculture systems, we start to hear several terms like precision agriculture, agri-tech, smart irrigation system, and precision irrigation. So, specifically, precision irrigation can be seen as the accurate and the precise application of water to meet the specific requirements of individual plants and minimize the impact on the environment. So, precision irrigation, which is part of this precision agriculture, have three main objectives. It is, as we said, to optimize water usage, to improve the crop yield, to meet the specific needs of the plant, and to minimize the negative impact on the environment. If you want to talk about the precision irrigation system and its subsystems, we have two main subsystems, which are the monitoring and the control. So these two subsystems work together to achieve the objectives that we just mentioned. So in the next few slides, we will talk more deeply on each of these systems. So starting with the monitoring subsystem, we collect in this subsystem, the objective is to collect data on various parameters like the soil moisture, the weather condition, the crop health. So sensors are placed in the field to gather this real-time information and provide valuable insights into the irrigation need of the crops. So monitoring helps us in understanding the current states of the field and identifying areas that require attention. We would like to insist on the real-time access, as this will help us in the next subsystem, which is the control subsystem. So by definition, control subsystem deal with taking the decision and adjusting, making the adjustments of the irrigation time and amount. Several technologies have been developed, tested, and evaluated in this control subsystem, and several resources classify them as basically two categories: the open loop and the closed loop. In open loop, the farmer sets an irrigation schedule or manually decides to irrigate for a certain duration or certain volume of water, or simply by manually opening and closing the valve. In the other category, which is the closed loop system, it basically utilizes the collected data by the monitoring system to make the informed decision regarding irrigation. So it regulates the flow of water to the crops based on the presented parameter and the analysis of this collected data. So the decision to irrigate or not is now based on sensors and on a defined strategy. It is in this strategy that the monitoring and the control subsystem are interconnected, and they are working to optimize the irrigation process. To reiterate, the data is collected by the monitoring system and it informs the decision-making process of the control system. So this integration ensures that the water is distributed efficiently and minimizing the waste of water and maximizing the crop yield. So these objectives, which are basically the objective of the precision irrigation, we presented Aliaterra to minimize the waste of water and help agriculture monitor and control the crop of to monitor the growth of the crop, mainly through the irrigation control. So our solution, Aliaterra, offers a complete irrigation control process from monitoring to automation and to remote control. The aim of Aliaterra, as I said, is to reduce the labor intensity, enhance the crop yield, and conserve water. So if you want to summarize, Aliaterra integrates the components and objective of precision irrigation into a digital solution for agriculture. In the next slides, we will see the architecture layers of Aliaterra. So this digital solution consists of basically four layers. We will go in detail in each layer. We have first the sensors and the actuators. We call this the objects. We have network relay points. We call that the bridge. We have the cloud system and the application, which is mobile and web. So starting with the objects layer. So it includes several sensors like agri-weather sensors and the actuators. We have also the dendrometer and plenty of sensors in this layer. These sensors make it possible to take into account the conditions of the environment and the reaction of the plant to the water in order to adjust later the water dose. So the object layer help in taking informed decisions. As I said, the second layer is the network layer. It consists of an autonomous and solar-powered 3G network relay point. We call that the bridge. It allows the bidirectional exchange of information between the application and the objects located on the field. It is an access point running autonomously it runs the irrigation schedule in the field, so it make it compatible in fields with no connectivity. And at this layer, we can talk about edge computing, about local data backup, and of course, controlling the actuators and reading the sensors. On the third layer, it comes the cloud platform. It's developed and used to secure, analyze, and deliver useful and clear information between the application and the network. So it's the second layer of analyzing the data after analyzing them on the edge platform. And talking here about the application, this is the fourth layer where it is a user-friendly application in which the farmer can monitor different aspects of the land and set the system to function in autonomous mode. And of course, the user can receive several notifications using the application. So by offering this complete solution to the entire irrigation process from monitoring to automation to remote control, Aliaterra is creating the new era that gives farmers the tools to produce better using fewer resources. We can safely say that our solution, products, services, and algorithms make precision farming a reality. Let's highlight in this slide the features of Aliaterra and summarize them. So as mentioned, it offers real-time monitoring. So Aliaterra provides up-to-date information on soil moisture, weather condition, and crop health. It includes both in sensors and remote-controlled actuators. We have the automated irrigation, so it adjusts the irrigation schedules based on data analysis and some preset parameters. We can optimize the water supply 24/7 because, as we said, it's remotely controlled. So farmers can manage the irrigation system from anywhere using any smartphone or a computer. It's connected to autonomous decision-making tool, and it can be transported to all geographical areas despite the low or the lack of connectivity. Moreover, it runs partially on solar energy, so some sensors like the weather station and the bridge, which is the main layer in our architecture, they run on solar energy. These features makes Aliaterra competitive. So more specifically on the level of alerts and the and automations, so and on the low connectivity areas. So while other solutions are less flexible in terms of alert management and automation, Aliaterra provide a wide range of alerts, and it's really open to any kind of alerts that the farmer would like to configure in this application. And as we mentioned that Aliaterra resides in its ability to integrate into environments with the low connectivity, as most of decisions can be done locally on the field and the data storage too. And its ability to be controlled remotely. Having all these layers and advantage in one solution make it a competitive solution compared to other. To summarize the benefits of Aliaterra and how they go along with the precision irrigation goals, so Aleatora help in conserving water, increased crop yield, and in saving labor and work. So that happens by optimizing water usage. Aleatora helps to conserve the water resources we have. It ensures that crops receive the right amount of time, leading to improved yield. And the automation reduced the manual labor, allowing farmers to focus on other tasks. Aleatora has been deployed in several successful agriculture settings. And many use cases demonstrate the significant water saving, the improved crop yield, and the reduced water cost that we talked about. So farmers across different regions have benefited and from the adoption of Aleatora solution. I will take this opportunity to invite you tomorrow to the presentation that will be delivered on by our CEO, Frédéric Vellin. His topic will cover how edge computing systems and sensors optimize irrigation for mango tree. So there will be more details on different sensors to use in a use case where we use the dendrometers, the weather station, and the valves, and how the analysis was carried on. So he will be presented among you. So it will be good to exchange deeply on this use cases of Aleatora. So irrigation must be reasoned to ensure the right amount of water is delivered to the crop at the right time with limited or no waste. So this is the objective we would like to achieve. Moreover, it will be desirable to be able to control and adapt the irrigation to the cycle of the tree. So we believe that future agriculture relies on innovative solutions like Aleatora. And we also believe that continuous research and development will further enhance its capabilities and to expand its reach. So one of the scenarios, for instance, that we would like to cover is that we can automate we set the irrigation to be autonomous, and then after 2 hours, for instance, it started to rain. In this, to avoid such a scenario, our decision-making tool will be updated. So our station is planned to be upgraded to predict the weather itself, contrary to other solutions that use the cloud. So by that, we keep Aleatora advantage of being a local solution, and it's adapted to no connectivity. So one of the future ways we want to enhance Aleatora is to predict the weather locally and include the weather prediction data in the irrigation decision-making process. So we believe that Aleatora has the potential to be a to enhance the agriculture and address the problem of water scarcity on a global scale. So in a summary about the future enhancements, it will include artificial intelligence and machine learning to predict the weather condition and to enhance this autonomous system. So our ideal goal will be to take an optimal decision to irrigate or not, depending on the current census reading and the future weather prediction. So by that, I have covered. I introduced Aleatora, and we saw together how it is an autonomous end-to-end monitoring and control system, and how it can be a shift in the precision agriculture irrigation system. So it irrigates precisely when and where needed with the right amount of water. And by using this technology, it offers a sustainable solution to water scarcity and the inefficiency in agriculture. And we believe that together we can build a future where smart systems like Aleatora play a crucial role in preserving natural resources and ensuring food security for generations to come. So I want to thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to take your questions or discuss any topics that I mentioned.
Do we have any questions for Mason? Please.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to know how you characterize the different crop types in your system. If you have different crops, you have different needs for the water, and have you database?
We specify the amount of water needed. So depending on for instance, the mango, we depend on reading the sensors. So we know in which phase we are, we know how much water it needs by volume, and accordingly the schedule change, the autonomous schedule. So it's basically using the dendrometer to know in which state it is it going to dry, in which point it is the irrigation, and we adjust the irrigation accordingly. So we depend on our sensors to read, analyze, and of course some already known agricultural input about the state of the plant to have the output.
Maybe just another question about the price of such services for a farm. Can you give us idea?
Yeah, so basically our solution targets mid-sized farms. So we have prices for each sensor, for the bridge and the cloud computing, the cloud layer, I mean. And according to the studies we made in farmers for mango, we found that the solution they have a return on investment in less than a year. So the solution with its advantage, it can be covered in less than a year. There will be a detailed description about that and the use case of Mango tomorrow in our presentation.
Thank you. Any other question for Mason, please? Okay, those who might have additional questions, as Dr. Mason mentioned, her company CEO will be here tomorrow, and we could engage personally with him on those questions. Thank you very much. Let's give her a hand again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Water agriculture. First of all, this is an exchange with the collaborators. Okay, so I want all of you to stay awake during the next 20 minutes. I know it is around 1.5 hours after the lunch, and it is a very difficult time to keep people awake. Just before going into the nano aeration part, since we are here to develop proposals together, it is very interesting and very important to know our organization and our background so that we can talk with each other and develop different proposals. Many of you are not familiar with ICRISAT, so I will first mention what is ICRISAT. ICRISAT is an international research organization engaged in dryland agriculture. In India, we were established as an agreement with the government of India in 1972, and we are recognized as a United Nations organization operating over 50 years. We have several country offices in India as well as in Sub-Saharan Africa, where we are basically trying to help the low marginal farmers in the dryland agriculture. So around 2/3 of the population today globally is suffering from water scarcity. We are all here talking about irrigation because many farmers we see today are having water scarcity issue. So this is the issue. somebody told the core issue should be addressed so that the solution should be irreversible, right? That is a very good point you made. About 500 million people are suffering, and you can see the spread. It is spread across the world. So I'll give you the coming decade. What is happening? This is the scenario coming. By 2050, we'll have a population of 9 billion. Okay. For this 9 billion population, we need 60% more food because of the changing food habit. And for this 60% more food, we need 19% more water. How much water agriculture today consumes? It consumes around 70% of the water. So if we need 19% more water, you can understand the stress of the existing systems. And this is the per capita water availability in India. You can see the present figure. This is as per 2023 data. India has officially become a water scarce country with an average water availability of less than 1700 meter cube per annum per capita. Also the land. Somebody mentioned about agricultural land. Do you know how much agricultural land is there in India today? It was 144 million hectare when we got independence. Now it is around 139 million hectare, and it is not increasing. What is increasing is our population. So the per capita water availability as well as land availability is decreasing. So you can see the situation. Next, please. Okay, now it's over. Sorry for the technical glitches. I don't know what happened there. It happens sometimes. So we have 17% of global population today and 4% water. Okay. So we are having big challenges. Why I'm telling these figures? Because these are big challenges. When we started our career, we thought water scarcity will come someday in our life, but it has already come. And we are suffering. We are seeing what is happening in Bangalore. Agriculture is the main source of income. Around 65% of Indians live based on the agriculture, but they contribute. That is another thing. You can see this is a Niti Aayog data about water treatment that we are doing. Mostly Eastern India, the water treatment is not that efficient compared to others. I will give you a global scenario. How about the globe? All countries, how they treat wastewater. High income countries, they treat about 70% of the wastewater they generate. But the situation is not so in the lower income countries and medium income countries. This is the total water as a humankind today we withdraw, 4,000 kilometer cube, and 70% of it is used for agriculture. Globally, around 36 million hectare is irrigated with wastewater. So all farmers even today don't have access to clean water. Many people here are talking about future technologies. When you design the technology, you assume the farmers are having access to clean water. But this is the size. 36 million hectare is close to the size of Germany. So that big area is without any freshwater irrigation. What are the main countries? Top 5 countries in this is China, India, Pakistan, Mexico, and Iran. That's why we are here today discussing this topic.
totally around 885 million. This is a WHO report. These many people are affected. If you irrigate a crop with wastewater, consumer, farmer, vendor, everybody gets exposed to the health risk. How is the treatment scenario? How we are treating wastewater? We hear a lot in newspaper, in WhatsApp. What is the wastewater treatment scenario in India? See, we generate around 72,000 MLD wastewater. Okay, it is 2023 data, and we can treat only 28%. We can see 28% is fail, right, in exam. So if we treat only 28%, approximately we can say we don't treat our wastewater. Okay, rather than taking this other route. And the treatment scores they have released. This is a 2023 data released by Niti Aayog. They have ranked states in terms of their wastewater treatment efficiency. You can see eastern states, the efficiency is low. And this is our rural population, 90 crore. 90 crore people live in rural India. And they don't have access to any wastewater treatment. Have you seen any wastewater treatment plant in a village in India? It is not there. So in urban, we treat only 28%. And in rural, we just forget about it, that they don't need wastewater treatment. And this is the distribution as per the state. The blue bar here indicates the volume of wastewater. So bigger states like Uttar Pradesh, they exit more water. But the per capita picture is different. Some of the smaller states, the per capita wastewater generation is more. And this is the spread of technologies. Why I'm showing this? Because I'm talking about nanotechnology or some new technology. So ideally, you need to know the status of other technologies or whatever is existing. These technologies you will come across, all across. The ASP, if you have little land. If you don't have land, you can go for SBR. This together is the 28% we saw earlier. These technologies cannot go to villages. Why? Because these technologies are energy intensive. In India now, thanks to many developments, villages have seen electricity, but it is not very high voltage, 3 phases. Many equipments cannot be run in rural India. Chemical intensive, skill intensive. If you make a very sophisticated wastewater treatment plants in a remote area, you may not get engineers to operate it. And inadequate design treatment capacity. These are the reason why after 75 years of independence, we don't have any wastewater treatment unit in villages. Wastewater reuse in agriculture, there is a lot of focus as per FAO. But one thing is there. Wastewater reuse in agriculture is there in countries like Israel, in Australia, in places like California. But here, Indian scenario, it is different. The treated wastewater in Israel gets auctioned, okay? But in India, you need to treat the wastewater, but the farmer is not going to pay for it, okay? So it should be free or very close to being a free. This cycle, I just want to know, this is the cycle we are experiencing, okay? We all say climate change, and climate change is making conventional agriculture unviable. So we see a lot of migration from rural to urban, okay? This migration of the population, where they stay, they don't stay in posh areas. They settle in peri-urban areas, okay? And this peri-urban area, what they get? They get the surplus urban sewage. If you go to any big city of India, the peri-urban area, you will see this peri-urban settlement people using this surplus sewage for vegetable cultivation. One report published in 2014, most of the vegetables you eat in major Indian cities are grown on wastewater. Okay. And if you use wastewater, direct use wastewater in agriculture, it poses a health risk as well as soil degradation, because wastewater contains a lot of particles. It clogs the soil. And this cycle continues. This picture here is a farmer growing corianders using village rainwater, and they sell it to the next city market. Okay, that is how close. If they are using salad crop, cucumber, onion, tomato, which you eat or consume without much cooking, the health risk you can imagine. The sustainable development goal I saw, it is written in the entrance. This is the goal we are talking, 6.3. We are targeting by 2030, we need to improve the water quality by reducing pollution, eliminating dumping, and minimizing release of hazardous chemicals. This is our goal. And globally, what we have seen, if you have invest $1 for wastewater treatment, the return is $5.5. So the economics is there. It makes sense to invest in wastewater treatment. Globally, this much area, 368 million hectare of area today is actually irrigated. And globally, this is the total wastewater generated by municipalities, 317 kilometer cube. If you can convert this municipal wastewater safely for agriculture, it can irrigate 40 million hectare area. So going forward, we are saying that we need more water. We need to produce more food. So we need to do the recycling of wastewater. There is no other way. We had a project with European Union. It's a 9 million euro project where we had several European and several Indian partners, because government was looking for a technology which can be applied in rural India without chemical, without electricity. These are our 20 European partners, and these were our Indian partners. So together we were trying to develop a technology. This is the technology we designed. It is a phytoremediation technology which passes the rural wastewater through a gravel and sand bed, and this side we get a treated wastewater. The rural wastewater is a very dilute wastewater. It does not contain heavy metal. It is not a very strong COD or biological load wastewater. It can be easily brought back to agriculture safely. We have done extensive work on this with different plant species. How much is the uptake? What is the hydrology? What should be the size of each medium layer? These layers are different aggregates and sand. And I will just explain. These plants, they take up the nutrient from this sand. They are not growing on soil. So they will take up NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium from the wastewater. But plants don't take carbon. Okay. So the carbon gets degraded in the root zone by the microorganisms. Over a period of time, you will see the plant uptake is only 15% of the wastewater treatment. 85% treatment is done by this biofilm that is there in the root zone. We have this facility at ICRIS Hyderabad campus where we tried different plant species, and we have a treated water pond. Here we are treating 36 meter cube water per day. This is the treated water pond, and we are using it for agriculture, because before doing this kind of work in farmers field, you need to have in-house data, because in India, last thing you want to do in experimenting on farmers field. Our farmers are very fragile. They can, take extreme decisions if they face financial risk. This is the total facility. I'll just go through this, how we implement a wastewater treatment plant in a village. We typically involve rural community to make them involved in the project. Okay. Otherwise, if I go from Hyderabad and implement something, it will be my technology. It is very important to engage the local community, explain why it is important, and we can implement. So basically, this was the situation when we started the project. At the end of the rural drain, we will have this kind of a sump, and we converting it to a flower bed. This water they are using for certain crops which are safe for that purpose. We don't advise them to grow salad crops. Okay. Several units we have introduced as Uttar Pradesh, in Telangana, in other geographies. One unit we have introduced in Pondicherry with MSSRF as a partner. Across India, we have implemented several units, and we were asked to present to the PMO office one pager of our work, because they were looking for one technology which can work from Kanyakumari to Arunachal Pradesh without any customer care. This technology the villagers can implement by themselves without requiring any chemical or engineering support. These are various dissemination exercise we do about our work from the visitors as well as in different forum. These are some of the visitors to our site. Here it is a CEO of a company called Budweiser beer manufacturer. They produce a lot of wastewater, and they are looking for ways to reduce their water footprint for sugarcane.
This was a previous agriculture minister of Karnataka, Krishna Bairegowda. He was very interested in recycling of water for the Bangalore city, the problem that we are facing today. And we presented our work to the central ministry. Now coming to nano water, I'll just give you this because nano water agriculture, I don't think most of you have not heard. This is first time. So just these 2 slides, I will explain what is nano water. Nano bubble is an extremely fine bubble. The size is 200 nanometer or small. This behaves differently than any other water air bubble. Normal air bubble will come up to the surface in few minutes, but nano bubble stays in the water like short particle, not for few hours. They can stay in water for months, weeks. So that makes a difference. You have a very oxygen rich water. The dissolved oxygen level in a water generally is varying between 5 to 8. But this water DO level will be 30, 35. It is very oxygen rich water. And this is the nozzle through which they pass a water and air mixture to produce the nano air. In India, and thus if you make one air bubble into very small size, the surface area increases. So the aeration efficiency increases multifold. That is why this technology is important. How it is affecting the agriculture? First of all, it breaks down the fertilizer molecules, makes it more available. It increases microbial activity. It stimulates plant growth. Together, we see that a 15% yield increase already reported for paddy, soil microbial activity increase, and if it is a paddy fish dual system like Philippines, then we can see a optimal increase without any addition of chemical or electricity, because this is solar power system. This is a study recently coming from China Academy of Science. You can see the root length is increasing when you are irrigating with a high oxygen water, and they have identified the genes which are responsible for this. This is for paddy. And for soil, we are seeing it can reduce the GHG emission from the paddy fields. Methane emission is a concern, increase chemical fertilizer utilization efficiency, and soil pH. We have published few papers, and if you want to follow our group, you can see the website. Whatever I presented here is a work of a team. As you can see, this is a multidisciplinary team, so I am only part of it. Thank you.
Can I ask you? Yes. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I have a question. So after the biological treatment, could you find any microbes, biological organisms? I mean, are you monitoring that?
Yes, very good question. Actually, we are seeing a 90% decrease in coliform. We measure the water quality in terms of coliform, that is an indicator organism. But yes, it is not 100%. No biological system can give you a zero coliform water that is required by certain countries. But zero coliform is not required for irrigation.
Okay.
Zero coliform is required in operation theater when the human body is open. If you talk with a doctor, he will say this.
But so you want to tell that this is not going to create any contamination, biological contamination to food items we are growing?
Yes, there is. If you are using the treated wastewater for any crop which undergoes cooking before consumption, then it is absolutely safe. But certain crops like potato, for example, potato is a very best choice because you cannot eat potato raw. Okay, because in India, initially when we started the career, food choices vary. Some people eat something raw and some people eat something cooked. But potato is one crop we saw that you keep in the household, not in the refrigerator, and it is always eaten after cooking. That's why that is one of the crop we recommend. Another one is red chili, because red chili undergoes sun drying. That's why the pathogen load significantly comes down. There are other cereal crops which you can grow with treated wastewater. Definitely not salad crops.
One more question. So as you said, like the the water, contaminant water in the peri-urban and rural area is, right now you're just selecting for treatment, right? So, but you need area for the treatment plant, right? So would that be a concern?
Very good question, sir. See, this constructed wetland, the technology was for rural area where the land was not a constraint. But if you come to the peri-urban area, land is a concern. That what triggered me for aeration. That can I club my constructed wetland with aeration, but at a nominal cost. That is one of my another area of wastewater irrigation. That that is another area. It is very much possible provided you club phytoremediation with aeration. That is a hybrid technology suitable for peri-urban.
Okay.
But I must flag here, peri-urban water contains heavy metals. That's why their use in agriculture is restricted. Compared to that rural water, it is much safer.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your presentation.
Let me just do a bit of marketing for our speaker here. So he's actually looking for collaborators in nanobubbles, a machine that can generate nanobubbles on at a demonstrator scale, right? So very resourceful person. He's got a lot of projects going on. And if you would like to collaborate, please reach out to him. I think the presentation was just a start to get a glimpse on the range of activities that he's engaged in.
Sir, is it cost effective, nanobubbles? Okay. And one more thing we like to ask is, you told about the villages used to give this sewage water. You can grow corianders in that. Corianders, even in our salads and everything, we usually just wash it and put. In that case, is there no health risk in that?
Yeah, coriander, if they grow in wastewater or treated wastewater, you consume it directly, there is a direct health risk. Not only coriander, any green leafy vegetable. I asked the farmer that why you are growing it. You know it is unhealthy. They say we don't consume it. We sell it. Okay.
That's what I'm asking, sir. Will it be helpful with this nanobubbles?
Nanobubble
overcome this type of health issues.
The target of nanobubble technology is to increase the paddy cultivation, paddy production, maize production, not for coriander leaves. It is for mass scale deployment. One question was regarding the costing. The costing for nanobubble is really low. It is really economically viable. Only thing is that there is no work so far in India. The work published are all from China. There is one work published from Israel. We are trying to do the first project in India in ICRISAT. We got one project, but we are looking for collaborators because it is a very emerging area of work.
Thank you, sir. It was a good.
Hello, sir.
Like,
One my question.
Okay, keep it short, please. We're running a bit short of time, but please go ahead.
Sir, which kind of quality will be changed due to wastewater irrigation to cropland? And crop yield will be changed due to wastewater irrigation. If we are having two croplands, we irrigating one cropland wastewater, one we are irrigating fresh water. So crop yield will be changed. But in quality aspect, what qualitative changes in fruits, like fruits or crops, anything?
I will try to answer it shortly. What we are doing in ICRISAT, we are comparing untreated wastewater, treated wastewater, and bore water. We are comparing these three. What we are seeing, if you do untreated wastewater, it has a lot of nitrogen, and the plant does not require that much nitrogen always. It leads to a lot of weed formation. That is number one. Second is it has a lot of particles. It clogs the soil. Another one is the acidity built up in the soil. If you treat the water, the pathogen load comes down significantly. The plants grow out of that nitrogen. If you bring that plant back through composting to the soil, you can make it a slow release nitrogen. Bore water, unfortunately, the fertigation potential is not there. If you irrigate with wastewater, there is NPK. NPK is not a waste if you are irrigating.
Yes.
Only it is you are putting it in a lake, eutrophication may come. So water for crop aim was to use the NPK that is there already in the rural wastewater.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's give our speaker a big hand.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll just step out for a very short break, about 6 to 7 minutes or so. So we have tea outside and perhaps some biscuits, but let's step out and step in back. So it's going to be very short. Actually, we're running 10 minutes late. Okay, thank you.
இயற்கை வேளாண்மையை அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கும் எடுத்து செல்லும் வகையில் கோவை மாவட்டம் சிறுமுகை அருகே உள்ள சம்பரவள்ளி கிராமத்தில்
Up next, we have Mr. Vishwanathan, who is a farmer in Coimbatore district, Tamil Nadu. He has over 40 years of experience and uses drip irrigation and agricultural machinery to manage acute labor shortage. He uses traditional methods to make organic produce, uses intercropping and crop rotation to manage disease load. He regularly shares his experience over All India Radio, TV, and print media. He will speak about challenges in adopting irrigation technologies for farmers.
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். எனது பெயர் விஸ்வநாதன். எனக்கு தமிழ் மட்டும்தான் பேச வரும். இருந்தாலும் இங்கே சார் இருக்கிறனால அவர் மொழிபெயர்த்து கொடுப்பார் என்பது என்னுடைய வேண்டுகோள். உழவே துணை திருக்குறள். உழுதுண்டு வாழ்வாரே வாழ்வார், மற்றவரெல்லாம் தொழுதுண்டு பின் செல்வர். இது 2000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பே நம்ம திருவள்ளுவர் எழுதின திருக்குறள். இது உலக நாடுகள் அனைத்துக்குமே இது பொருந்தக்கூடிய ஒரு நிகழ்வு. இதனுடைய விளக்கம், பிறருக்கெல்லாம் உழுது தாமும் உண்டு வாழ்வாரே வாழ்வார், மற்றோரெல்லாம் அவரோட உணவுண்டு பின் செல்வர் என்பது இதனுடைய விளக்கம். எனது இந்த மேடைக்கு அறிமுகப்படுத்திய திரு டாக்டர் ஆனந்தராஜ் அவர்களுக்கும் திரு ஜூலியன் அவர்களுக்கும் எனது மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நான் கடந்த ஒரு 40 ஆண்டுகளாக விவசாயம் செய்து வருகிறேன். இப்போது தற்போதைய காலகட்டத்திற்கு ஏற்ப தொழிலெல்லாம் மாற்றிக்கொண்டு இருக்கிறேன். இப்போது வருங்காலத்தில் எல்லாம் விஞ்ஞான முறைப்படி என்னென்ன முறைப்படி செய்ய முடியுமோ அதையெல்லாம் நான் என்னுடைய பண்ணையில் செய்து வருகிறேன். நான் அங்க வேளாண்மை சிறப்பாக செய்து வருகிறேன்.
எடுத்து செல்லும் வகையில் கோவை மாவட்டம் சிறுமுகை அருகே உள்ள சம்பரவள்ளி கிராமத்தில் பள்ளி மாணவர்களுக்கு களப்பயிற்சி அளிக்கப்பட்டது. சம்பரவள்ளி கிராமத்தை சேர்ந்த விவசாயி இயற்கை உரங்களை பயன்படுத்தி வாழை, பப்பாளி, பூசணி உள்ளிட்டவற்றை பயிர் செய்து வருகிறார். இயற்கை முறையில் விவசாயம் மேற்கொள்வது குறித்து அடுத்த தலைமுறை அறிந்து கொள்ளும் வகையில் விழிப்புணர்வை ஏற்படுத்தும் வகையில் பள்ளி மாணவர்களுக்கு களப்பயிற்சி அளித்துள்ளார். இயற்கை விவசாயத்தின் முக்கியத்துவம் குறித்து மாணவர்களுக்கு களப்பயிற்சி அளிக்கப்பட்டது. இதில் பங்கேற்ற 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட மாணவர்கள் இயற்கை முறையில் நேரடியாக உற்பத்தி செய்யப்படும் பயிர்கள் மற்றும் அதன் முறைகள் குறித்து கேட்டறிந்தனர்.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். வயசு கட்டுறீங்க. எல்லாமே என்னுடைய தோட்டத்தில் பயிரிடக்கூடிய பயிர்கள். நான் ஒரு விதை உற்பத்தி நிறுவனத்தோட தொடர்பு ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கேன். அந்த கம்பெனி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா VNR விதை உற்பத்தி நிறுவனம். இப்போ சத்தீஸ்கர் ஸ்டேட்டில் இருக்கிற என்னுடைய அந்த நிறுவனத்தினுடைய தலைமையகம். அந்த கம்பெனியோடு சேர்ந்து நான் ஒப்பந்த முறையில் காய்கறி தமிழ்நாட்டில் நம்மளுடைய மாநிலத்தை எந்த அளவுக்கு அதை பயிர்களை மேம்படுத்த முடியும் என்பதற்காக ஒரு ஆய்வுக்காக பல வகையான காய்கறி செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறோம். ஒவ்வொரு தக்காளி எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா ஒரு 50 வகையான தக்காளி பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். பாவக்காயில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 63 வகையான பாவக்காய் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். அதே மாதிரி பீக்கன், பாகல், சுரை, மிளகாய், வெண்டை இந்த மாதிரி பல வகையான காய்கறிகளை பல மாநிலங்கள்லேருந்து வட இந்தியாவிலேருந்து பல மாநிலங்கள்லேருந்து அங்கேருந்து விதைகள் எல்லாம் என்னுடைய பகுதிக்கு அனுப்புகிறாங்க. நான் என்னுடைய பண்ணையில் இதையெல்லாம் ஆய்வு உற்பத்தி பண்ணி அந்த நிறுவனத்தோட அவங்களுடைய விஞ்ஞானிகளெல்லாம் வந்து என்னுடைய தோட்டத்தில் அந்த பயிர்களை ஆய்வு செஞ்சு எது தரமாக இருக்குது, எது மக்களுக்கு பயன்படும், எந்த மாதிரி இருந்தால் மக்கள் விரும்புகிறாங்க, அவங்களுக்கு பயன்படுற வகையில் உற்பத்தி பண்ணணுங்கிற நோக்கத்தோட அதுகளை உற்பத்தி பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கு. இப்போ அறுவடை பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கக்கூடியது. என்னுடைய தலைப்பு வந்து இப்போ வருங்காலத்து அது மாதிரி நீர் மேலாண்மை எப்படி செய்வது என்பதுதான். நாங்கள் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 25 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாகவே சொட்டு நீர் பாசனம் நான் பயன்படுத்தி வருகிறேன். அப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, அப்போல்லாம் சொட்டு நீர் பாசனம் ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமான ஒரு விஷயமா இருந்தது. இப்போல்லாம் ரொம்ப எளிமையாகிவிட்டது. இப்போ இந்த காலகட்டத்துக்கு இன்னும் எளிமைப்படுத்த வேண்டிய காலகட்டத்தில் நாம் இருக்கோம். வருங்காலத்தில் தண்ணீரினுடைய தேவை ரொம்ப ரொம்ப குறைவாக இருக்குது, கம்மியாக இருக்கிறது. அந்த தண்ணீரையும் நாம் மிச்சப்படுத்தி எப்படி பயிர்கள் உற்பத்தி பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிற நோக்கத்தில் தான் நான் இப்போ என்னுடைய பண்ணையில் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன். எப்படி பண்ணணும்னா, இப்போ நம்ம சொட்டு நீர் பாசனம் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். இதுவே இன்னும் எப்படி எந்த அளவுக்கு குறைக்க முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறத எங்களுடைய ஒரு தலைப்பில் நாங்கள் ஒரு யோசனை பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். அதுக்கு எங்களுடைய விஞ்ஞானிகள்லாம் நிறைய எங்களுக்கு ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுத்து எப்படி எப்படி செய்யலாம்னு செய்ய சொல்லி எங்களுக்கு அனுமதி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அது மாதிரி செஞ்சிட்ருக்கோம். பார்த்திங்கன்னா, இன்னும் இந்த சொட்டு நீர் பாசனத்தை விட இன்னும் ஒரு 20-30% தண்ணியோடைய தேவைகளை குறைக்கலாம் அப்படிங்கிறத விஞ்ஞானிகளுடைய. இப்போ என்னுடைய தோட்டத்துக்கு நான் இங்கேருந்து ஒரு 70 கிலோமீட்டர் தள்ளி இருக்கேன். ஆனால் இருந்தாலும் இந்த இடத்துல இருந்தே என்னுடைய மோட்டார்களை இயக்கிறதுக்கோ கட்டுப்படுத்தவோ விஞ்ஞான வளர்ச்சிகளை நான் பயன்படுத்திகிட்டு இருக்கேன். அது ரொம்ப பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்குது. அது இன்னும் வருங்காலத்தில் ஒவ்வொரு பயிர்களுக்கும் அதனுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்கு அதனுடைய தேவைக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி எந்தளவுக்கு தண்ணியினுடைய தேவைகளை குறைக்க முடியும், மழை காலத்திலோ வெயில் காலத்திலோ எந்தளவுக்கு தண்ணீர் தேவை அதிகமாக இருக்கோ அதையெல்லாம் இப்படி செய்யலாங்கிற பற்றி நாங்கள் அதை முன்கூட்டியே ஆய்வில் தெரிவிப்படுத்திட்டு இருக்கிறோம். அடுத்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா, இப்போ தண்ணியினுடைய மாசு ரொம்ப அதிகமாகிட்டு வருது. அமித் டாட்டா சார் பேசினார். நாங்கள் ஒரு 5 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னாலே ஹைதராபாத்தில் இதுக்கு போயிருந்தோம். இக்ரிசாட்டுக்கு நாங்கள் ஒரு பயிற்சிக்காக போயிருந்தோம் சாருடைய இதுக்கெல்லாம். அங்கெல்லாம் பார்த்தோன்னா ரொம்ப ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமான ஒரு விஷயங்களை செயல்படுத்திட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. அது ஒவ்வொரு விஞ்ஞானிகளும் ஒவ்வொரு விவசாயிகளும் போய் பார்க்க வேண்டிய இடமா இருக்குது. ஏன்னா அந்தளவுக்கு அவங்களுடைய ஆய்வுகளெல்லாம் அந்தளவுக்கு வளர்ச்சி அடைஞ்சிருக்காங்க. ஒரு 53 நாடுகளோடு சேர்ந்து அந்த இக்ரிசாட்டில் பயிர் வளர்த்திட்டு இருக்காங்க. நாங்கள் அதை பார்க்கும்போது அது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, அந்த ஒரே ஒரு ஏரியாவுக்குள்ளே 2 வகையான மண்பாடு இருக்குது. ஒரு பக்கம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா முழுதாக செம்மண் இருக்குது, இன்னொரு பகுதியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கரிசல் மண்ணாக இருக்குது. ரெண்டுமே வேறு வேறுபட்ட மண்கள். ஆனால் அங்கே கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 1500 ஏக்கருக்கு மேலே விவசாயம் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அந்த 1500 ஏக்கரில் ஒரு 500 ஏக்கருக்கு மேலே மானாவாரி விவசாயம் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. மீதி எல்லாமே தண்ணி பயன்படுத்தி இரவை பயிர் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இரவை பயிர் பண்ணுறதுல வாய்க்கால் மூலமாக தண்ணீர் பாய்ச்சுறாங்க. இதெல்லாம் என்னுடைய நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு நாங்கள் ஆலோசனை கொடுத்துருக்கிற நிகழ்ச்சி தாங்க இதெல்லாம். மலைவாழ் மக்களுக்கு நாங்கள் பயிற்சி கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறோம் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியெல்லாம். இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, எங்களுடைய விஞ்ஞானிகள் இவங்க பூரா வட இந்தியாவில் வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய விஞ்ஞானிகள் என்னுடைய தோட்டத்தில் எடுத்த போட்டோ தான். அவங்கெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு பயிற்சி கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறாங்க. அவங்களோட ஆலோசனைப்படி தான் நான் செஞ்சுட்டு வந்துட்டு இருக்கக்கூடிய நிகழ்ச்சி தான் இதெல்லாம். அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இது நம்ம கோவை வேளாண்மை பல்கலைக்கழக ஆராய்ச்சியாளர் என்னுடைய தோட்டத்தில் இருக்கிற காய்கறிகளை ஆய்வு பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காங்க. இது எனக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு பெண் வாரிசு தான். அவங்களும் என்னுடைய விவசாயத்தினுடைய செயல்பாட்டை பார்த்துட்டு அவங்களும் விவசாய படிப்பை படிக்கணும்னு சொல்லி வேளாண்மை பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் படித்து இப்போ முனைவர் பட்டம் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க, டாக்டரேட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, ஒரு 3 மாதங்களுக்கு முன்பாக நமது தமிழக ஆளுநர் கவர்னர் RN ரவி அவர்களோட ஒரு கலந்துரையாடல் எங்களெல்லாம் அனுமதி கூப்பிட்டுருந்தாங்க. தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து ஒரு 100 விவசாயிகள் மட்டும் கூப்பிட்டுருந்தாங்க. அந்த விவசாயிகளோடு சேர்ந்து கவர்னருக்கு நம்ம என்ன வருங்காலத்தில் என்னென்ன ஆலோசனை கேட்டிருக்காங்க, நாங்கள் என்னென்ன தேவை இருக்குது, என்னென்ன செய்யலாம், எப்படி எப்படி செஞ்சால் நாடு முன்னேற்றத்துக்கு வழிவகுக்கும் அப்படிங்கிற நோக்கத்தில் எங்களுடைய ஆலோசனையெல்லாம் கேட்டு பதிவு பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. நான் நிறைய ஆலோசனை கொடுத்துட்டு வந்திருக்கிறோம். அதனால் அந்த நிகழ்ச்சியெல்லாம் இதனுடைய போட்டோக்கள் தான். இது என்னுடைய தோட்டத்தில் விளைஞ்ச காய்கறி தான். இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அரசணிக்காய். இது 100% ஆர்கானிக்கில் எடுத்த பயிர். நல்ல விளைச்சல் கொடுத்துருக்குது. நல்லா எடுத்திருக்கிற நல்ல மித்த காய்கறிகளை விட நல்ல விலை கிடச்சிருக்குது. இதனால் இது எனக்கு ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு வருமானம் கிடச்சிட்டு இருக்குது. இது எல்லா விவசாயிகளும் நான் வெளிப்படுத்திட்டு இருக்கிற எல்லா விவசாயம் செய்யணுங்கிறது என்னோட நோக்கம். இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா என்னோடய தோட்டத்தில் அது பக்கத்தில் ஒரு ஒரு பெண்ணு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா காஷ்மீர்லேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டு என்னோட தோட்டத்தில் ஆய்வு பண்ணுறதுக்காக. அவங்களுடைய முனைவர் வந்திருக்காரு. அவங்களுக்கு துணையாக மற்றொரு பெண் ஆசிரியர் வந்திருக்காங்க. அதனால இதெல்லாம் என்னுடைய பண்ணையில் எடுத்த போட்டோக்கள் தாங்க. இது நல்லபடியாக நான் செஞ்சிட்ருக்கிறேன். அடுத்து வாங்க. இது போல் இன்னும் நிறைய நான் சொட்டு தண்ணீரினுடைய மேலாண்மை பற்றி பேச வந்திருக்கேன். இதெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பல கல்லூரியிலிருந்து வந்திருக்கிற மாணவர்கள் அவங்க வேளாண்மை இடத்துலையே பயிற்சி கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறேன். ஒவ்வொரு வருடம் கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 5-6 கல்லூரியிலேருந்து வர்றாங்க. ஒரு 50-60 மாணவி வருவாங்க. அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் நேரடியாகவே என்னுடைய பண்ணையில் பயிற்சி கொடுத்துட்ருக்கேன். இதெல்லாம் ஒரு வட இந்தியாவிலேருந்து வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாணவிகள் தாங்க. காருண்யா காலேஜ் வந்திருக்காங்க. இங்கே நம்ம வேளாண்மை பல்கலைக்கழகத்துலேருந்து வர்றாங்க. மற்ற வேலை கல்லூரியிலேருந்தெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு இருக்கிறவங்க. அடுத்ததாங்க சார். தண்ணீரினுடைய தேவை பற்றி நான் அதிகமாக பேச வேண்டியது இருக்குது. இப்போ தண்ணீர் வந்து இப்போ எல்லா பக்கம் நிறைய பொல்யூஷன் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது. தண்ணி வந்து அதிகமாக பொல்யூஷன் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு. பொல்யூஷன் ஆகிற காரணம் என்னன்னு பார்த்தோம்னா, எல்லாம் விஞ்ஞானிகள் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காங்க. பெரிய பெரிய கம்பெனியினால, பெரிய பெரிய இண்டஸ்ட்ரியினால, பெரிய பெரிய டெக்ஸ்டைல்னால, பெரிய பிளாஸ்டிக் கம்பெனிகள்னால தான் தண்ணியினால மாசடைஞ்சிட்டு வந்துட்டு இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு நிதர்சனமான உண்மை. அதுக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டு நாம் செய்யக்கூடிய நாமளே எல்லாமே தண்ணியை மாசுபடுத்திட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இப்போ நாம் ஒவ்வொருவருமே அன்றாட குளிக்கிறோம். நாம் குளிக்கக்கூடிய சோப்பு போடுறோம். சோப்பினுடைய தண்ணியுமே மாசடையுது. நம்ம துணி துவைக்கிறோம். அந்த துணியில் வர சோப்புகளும் தண்ணியில் கலந்து மண்ணுக்கு போய் மாசடையுது. நம்ம பல்லு விளக்குற டூத் பேஸ்ட் போடுறோம். அதிலிருந்து கூட நிறைய தண்ணீர் மாசடைஞ்சிருக்கு. இந்த மாதிரி தண்ணியும் மண்ணும் நம்மளாகவே கம்பெனியும் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியலுக்கு விட நம்ம ஒவ்வொரு மக்களும் பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய மாசு வந்து அதிகமாகிட்டு வருதுங்கிறது. இப்போ நம்ம பார்த்தோன்னா 140 கோடி பேர் இருக்கிறோம். டெய்லி அன்றாடு நாம் குளிக்கிறோம். இதனுடைய சோப்பு எவ்வளோ பயன்படுத்திட்டு இருக்கிறோம், துணி துவைக்கிறதுக்கு எவ்வளோ சோப்பு பயன்படுத்திட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இந்த தண்ணி பூரா எல்லாம் மாசடைஞ்சு மண்ணுக்குள்ளே போய் பூமியும் தண்ணீரும் மாசடைஞ்சிட்டு வந்துருக்கு. இதுக்கு மாற்று வழி என்னங்கிறது வருங்காலத்தில் விஞ்ஞானிகளாக ஆய்வு பண்ணி அதுக்கு தரமான ஒரு விடிவு காலம் கொடுக்கணுங்கிறது என்னுடைய வேண்டுகோளாகவே இருக்கிறது. விஞ்ஞானிகள் இதுக்கு சரியான தீர்வு கொடுக்க வேண்டும். வருங்காலம் இன்னும் மக்கள் தொகை அதிகமாகுது. இன்னும் தண்ணீரினுடைய தேவை அதிகமாகுது. அதுக்கு எப்படி செய்யலாம், எப்படி செஞ்சு கொடுத்தா ஒரு ஆரோக்கியமாக இருக்க முடியும். பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒவ்வொரு நோய்களும் கொடிய நோய்களாக வந்துட்டு இருக்குது. இப்போது கேன்சருங்கள், புற்றுநோய்களும் ரொம்ப சர்வசாதாரண போய் இதெல்லாம் வர காரணம் என்ன? தண்ணியும் மண்ணும் மாசடைஞ்சிட்டு வரனால தான். அது இல்லாமல் விவசாயத்தில் நம்ம பூச்சிக்கொல்லி அதிகமாக பயன்படுத்துகிறோம், ரசாயன உரங்கள் பயன்படுத்துகிறோம். மித்த வெளியிலிருந்து வரக்கூடிய காற்றுனாலே நிறைய மாசடைஞ்சு வர அந்த காற்று ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் சுவாசிக்கும் போதும் நம்மளோட உடல்நிலை குறைவாக இருக்கிறதுனால அது மாசடைஞ்சு. இது ஒவ்வொன்றுக்கும் தீர்வு காண வேண்டியது விஞ்ஞானிகளுடைய சரியான பொறுப்பாக இருக்குது. அதை செய்ய வேண்டியது எங்களுடைய நான் இந்த கவர்னர்கிட்ட எல்லாம் அப்படி தான் கேட்டிருக்கோம். இதெல்லாம் செய்யறதுக்கு ஒரு சரியான வழி வேணும் அப்படின்னு. நான் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்தியா லெவலில் பல மாநிலங்கள் போய் நிறைய பயிற்சி எடுத்திருக்கிறேன். தமிழ்நாடு, கர்நாடகா, ஆந்திரா, இந்தியாவுக்குள்ளே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 15-16 மாநிலங்களில் போய் நான் பயிற்சி எடுத்துகிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். நல்ல எங்களுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பயிற்சி கிடைச்சிருக்குது. இந்த மாதிரி பயிற்சியில் ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் கலந்துக்கிட்டாங்கன்னா நிறைய இதுக்கு ஒரு வழி கிடைக்குங்கிறது என்னுடைய ஒரு வேண்டுகோளாக இருக்குது, செய்ய வேணுங்கிறது. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பிளாஸ்டிக்கு இப்போ கேரி பேக்கெல்லாம் நிறைய நம்ம பயன்படுது. அதெல்லாம் சுத்தமாக நிறுத்த வேணும். எல்லாமே பயோ கவர்களெல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டால் பரவாயில்ல. இப்போ நம்ம செடிகள்லாம் நடுறதுக்கு இப்போ பிளாஸ்டிக் கவரில் தான் செடிகள்லாம் தயார் பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்டுருக்குறாங்க. அது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பயோ கவரில் பண்ணி கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா பூமிக்குள்ள நடும்போது அந்த கவரும் மக்கி போகும், மண்ணும் மடலாகாது. அதனால் அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு இதெல்லாம் பண்ணி கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா விவசாயிகளுக்கு ஒரு பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்குங்கிறது என்னுடைய பிளாஸ்டிக்கை வந்து முழுவரை கட்டுப்படுத்த வேண்டியதாக இருக்குது. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா என்னுடைய பண்ணையில் தண்ணி மிச்சப்படுத்தணுங்கிறதுக்காக ஒவ்வொரு ஏக்கர்லையும் 4 கண்ட்ரோல் வால்வ் வச்சுருக்கிறேன். ஒரு ஏக்கருக்கு 4 கண்ட்ரோல் வால்வ் வச்சுருக்கிறேன். துல்லியமாக எந்த பயிருக்கு எவ்வளோ தண்ணி வேணுங்கிறது என்னுடைய சுய அறிவினால் பயன்படுத்தி 4 கண்ட்ரோல் வால்வ் வச்சு ஒவ்வொரு பயிருக்கும் அளவான தண்ணி சிக்கனமாக பயன்படுத்திக்கிறதுனால தண்ணியினுடைய தேவைகளை ரொம்ப ரொம்ப குறைக்க முடியுது. இப்போ போன வாரம் கூட ஒரு சொட்டு நீர் கம்பெனியினுடைய பயிற்சிக்காக போயிருந்தேன். சிறப்பாக செஞ்சுட்டு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. அது பார்த்தா சொட்டு நீர், தெளிப்பு நீர் எல்லாம் ரொம்ப பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்குது. ஒவ்வொரு பயிருக்கும் வேர்கிட்டயே நீர் கொடுக்கும்போது, உரம் கொடுக்கும்போது நம்மளுக்கு அது மிக மிக கம்மியான செலவு கொடுக்குது. அதனால் விவசாயிகளுக்கு ஒரு வருமானத்து கூடுதலுக்கு ஒரு வாய்ப்பாக கிடைச்சிட்டு இருக்குதுங்க. இது இல்லாமல் நாங்கள் ஒரு சமுதாய சேவை நிறைய செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறோம். சோஷியல் ஆக்டிவிட்டி என்னுடைய நிறைய பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒவ்வொரு பகுதியில் இருக்கிற மலைவாழ் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் நாங்கள் போய் ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் அவங்களுடைய வாழ்வாதாரத்தை மேம்படுத்துறதுக்காக அவங்களுக்கு அவங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய பகுதியிலே போய் பயிற்சி கொடுத்துட்டு வந்துட்டுருக்குறோம். போன வாரம் கூட இங்கே பக்கத்தில் ஒரு கேரளா எல்லையில் போய் மலைவாழ் மக்களுக்கு பயிற்சி கொடுத்துட்டு வந்திருக்கிறோம். என்னென்னா அவங்களுடைய வாழ்வாதாரம் வெளியே அதிகமாக வர்றதில்லை. அவங்க இருக்கிற இடத்துலையே அவங்களுக்கு வருமானத்தை எப்படி பெருக்கலாம், அதனால் அவங்களுக்கு வருமானம் வரும், அடுத்தவங்களுக்கு ஒரு வருமானம் ஈட்டக்கூடிய வழியில் சொல்லிட்டு வந்துருக்கு. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்க இருக்கிற இடத்துல மலைவாழ் பகுதியில் தேன் வெட்டி வளர்த்து வச்சு தேன் வளர்த்துறதுக்கு ஒரு வழிகள் சொல்லிட்டு வந்திருக்கிறோம். அதனால் அவங்க இருக்கிறதுல அவங்க செலவில்லாமல் தேன் வளர்த்து அவங்களுக்கு வருமானம் பார்க்கலாம். அடுத்தது நாங்கள் விவசாயத்துக்கு இயற்கைக்காக நான் மண்புழுவில் வளர்க்க சொல்லியிருக்கிறோம். ஒரு 10-20 குழுக்கள்கிட்ட சொல்லி அவங்ககிட்ட நான் மண்புழு உரம் வாங்கிட்டு இருக்கிறப்போ அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு வருமானம் கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறோம். அவங்ககிட்ட இருந்து நான் மண்புழு வாங்கிட்டு இருக்கிறதுனால மண்புழு தரமாக கொடுத்துக்கிறாங்க. எங்களுக்கு விவசாயத்துக்கு மண்புழு எங்களுக்கு தேவையை நாங்கள் பூர்த்தி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். அதனால் அவங்களுக்கு நல்ல ஒரு வருமானம் கிடைச்சிட்டு இருக்குது. நம்ம பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம அன்றாட குடிக்கிறோம். காலையிலேருந்து குளிக்கும்போது அதுகளுக்கு கூட சில வழிமுறைகள் இருக்குது. அந்த வழிமுறைகள் நாம் குளிக்கும்போது நம்ம உடல்நிலையோட ஆரோக்கியமாக வளர்க்க ஒரு வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கிது. எப்படி குளிக்கணுங்கிறது கூட ஆதி காலத்திலேயே பல விஞ்ஞானிகள் எல்லாம் நம்மளுக்கு அறிஞர்கள்லாம் சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. நம்ம தண்ணி குளிக்கும்போது எடுத்ததும் நாம் தலையிலேருந்து குளிக்கிறோம். அப்படித்தான் குளிச்சுட்டு இருக்கிறோம். அது எல்லாமே கால் பாதத்தில் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக தண்ணி ஊற்றி உடம்புல கால் முட்டி இடுப்பு அளவு, நெஞ்சளவு, கழுத்தளவு, தலைக்கு குளிக்கும்போது உடல்நிலை ஆரோக்கியம் மேம்படும். நேரடி குளிக்கிறதை விட இப்படி குளிக்கும்போது உடல்நிலை ரொம்ப ஆரோக்கியமாக மேம்படுங்கிறது. உடலில் இருக்கிற உஷ்ணமெல்லாம் நேரடி வெளியே போகுங்கிறது ஆய்வாளர் கண்டுபிடிச்ச ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சி. அது நிறைய பேர்த்துக்கு தெரியதில்லை. அதனால தான் அந்த காலத்தில் குளத்துல குளிக்கும்போது, ஆற்றுல குளிக்கும்போது கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக தண்ணிக்குள்ளே இறங்கி போய் குளிப்பாங்க. அதனால் உடல்நிலை நம்மளுக்கு சீராக நம்மளுக்கு கெடாமல் இருக்கிறதுக்கு அது ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு ஆரோக்கியமான ஒரு நிகழ்வாக இருக்குது. அது நிறைய பேர் பயன்படுத்தணும். ஒவ்வொன்று நாம் குளிக்கும்போது இது இந்த செலவெல்லாம் சிரமமெல்லாம் செய்யக்கூடிய ஒரு இதுதான். நாங்கள் எல்லோரும் விவசாயிகளாக இருக்கனால எங்களுடைய பகுதியிலெல்லாம் வனவிலங்குகள்லாம் நிறைய இருக்குது. அந்த வனவிலங்குலேருந்து நம்ம எப்படி தற்காத்து கொள்வதுங்களும் நாங்கள் நிறைய பயிற்சி கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறோம். நாங்கள் பயிற்சி கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறோம். திடீர்னு நம்ம காட்டு தோட்ட பண்ணைக்குள்ளே போயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது ஏதோ திடீர்னு ஒரு பாம்பு வந்துட்டாங்க கூட நம்மளை எப்படி தற்காத்து கொள்ளணும்னு நிறைய பேர் தெரியாமல் இருக்குது. அந்த அந்த விலங்குலேருந்து நம்ம எப்படி தற்காத்து கொள்வது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு சிம்பிளாக ஒரு எளிமையாக உங்களுக்கு ஒரு பயிற்சி ஒரு நிமிஷம் செஞ்சு கொடுக்கலாங்கன்னு பார்க்குறேன். எப்படிங்கன்னா திடீர்னு ஒரு பாம்பு வந்துச்சுன்னா எல்லோரும் பயந்து ஓடுவாங்க. இல்லைன்னா அதை அடிக்கிறதுக்காக ஏதோ ஒரு முயற்சி எடுத்து ஒரு கல்லோ கம்போ குச்சியை எடுத்து அதை அடித்து விரட்டுவாங்க. இல்லைன்னா அது அதெல்லாம் இல்லாத பட்சத்தில் நம்மக்கிட்ட ஒரு கல்லோ கம்போ குச்சி இல்லாத இடத்துல நம்ம ஓட முடியாத இடம், இரவு நேரமாக இருக்குது, அந்த இடத்துல இருந்து நம்ம தற்காத்துக்கொள்ளனா போதும். அந்த விலங்குலேருந்து அந்த பாம்புக்கிட்டேருந்து தற்காத்து கொள்வதற்காக பாம்புக்கு ஒரு அதிர்வு கண்டால் ரொம்ப பயமான ஒரு உணவு. அந்த பாம்பு அந்த இடத்துக்கு ஓடி போயிடும். நம்ம நின்ன இடத்துலையே வந்து செய்ய வேண்டியது. இப்படி நின்ன இடத்துல இப்படி பூமியில் இப்படி தட்டினோம்னா அந்த பாம்பு அந்த இடத்துல ஓடிடும். அந்த இடத்தோடு பாம்பு அதனுடைய ஜீவனுக்கு நம்மளுக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு ஆபத்து இங்கே உருவாகுது அப்படின்னு அது வேகமாக அந்த இடத்துக்கு ஓடிடும். அந்த ஓடும்போது நம்மளை நம்ம தற்காத்துக்கலாம். இது ரொம்ப எளிமையான ஒரு நிகழ்வு தான். இது எல்லாரும் பயன்படுத்தினாங்கன்னா அவங்க தற்காத்து கொள்வது. நாங்கள் எங்களுடைய பகுதிக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வனப்பகுதி ஒட்டி இருக்குது. எங்களுடைய வனப்பகுதியில் யானை அன்றாட வருதுங்க, காட்டுப்பன்னி வருது, மான் வருது, மயில்களை வந்து பயிர்கள் சேதப்படுத்துது. இதுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே நாங்கள் எங்களுடைய யோசனைப்படி வன அதிகாரிகளுடைய யோசனைப்படி நாங்கள் பயிர்களை பாதுகாத்துட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இப்போ எல்லா பக்கம் மயில்கள் ரொம்ப அதிகமாக வளர்ந்துருச்சு. இந்த மயில்கள் காப்பாற்றுறதுக்கு நாம் என்ன பயிர் வச்சிருக்கிறோமோ அந்த பயிர் என்ன உயரம் வருமோ அந்த பயிரினுடைய உயரத்துக்கு மேலாக அங்கே அம்புல குச்சியில் கட்டி சாதாரண பிளாஸ்டிக் ஒயரோ கம்பியிலோ டொயினோ கட்டி விட்டோம்னா அந்த மயில் அந்த இடத்துக்கு வராது. அந்த மயில் அது பறக்கக்கூடிய பறவை இல்லை, ஓடக்கூடிய பறவையும் இல்லை, மெதுவாக தான் அது போகும். அதனால் அது கட்டி விட்டோம்னா நம்ம அந்த பயிர்களுக்கு அந்த அந்த பறவையிலேருந்து நம்ம தற்காத்து கொள்ளலாம். இது ரொம்ப ஒரு எளிமையான ஒரு வழிதாங்க. அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த குரங்குனாலையும் நிறைய சேதப்படுத்துது. குரங்குகிட்ட இருந்து நம்ம பயிர்களை காப்பாற்ற தென்னையிலெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சாரில் குரங்கு மேலே மரம் ஏறி நிறைய பயிர் காய்களை சேதப்படுத்துது. அதுக்கெல்லாம் குரங்கு பாம்பை கண்டா பயந்துக்கு குரங்கு, நம்மளும் பயந்துக்கிறோம். இந்த தென்னை மரத்துல எல்லாம் மேலேருந்து கீழே பாம்பு இறங்குற மாதிரி ஒரு படம் வரைஞ்சிட்டிங்கன்னா, வெள்ளை கலர் பெயிண்டில் ஒரு படம் வரைஞ்சிட்டிங்கன்னா அந்த விலங்கு பார்த்தோன்னா ஏதோ பாம்பு மேலேருந்து கீழே வருது அப்படின்னு பயந்து அந்த விலங்கு மரம் ஏற ரொம்ப எளிமையான ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சி தான். இதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப சிம்பிளானது. வெள்ளை கலரில் பெயிண்ட் அடிச்சுன்னா இரவு நேரங்களில் பார்த்தா கூட அந்த உருவம் வெள்ளை தெரியும். அந்த கலரோட வெள்ளை பெயிண்டில் அடிச்சோம்னா மேலேருந்து பாம்பு எப்படி நெளிஞ்சு வர மாதிரி ஒரு படம் மட்டும் வரைஞ்சா போதும். அது அந்த விலங்கு மரம் ஏறாது, பயிர்கள் காப்பாற்றிக்கலாம். இதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப எளிமையான ஒரு இதுதான். இதே மாதிரி யானையிலிருந்து நம்மளை தற்காத்து கொள்வதற்கு ஒரு பயிற்சிகள்லாம் இருக்குது. யானை வந்து ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு விலங்கு தான். அது வந்து வேகமாக ஓடி வரக்கூடிய விலங்கு. நம்ம அதனுடைய யானை வந்து நம்மளை தற்காத்து கொள்வது அது வேகமாக வரக்கூடிய நிகழ்ச்சி தான். அது வந்து நம்ம வேகமாக திரும்பக்கூடிய விலங்குல நம்ம அது திரும்பக்கூடிய முன்னாடி நாம் வேகமாக திரும்பிட்டோம்னா அந்த யானை நம்மகிட்ட வராது. அது தற்காத்து கொள்ளலாம். எனக்கு நேரம் ரொம்ப குறைவாக கொடுத்து விட்டார்கள். இது மொழிபெயர்ப்பாக சார் வரப்போகிறாரு. அதுக்காக எனக்கு இந்த நேரம் ஒதுக்கி அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வேறு ஏதாவது என்னுடைய சொந்த அனுபவத்தில் பார்வையிடறதுக்கு யாராவது வர விருப்பப்பட்டவங்களா எந்த அதிகாரியாக இருந்தாலும் எந்த ஆராய்ச்சியாளர் இருந்தாலும் என்ன பண்ணைக்கு வரலாம். வந்தாலும் எங்களுடைய விளக்கத்தை நாங்கள் தெரியப்படுத்துறதுக்கு கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
So just I will take couple of minutes. Just I will brief him. I am not going to elaborate what exactly he has presented on it. His name is Mr. Viswanathan. He is from Sambaramballi village near Sirumugai of Mettupalayam of Coimbatore district. He is having 40 years of experience. He is cultivating both organic and as well as inorganic. And he is a seed farmer and he is producing a lot of seed varieties for the VNR companies and tomato and bitter gourd, all the gourd cucurbitaceae families he is doing on it. And he is the first person in his village adopting of drip irrigation for 25 years back itself. And he has gone to that various institutes like ICRISAT and many of the organizations for getting training. And he also emphasizing that everyone has to make visit to that international research institute located in Patanjero of Hyderabad. And he is also continuously educating the students coming from the various schools and the colleges for gaining of experiential learning and as well as that knowledge. Besides, he is also often going to the tribal areas, promoting that entrepreneurial activities, facilitating them production of honeybees and the vermicompost, and he is buybacking that vermicompost for his farm. And he is much concerned about that conservation of water, and he is requesting that we need to go with the much of water harvesting facilities. And in his farm, in 1 acre of land, he has adopted an 4 control wall to minimize the water use efficiency. Almost by using the drip and fertigation, 30 to 40% of water he could able to save, and he could able to raise that more crops. And besides, he also having a concern about how that we the human, we have 140 crore populations, how we are polluting the water on daily basis, polluting the air, polluting the land, and all these the big concern. And he has to thanks that the alternate solution for this polluting of this water, particularly for the sewage water treatment or the water treatment activities. Then besides, his farm is very near to the forest areas. He is often facing of the wild animals, particularly the peacocks, the wild boar, elephants, and other snakes and other kinds of things. And he also demonstrated that once you give that the vibrating on the mother earth, the snacks will goes and will run off it. So peacock also, wherever that the crop is up to the height, you can put that the plastic the kind of bags or the fencing kind of things, the peacock will not affect. For elephant also he has given. So he has started with that the Tirukkural, that is a couplet, that is agriculture is that the prime occupation and which serves to the entire community. So let us give a big applause to him to sharing his wonderful experiences. Thank you. Thank you. And he is also inviting each and everyone from this forum. If you are interested to visit his farm, he is welcoming you.
Thank you very much. So again, like many of our esteemed speakers, Mr. Viswanathan is here in the annex, just close to the guest house. So please reach out to him if you have further discussions. Okay. All right, let's welcome our next speaker. She's going to be joining online from Paris, I think.
Our next speaker, Ms. Wendy Smith, an agriculture and public-private partnership lead, is a climate and inclusive insurance expert. She has an MSc in Risk and Disaster Resilience from University College London. She collaborates with public and private sector entities to deliver sustainable risk transfer programs, particularly related to natural hazard and extreme weather risk. She has worked in numerous geographies across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. She'll speak about the socio-economic and technological challenges in emerging markets for ensuring smallholder farmers.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be talking today. Thank you very much for inviting me. I am very, very grateful to be able to give this talk, and very sad that I can't be there in person, but looking forward to hopefully getting a good discussion later today. So I will just share my screen. Please let me know if that it can be seen on the screen. Oh, I think you have to enable it as a host. So just let me know once you have it enabled and I can share screen.
You can share your screen, please.
Great, thank you. Okay, so as mentioned in the introduction, I'm talking today about the challenges from an insurance perspective in terms of both implementing smallholder farmer coverage, but also thinking about how to make it sustainable and scalable. So thinking about how we can not only pilot these solutions in these environments, but also how we can make them last and make them good choices both for the farmer, but also for the companies that are implementing. So I'll be talking about just a quick introduction to smallholder insurance, the challenges implementation from both a socioeconomic and a technological perspective, then thinking about the opportunities for developing this protection in, as I mentioned, a scalable manner, which allows for sustainability of the product and the program, and then taking a zoom out and thinking about those key factors for success. So a little bit about the organization that I represent. I come from AXA Emerging Customers. We are based out of Paris in France.
Sorry, Wendy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think
can hear you.
your screen is not in sharing mode. Would you give it a try?
Oh,
if you can share.
yes.
Yeah.
So this is sharing now.
Yeah, it's coming up now. I guess it's up now, and you just there you go. Just maximize
And you
that.
can see the presentation.
Great, thank you.
Excellent. No, thank you very much. The challenges of obviously not being there in person. So, as I mentioned before, this is what my talk will encompass. So, an overview of smallholder farmer protection from an insurance perspective, the challenges implementation that we see when we are setting up these sorts of schemes, and what opportunities there are for scalable protection, and those key factors for success that we look for when we look to design these kinds of programs. So a little bit about the organization that I represent. So we're based out of Paris in France. AXA Emerging Customers sees ourselves as the inclusive insurance arm of AXA Group. So we serve over 10 million clients globally in a number of different emerging markets. We have over 150 schemes in place. And what we really look to do is to drive down in terms of understanding risk and serving those who are able to both afford insurance coverage, but also perhaps haven't purchased coverage in the past. So drilling into that layer of market within low and middle income customers. So people who might not have a formal contract for insurance, but have that strong risk awareness and acute sense of value for money. So we are essentially the experts within AXA Group in terms of developing these new emerging market business insurance coverages. So I'll start off just at the beginning. I know that everyone coming here today has a lot of experience, much more than I do in terms of smallholder farmer production. But I think from an insurance perspective, we always look at risk. And so first and foremost, smallholder farmers globally produce 1/3 of the world's food, and so have a significant relationship with food security. But at the same time, these risks faced by smallholders are inherently tied to climate change and to extreme weather. Agriculture has a strong relationship with extreme weather, and this will only increase with the advent of climate change. There was a study done a couple of years ago by McKinsey, which had an assessment from a climate risk perspective in terms of the smallholder population within India and how they will be implicated by climate related hazards, so covering drought, extreme heat, flooding from both coastal and inland. And it found that over 95% of smallholders by 2050 will be impacted by these hazards. And so farmers are in desperate need of risk management strategies covering irrigation that we're discussing today, but also thinking about adaptation, and that includes risk transfer in the face of this increased weather volatility, which can have significant impacts on yields. So very quickly to review agricultural insurance, I'm sure everyone will have gone over this much more beforehand, but just to quickly give an overview, this can be a very powerful tool for risks that cannot be retained or held within the household or within the farmer themselves. And so as part of this wider risk management strategy, farmers can purchase the insurance policy to transfer out that layer of risk that is most appropriate to an insurance carrier. And it allows for a positive cycle in terms of investment, so allowing farmers the ability to adopt new technologies and farming practices, less reliance when there are those larger shocks on social protection mechanisms or humanitarian aid, providing potentially a more cost-effective mechanism than other alternative strategies such as selling off assets or looking to other more negative coping mechanisms, and again allowing that more timely access to cash and compensation, which ties in again with the ability to protect against more diversified risk. And so finally, while allowing better access to credit for these kinds of investments. And so the way that we like to see insurance is that it is not the silver bullet to these kinds of risks, but it forms part of an overall risk management strategy. And so part of this is really about understanding and being able to layer off the key areas of risk that can be managed appropriately within the farm, and then also thinking about how much can be afforded to be transferred out to these markets and what is the best solution that can be implemented in order to do this. So a little bit about the global smallholder farmer market. there are over 270 million smallholders in emerging markets, which require between 60 to 80 billion in agriculture insured value coverage. And this was a study done a few years ago, so this market has only increased. So the potential market for smallholder farmers who are looking to engage in this form of risk transfer is very large. However, the protection gap definitely still exists. Only 20% of farmers currently have access to this agricultural insurance. And there are a number of different factors for why this exists, both from a demand and from a supply perspective. And so it's all about thinking about what the most appropriate product is that can fit the needs of the farmer in order to try and plug this global protection gap. So challenges to implementation. These insurance schemes are complex and they're very, very context specific. And these barriers to scale can be all of the above featured here on the slide. They can be, one or two, but really when we're setting up these schemes for smallholders, we're trying to ensure that it is as tailored as possible in a way that is affordable and is accessible for the ultimate policyholder. So I'll go through each of these in turn from a very high level and then go forward thinking about what the different opportunities are in terms of trying to move past these barriers to scale in order to create something that is a sustainable program, as I said before. So when we're thinking about demand, we're thinking about how is the risk being identified by the farmer and by the policyholder and the person who is delivering the product itself. So when we are setting up these schemes, we're looking to really delve deep on feasibility in order to specifically understand what the risk is that needs to be covered. Because a lot of these schemes, when they are set up, face challenges in terms of being able to identify if the insurance is actually covering the risk that is really being faced and is what the farmers are suffering most from their loss. A nice example of this is pilots in the Ivory Coast for coffee farmers who set up a program for drought against coffee trees, but actually the farmers didn't really want to purchase it because they weren't that interested in drought. The trees were relatively resilient in that particular area. What they were particularly interested in was disease. And so beyond the pilot, they didn't see any payouts because it wasn't the loss that they were suffering. There was no correlation. And so it didn't scale. Another example is thinking whether insurance is actually the key driver and the key mechanism for mitigating or adapting to particular risk. We've seen it before with banana crops, where employees on a farm have been suffering in terms of harvest. From a health perspective, there's been accidents on the farm. There was an insurance company that wanted to set up this accident insurance. There was a feasibility study done, and actually it was found out that just simple mitigation measures, such as using rubber clothing, rubber boots, was actually enough to prevent a significant number of accidents on this farm. And so it's really thinking about what that key risk looks like and how it could be best addressed from a demand perspective. The second point here is that lack of product understanding and lack of awareness. I mean, these are two different factors here. Lack of product understanding is significantly important when it comes to thinking about payouts and how claims processes work. We've seen a number of livestock programs, for example, where farmers have not looked at the policy or not understood the policy, and so they've not known that they have to vaccinate their livestock. So when they are making a claim, they haven't vaccinated the livestock and therefore do not receive a payout. And that really, really delves deep into building trust with the insurer. And so if they don't understand the product, they don't receive the payout, then they will not purchase again. Lack of product awareness comes at an earlier stage when thinking about how the product is marketed and how the product is distributed. If it is not working with existing distribution networks or trusted distribution networks, then how do the farmers know that the policy is even available? And finally, a very, very key component here is that affordability question and willingness to pay. And if you get the risk right and you get the distribution right and the marketing correct, then that willingness to pay question becomes less of a challenge. But affordability will always be there. So it's really ensuring that you are identifying the correct risk and you are working with the ultimate policyholder when you're setting up these schemes in order to ensure that the coverage is affordable and makes sense in terms of the risk that the farmers are facing. From a supply perspective, again, we're thinking about is working with local carriers on the ground to ensure that there is an appropriate product for farmer risk. I cannot say this enough. So in terms of lack of appropriate product, it could be that the insurance carrier doesn't have the capacity or the resource in order to develop the product itself, or that understanding in terms of new innovation that could really drive down administration costs, for example. So index-based insurance, as we've all seen before, a lot of insurance companies in local areas don't have the underwriting or the actuarial skills to be able to set up these indices, or they don't know that where the data is accessible from, or the data that is provided is not appropriate enough. And so the product there really doesn't fit what that farmer risk is being identified in. Again, that point in constrained risk capacity. So there's not the appetite for developing these kinds of products because there's not that capacity building done within the local carrier on the ground in a sustainable manner. We've seen these pilots before where there's been an international company that has come in from a reinsurance or a donor perspective. They've set up a pilot, but they've not spent the time in terms of really building up that capacity on the ground in order for when the pilot funding runs out, the insurance company to be able to potentially retain some of that risk, which means the administration and the ultimate cost to the policyholder can be driven down, but also having that technical know-how and that underwriting know-how in-house. And so to be able to innovate and deliver, to include more products, to think about new data sources in-house rather than having to, again, outsource or look to international markets. And finally, that distribution structure. So we've seen it time and time again where a local carrier is looking just to sell index-based insurance policies direct distribution network that already exists. So for example, a agricultural cooperative using the aggregator to be able to use that trust that already exists and that scale that already exists within the cooperative in order to drive down the costs and create an affordable product for the farmers. Working with microfinance institutions, working with local community champions to help with that product understanding and product awareness. So that distribution structure is absolutely key to developing something at scale initially, but also something that is sustainable because that trust is already built within the mechanism. I include enabling environment here. I think it's very important beyond demand and supply to really bring out that no or limited access to quality data. I think that's why everyone is here today in terms of understanding irrigation techniques, understanding new innovation and new data sources for potentially satellite-based observation, thinking about weather stations as well. We've seen this as a key issue with smallholder farmer policies where we have that issue of asymmetric information where the insurance company has one view of the risk and the farmer has a completely different view. So with a lot of index-based insurance schemes, we've seen that there's potentially weather stations on the ground that are not dispersed in a pattern that makes sense. It doesn't fit the view of the risk of the farmer, or the data that the insurance company is getting access to is not appropriate. And so the insurance company then has to load their price, which creates a product that is less affordable for the farmer. So not having access to that good quality data really creates that information asymmetry, which can lead to an inappropriate product. Thinking about that policy and regulatory environment is also key. Having information and having that advocacy from public institutions and from government is always essential to try and develop something at scale. And also to think about how the government or how public institutions can come in from probably a trust or from a information perspective for the farmer as well. And finally, this is just a key point for piloting. When we're looking to innovate with new product, to develop product, to invest in new technologies, getting access to technical assistance, bringing in donor funds, public funds, innovation grants, academic institutions is always essential. Activities like today, where you're bringing a lot of people around the table in order to think about new mechanisms, new ways to innovate and develop interesting products, but it needs piloting and it needs pilot funding. And so not having access to that can create a lack of innovation within the market. I'll quickly touch upon index-based insurance. I believe a lot of people will have seen this before. These have been around within smallholder farmer insurance for over 30 years. And I believe the first parametric solution was actually pitched from an Indian academic in the 1920s for an excess rainfall product within the agricultural space. But just to kind of quickly go over this, it's really thinking about how you can use a specific, often weather parameter, in order to trigger a payment for people on the ground. And this really takes away that asymmetric information when you have access to good quality data from satellite or Earth observation, and also tying it in with ground truthing in order to create a simple and easy to understand product. Payouts are objective because it comes from this third-party data provider rather than from someone making a claim and indemnification themselves, which can then drive down those administration costs to create a product which is more affordable. You don't have that need for loss adjustment because you are using that objective trigger in order to make your payout. Policies also don't have the exclusions that come with indemnity policies, as you were looking at one specific parameter, which can be quite clear in the policy, rather than having exclusions in terms of a number of different perils, the type of loss which is claimed, goods, for example. And so it limits those challenges that we see from a carrier perspective as an insurance company in terms of that asymmetric information. We understand where the data is coming from. We understand how that parameter is developed. We don't see so much fraud because it's coming from that third-party provider. However, we still see challenges with index-based solutions. And that key challenge comes from basis risk. So that is that mismatch between the loss of the policyholder and the payout, which is triggered by the product. The real challenge here is getting that access to good quality data on the ground for two reasons. First and foremost, to understand that the parameter we are developing our product from is really the one that is implicating the loss that is suffered by the farm. I mentioned before coffee farms where there was an index-based solution developed for drought, but actually the real risk was disease. So really understanding that the coverage that we are providing makes sense and is most fitting for the loss that is implicated by the farmer. And secondly, ensuring that the trigger is set at an appropriate level. So once we have that information and once we understand what that risk looks like, making sure that we are setting the trigger at a point that is affordable, but also triggers at a point where there is loss suffered on the ground. And so we don't have a situation where there is a trigger and the farm has actually not had significant loss to their yields, or vice versa, where there is significant loss to yield, but the policy doesn't trigger because we've set it at a rate that is too high. A case study here is the pilot for the weather-based crop insurance scheme in India, and that was developed in 2004. There was a study done in 2010, which was a questionnaire basically on the satisfaction of the product from a farmer perspective. It found that over 80% of respondents were dissatisfied because the weather station was not at an area that was close to their farm. And so the weather risk that was experienced and was illustrated through the parameter, through the index, was not matching up with what the farm themselves was experiencing. And so it did not trigger a payout. And when you have these scenarios, it really fosters distrust between the technology, the data, and the carrier and the farm themselves. And so it really creates a scenario where you don't want people renewing. People don't want to renew, or the insurance company has to pay out and they are also unhappy with the fact that they're suffering significant loss when actually the farm truthing shows that there wasn't a loss enough to be paying out. So we're thinking about prime factors for this good quality data. What we're thinking about first and foremost is the resolution. So we're not having something that is not uniform across the ground. We are not creating an index where we have information coming from one particular area and then we have a sort of uneven distribution of weather stations. We want something that has good quality distribution across the geography that is also at a resolution that is appropriate for the policyholder. So we are trying to get as high quality and high resolution data as possible for smallholder farmers. That availability of data, and that's for two reasons. First and foremost, thinking about the historical data that we have access to in order to see what those historical losses are to best calibrate the index to what the farmer is experiencing on the ground. And secondly, thinking about availability of data when we monitor the index moving forward. So thinking about any issues with data latency, any issues with the quality of the information that is coming through, how much quality assurance needs to be done, does that implicate the availability of the data? And the cost of the data as well. Is that going to be a cost that's going to have to be borne by the insurance company? Or is it something that's going to have to be borne by the policyholder? Because then that overall implicates the affordability of the product. And finally, there is this price and accuracy trade-off. If we're paying for very high resolution, good quality data, how are we bearing that cost? Is it something that we can get subsidized? Is it something that we are looking to, as I said before, include in the cost of the policy? Is it something the insurance company is happy to take on in-house? And what does that look like? How can we best implicate a solution that fits the farmer risk, that is accurate enough, but is not having to create something that is unaffordable for the farmer overall? So thinking about implementation pathways, I want to go through the kind of opportunities that we've seen in AXA in terms of the key challenges and how we've looked to kind of overcome them with some of our solutions. And I think I'm really interested to know a bit more about your experience on the ground and how you see these key challenges and key opportunities as well. When we're looking at the challenges from a demand perspective that I've gone through before, in terms of opportunities, it's really thinking about how we can look at those accurate risks based for the farmer. We've seen before, not just looking at yield cover or just looking at index-based solutions from a extreme weather perspective, thinking about how health or life can potentially be bundled in to the coverage to mutualize the risk, but also thinking about what that risk looks like from a policyholder perspective. Again, thinking about distribution network, how can we work with those that are already existing? How can we work with aggregators that already have that trust, already have that network with the farmer? There is an example of an organization called IBISA Network and Collectors for Integrated Livelihoods that are working in India. And again, they're working through the cooperative network. So they're already harnessing the aggregator network in order to distribute the policies, but also to think about how best to do that capacity building on the ground in terms of understanding risk and also in terms of understanding the product. And again, working with multi-stakeholder partnerships. So thinking about how we can best deliver technical assistance in order to innovate and create new offerings that really fit the demand of the farmer. A brief example here is an example from AXA in Burkina Faso, where we did a key feasibility study that was financed by technical assistance in order to really understand that farmer risk and providing that bundled coverage that covered health risk, but also drought risk for those that were delivering on the ground. So parametric drought coverage, personal accident and health, because we'd done that feasibility, and that's what the risk was that we understood to be on the ground. We then also worked with partners across the value chain. So already harnessing that existing distribution network, seeing that we could work with cooperatives, that we could work with suppliers, and that we could work with the corporate, in this case was L'Oréal, in order to distribute policies to get funding for premium subsidy for an initial pilot, and in order to create that ecosystem for sustainability. So trying to make the value chain more resilient to benefit all members of that value chain through that smallholder farmer protection. In terms of product development, this is a really nice example of it. This is a table that was taken from ISF Advisors. They did a very, very good study in 2022 in terms of the lay of the land in emerging markets for agricultural and particularly index-based solutions for smallholder farmers. There was a lot of examples that they found in terms of looking at input cover. So a lot of examples of pilots and scaled transactions of partners that we're working with, seed companies, input suppliers to cover the cost of seed or fertilizer. A lot of people have seen that model time and time again. But again, there are other business concepts that can be put in place. There are other risks that are faced that we can continue to look at as there's opportunities there. There's need for further pilots and tech in these areas, but there definitely are different risks that can be covered, particularly thinking about price volatility, pests and disease, moving beyond just index-based solutions for one particular peril, drought or temperature or excess of rainfall, and also starting to think about revenue protection. We're thinking about production event cover. So the costs of bringing in alternatives. So there are other solutions that can be provided beyond just thinking about initial input cover there. This leads me on to supply. So the opportunity here, thinking about new ways to access accurate and affordable data in order to look at these new kinds of innovative product structures to create an offering that really fits the needs of the farmer, but also creates that ecosystem on the ground for local insurance companies to be able to grow and develop new product offerings. So working with innovative actors across the tech value chain can help drive down costs for offering. There's new distribution models in terms of administration through mobile money, for example, working with technologies. So looking at policy administration platforms, harnessing new forms of data for better product delivery and accuracy of the index, and then integrating advisory into the product for more holistic product management. There's also open share and open source data that exists within India. There's AgriStack that is an open source data provider for information in order to create these new index-based offerings. So I'll touch quickly on partnerships before I wrap up. So thinking about in terms of getting access to good and quality data, thinking about engaging with how the government and public sector institutions can, from an early stage, implement or advocate for a program in order to deliver either donor funding or technical assistance, or assist with the regulatory perspective. So providing that enabling environment for insurance companies in order to distribute policies using new and innovative technology. So what are the key factors of success? Thinking about first and foremost, tailored product offering. So as I said before, creating insurance products specifically designed to meet those needs and challenges of the farmer on the ground. We need to focus on product design first and foremost, but feasibility and understanding what exactly that risk looks like, understanding if that needs to be covered by insurance, how much does it need to be covered by insurance, what kind of risk is being faced by the farmer as an overall holistic risk management strategy. Secondly, thinking about partnerships and support. How can we collaborate with existing distribution networks or government and donor community for convening power, for technical assistance, for research into new and innovative product offerings? Thirdly, thinking about risk management in a holistic sense. So not just focusing on insurance as a solution on its own, but as part of a larger risk management strategy that is formed by risk mitigation, agricultural practices, regeneration, thinking about new technologies. How can this data be delivered down to the farmer in order to help with an overall risk management strategy? And finally, inclusive design. So bringing the farmer, the community, including other groups in order to deliver something that is inclusive and that can be sustainable. So what have we learned? Insurance is a key component of risk adaptation. There is increasing interest from the sector for innovation in this space. There's a deepening financial landscape and increased attention from both the domestic and the international reinsurance community for these kinds of solutions. We've seen a number of these success stories over time, and we've seen new business models coming from different geographies, looking into different perils, but again, trying to ensure that we are creating sustainable smallholder coverage. There's also changing government attention. So there's particularly more funding on the climate side for technical assistance, innovation funds, and thinking about how we can pilot these new business models. And there's evolution in data and technology. So there are new models coming out which allow for innovation in this space. Having said that, there's no easy wins. I'll wrap up there for any questions. Thank you very much for your time, and yes, wishing you all the best for the rest of your day.
Thank you, Wendy. Do we have any quick question for Wendy?
One question. இங்கே தமிழ்நாட்டில் இந்தியாவுக்குள்ள நாங்கள் பயிர் காப்பீடு பண்ணியிருக்கோம், இன்சூரன்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், வாழை பயிர் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், அதுக்கெல்லாம் இன்சூர் பண்ணியிருந்தோம். அதுக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கிளைம் வாங்கும்போது எங்கள் ஏரியா முழுவதுமே பாதிப்படைஞ்சால் மட்டும்தான் அது கிளைம் வாங்க முடியுது. ஒரு தனிப்பட்ட ஒரு விவசாயி பாதிக்கப்பட்டால் விவசாய கிளைம் வாங்க முடியாமல் விவசாயி நஷ்டப்படுறாங்க. அதுக்கு ஒரு சரியான தீர்வு வேணும்.
Yeah, Wendy is a farmer from Tamil Nadu, and he's in Tamil Nadu. He has covered that the banana crop under that crop insurance program, and here it is not provided to the individual farmers. It is area based damage or area based any calamities happened, then only the farmer is eligible for that claim of insurance. So any he seeks that the individual, how we are insuring for car or the health or the any kinds of the properties, so how it is going to be come for that the individualize the farmers insurance. Is there any kinds of answers do you have?
So in terms of farm level insurance beyond the current area yield scheme, is that the question?
Yes.
So the challenge here is getting access to data from the insurance company perspective. So again, it comes back to understanding exactly what the risk is that's faced in terms of here an inventory perspective before you can create a property and casualty policy. And so this is something that will be improved with access to data, getting what better policy administration processes in place. But again, there's challenges there with developing something at scale, because if you're looking for an indemnity policy like that, you need to have very clear inventory in order to underwrite it appropriately. And so that comes back to my point there of getting access to good quality data. There are organizations that are doing that, but again, that basically is a cost that then has to be borne either within the premium or by the insurance company itself.
Thank you.
சரிங்க, அப்போ அதன் தமிழாக்கம் செய்யறேங்க. இவங்க என்ன சொல்றாங்க, இப்பொழுது அந்த மாதிரி சேவைகள் வழங்க முடியாது, ஏனென்றால் அதற்கு போதுமான தரவுகள் கிடைத்ததில்லை இந்த காப்பீடு நிறுவனங்களுக்கு. அப்பொழுது எதிர்காலத்தில் நல்ல தரமான காலநிலை தகவல்கள் கிடைத்தால் அப்பொழுதுதான் நீங்க கேட்கும் மாதிரி சேவைகள் வழங்க முடியும். நன்றி.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Wendy, and thanks for the patience waiting online for nearly 40 minutes. Okay, very good. Okay, we'll move to the next speaker now.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative session about socio-economic crisis in emerging markets, with a special focus on agricultural insurance and its challenges. Up next, we have our speaker, Dr. D. Nagesh Kumar, who has been a professor with the Department of Civil Engineering, IISc, for 22 years. His research interests include climate hydrology, climate change, water resource systems, AI, ML, and GIS applications in water resource engineering. He has supervised 14 postdoctorates and 24 PhDs, and is the co-author of 8 books and has published more than 234 papers. He has attracted over 40 crore rupees in research funding. He'll be speaking about deep learning and geospatial techniques in agricultural management.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. At the fag end of the day, when your learning capabilities will be low, I have to talk about deep learning. Bear with me. I will not talk much about deep learning, but I will only talk about some of the applications related to deep learning so that I hope I can still retain your attention. So having said that, I have to put this slide first. Okay. These are all different deep learning or deep neural network architectures. Each one of them have their own role to play, specifically in the field of agricultural applications and water source management. Some of them are like deep neural networks are good for learning something which we might be missing, and convolutional neural networks are pretty good in terms of both spatial as well as temporal data mining as well as data information extraction. And autoencoders are good for data compression, and RNNs are good for time series analysis and prediction. So each one of them have their own role to play. But I will talk about some of the applications related to generating crop maps of a given region using the convolutional neural networks and utilizing multi-temporal satellite data. That too, when we talk about India in monsoon period, we rarely get clear data from optical remote sensing. So we have to rely heavily on satellite remote sensing, microwave remote sensing. So what we did here is that we tried to estimate the cropped area in one particular district called Latur district in Maharashtra, and try to estimate what are the different types of crops that are grown in that region. The challenge is that, first of all, we are using microwave data, and microwave data for a given crop, for a given phenological stage, the signal or the backscatter could be different at different locations. So that's a major challenge. That's why we have to go for artificial intelligence techniques to interpret the imageries. And what we also did is that we try to use multi-date imageries so that we can get better information as the crop growth happens. So we try to use considerable amount of ground truth from one particular program by IRI called FASL, and through that we got a good amount of ground truth available, which is very helpful for us to train our neural network software. And then we try to utilize multi-polarization satellite data available from Sentinel-1, which includes both VH as well as VV polarization data. And this data is available almost for about 9 different dates within the crop season. Our interest here is to get the crop information or crop area information as early as possible, maybe by middle of the season, to get information about the crop area as well as crop condition. And that's what we try to achieve through this. So as I told, I'll skip this portion. This is all about convolution neural network architecture, which was used to basically classify multi-temporal, multi-sensor data into 6 different types of crops that are grown in that area. Some of the challenges that I faced only I'll mention here. One of the major challenges that we faced is that entire Latur district, soybean crop is the most frequently grown crop, or most largely grown crop. About 80% of the area is soybean, and other crops are remaining, 5 crops are just occupying 10%. So our challenge here as far as using ML technique is that for each category or each class or each crop, the ground truth available is not uniform. So we have to use some techniques to overcome that problem, and those are mentioned here. Okay, but idea is to conduct some kind of experiments in such a way that as we progress into the season, as early as possible, can we talk about the cropped area and crop condition. So that's what we try to do through this. And this gives you an idea about the kind of backscatter coefficients that we get when we use microwave data and try to get the information at different crop phenological stages, how they are changing from the beginning of the crop season to the end of the season for different types of crops, starting from cotton up to sugarcane. Now, the challenge I told you is that if you look at this picture, you can make out most of this area is soybean. Okay, and some portion it is soybean plus tur, otherwise other crops are very little. So even then, we could classify the entire image using multi-date imageries with a more than 90% accuracy for the entire district of Latur. Okay. That was one significant effect that we could achieve through this convolution neural networks, that to 2D CNN. And I mentioned to you that our challenge here is to talk about it as much in advance as possible. So we could do it in the 6th week of the crop growing season to get the information, which is as good as what we could get after about 10th week or 14th week of the crop season. So the results are quite reasonably comparable. Now another, this is a lot more. It's not only about deep learning. Now I had talked about hyperspectral also. Okay, and that is much beyond my expectation for you to understand what I am trying to tell. So what I'll try to tell here is that I'll try to explain again about one particular utilization of this technique rather than the technique itself. Okay, so the concept here is that at least this fruit you can understand. This is a pear fruit that we normally have it in our fruit salad or breakfast. So our interest here is to talk about pear yield estimation using multi-temporal and hyperspectral remote sensing data, that too by using drones. The advantage of using drone here is that we can cover each pear orchard separately. It's not like we are looking at 1 acre land or something like that. For each plant, we get the information. This information we try to obtain at a spatial resolution of about 5 centimeters. So almost like every leaf can be covered. Okay, 5 centimeters is the spatial resolution of this drone, which provides information about in 350 spectral bands, and that information along with that high resolution data and over multiple dates within the crop season were utilized to obtain the crop condition. The crop condition, our major indicator here is that canopy averaged chlorophyll content. The more the chlorophyll content, the more is the yield that can be expected from that particular pear tree. So our idea here is to utilize this multi-date hyperspectral high resolution data to get the information of every pear orchard at the plant level. It's like for precision agriculture. Okay, it's like I can even, going by the technology wise, I can even tell which branch of the tree can yield more pear when compared to the other branch of the same tree. So to that extent, we can try to do it with this. And for that, our major ground truth here, that canopy average chlorophyll content was obtained by collecting some number of leaves from the lab, from the field, and they were analyzed using chemical analysis to estimate what is the amount of chlorophyll content. And that was used as a ground truth to classify the canopy content in any given orchard. So that was done again using this kind of a deep neural network. Okay, this is called convolution auto encoder approach. And the idea is that with this kind of a ground truth available for a few trees, with the number of leaves that are available, okay, we could map the entire chlorophyll content for every orchard. This is what you are seeing. One shape here is for one tree. Like that, for every orchard, we could get the information. There are about 33 trees that are there. For each, I don't know whether I call it tree or an orchard. For every orchard, this kind of information is made available through this information. This is the reference value, and this is the predicted chlorophyll averaged content. And that is also obtained for that location. And Dr. Amit mentioned to me, I'm trying to skip most of it because it will be too much for me to expect you to understand all this, just to appreciate what is happening there. But Dr. Amit mentioned to me that I should also talk a little bit about what we can do for small farmers. Sometime back, we did this, developed this tool, which is actually, you can see that entire language that is written here is in Kannada, that local language in Karnataka. Okay. And the idea is that we try to develop a simple app, mobile-based or app. And this was done in one computer in those days. It is called Simputer, which is about 10,000 rupees. And that on Simputer, we developed this, and we gave these applications to what we call as farmer user associations in one irrigation canal distributory called distributor number 36 in Badra command area. And idea is that that farmer, if he enters his information, his name and his location means his village name or something like that, then it will extract all the information about what are the area that he is cultivating and what is the amount of irrigation that he has applied so far in terms of water diversion from distribution channels, distributaries or field channels. And then based on that and the weather information, it tries to tell the farmer that how much water he should apply in the next 1 week or next 10 days. Okay, and that too, not in terms of like saying that, you try to supply 2 meter cube of water. He may not even know what he means by 2 meter cube of water. So what we try to tell him is that open your field channel for this many number of hours. You get the water that you require or you require to grow your crop at its optimum. So that's the kind of information that will be derived through this, and this is done through SQL and other language interfaces. But the output is for the farmer to understand in his own language and to get the information in his own language that he can appreciate. This was done long time back as a DST project, but I thought I'll talk briefly about it also. I'm done with my presentation, and if you have any questions, you're most welcome. Thank you.
So recently in one of my project, we are trying to understand water hyacinth, which is an aquatic weed on the water body. We had a project funded by Royal Academy of Engineering, and we were unable to detect water hyacinth because of the height is very small from the Sentinel-2 data or SAR data, because radar data as such was not able to distinguish on its own. I can understand with the ANN and deep learning, you can help us in that
Sure.
area, right?
I would say it in it's a very important point. Actually, we also have problem not only in agricultural area, but even in urban lakes also. Hasten is a very serious problem. And interestingly, it's good if we have a cloud cover data, we have to go for microwave data. Otherwise, if you go for near infrared data can clearly distinguish any small amount of chlorophyll content. Hyacinth is a chlorophyll content, right? So any small amount of chlorophyll content will suddenly have a high reflectance when compared to clear water body, which will have very low reflectance. So hyacinth distinction can also be done in any infrared imagery bands also. So in case, if we don't have cloud problem, but if you have cloud problem, what we did some time back even to estimate evapotranspiration was to fuse optical data with microwave data, and then in the places where we have cloud, we try to replace that with its equivalent information that is derived through microwave data to get the infrared data and utilize it to Hessian distinction. So it can be.
Sir, we need to learn this part from you.
Sir, I have a question. Yeah, you spoke about the yield estimation in PER using chlorophyll content. Probably you would have used NDVI.
Yeah, actually, NDVI is a good indicator. Yeah. There is no doubt at all. NDVI can be used for crop yield estimation, and it was used extensively in our country. It's good. But here, what we are doing is hyperspectral remote sensing. So the advantage is that we have more number of spectral bands that are available. So what we try to do is that we try to extract some important features or bands, and from that we try to derive an index which will be like our NDVI, and that will have a better information regarding the crop yield when compared to NDVI also.
But
yeah,
chlorophyll at one stage it will saturate.
Yeah, so, I'm not talking about forest cover. I'm talking about a specific orchard.
Yeah, even in that case,
orchard, yeah,
in that case, it will saturate at one point.
Yeah.
In that case, is it possible to predict the variability of the yield?
That's why I'm talking about the advantage of using hyperspectral. Yeah. See, what happens is if you talk about band 4 and NAR data all together, but you use it for NDVI, okay, it's an integrated effect of the entire bandwidth. But here, what we are doing is we are talking to huge number of bands within NIR band itself. So that will have the scope to talk about, even if a few bands are saturated, there is a good chance that some bands are still not saturated, and that will help us to identify it. We actually, this experiment that is done was in, I did not mention because of lack of time, it was done in Belgium. So the data is available, and the pear fruit yield was also available to us. So we try to utilize it to estimate and to train our neural network.
Thank you. I have a question about your last slide on a simple model. I don't know if you use a crop model for this decision tool.
Oh yeah, I must tell that, you know, it's one of the most simplest model that we have used.
Yes.
Although we would have developed a very high-end models, but our interest is to use that on a simpler platform. If we are doing it in cloud platform, we could have put a very complex model which will take into account Penman-Montieth method and try to estimate the evapotranspiration more accurately, and then estimate the crop water requirement. Here, what we used a very simple irrigation technology called duty and delta concept. So you have this much crop, okay? What is in particular growth stage? What is the amount of water that we should supply? In that, what is the amount of rainfall? Net irrigation requirement calculated. And that is what is conveyed to the farmer. So it's a very low level, simple technology. But if we want now, with the advance of cloud computing, what we can do is that while this mobile is not doing any computing, the decision that is conveyed to that mobile is through cloud computing, and where we can try to apply very complex agricultural model to get that information.
Hello, sir. What would you, recommend for a smallholder farmer, whether a drone-based hyperspectral imagery analysis or a multispectral analysis?
If you ask me from my heart, I have to say that
cost-effective way.
I would say that, go with multispectral. Okay, because it is cost-effective, and like what today morning also we learned someone that 1,000 drones were donated. Right. So if that is happening, the drone technology is going to become so cheap. Okay, drones will be available freely, almost at a throwaway price. What we require is a platform or a sensor which we can put on the platform. Okay, and one more thing is that somebody has to process the data.
Yes, data scientist.
First of all, congratulations. I just learned that you were awarded today Professor Rostum Choksi for excellence in research at Indian Institute of Science. So Professor Shekhar and our team convey your congratulations to you. I had a question about your first part. Of course, during the monsoon, you have almost no Sentinel-2 data. Did you have at least 1 or 2 Sentinel-2 data? Is there like any added value in getting at least one Sentinel-2 image to complement the Sentinel-1 time series?
Thank you. That's a very important. First of all, thank you for your appreciation. I just want to mention this. This is a collaborative project. I did not have time to do all that. Actually, this project was done through ISRO, National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad, and IRI and our group. So we had one cloud-free data, and also we had 2 cloud-free data, cloud cover data, but about 70% cloud cover. So for the 30% of the portion where there is no cloud cover, we still try to utilize what we got from our microwave data on the same date, and then try to compare that with optical data and see whether we can try to do anything better. Because our interest now, we are working on entire Kaveri Basin on that to talk about this portion. That study that is going to happen.
Yeah. So I have a colleague who has done some study in the Berambadi Basin, just with optical images, but using because we are speaking about advanced mathematical methods here, just using the rate of change of NDVI at the beginning and the end of the season when you have few images, and that's a promising. I think that combining both methods would be actually very good, because you will have mostly radar data in the middle of the season, and then you will have some information at the beginning and the end of the growth using optical data.
That's right. Actually, nice. I remember we did it for Haryana state, many districts, including Hisar and other districts, using only multispectral data, that to optical data. But we did it in Rabi season. The advantage in doing in Rabi season is that there is hardly cloud cover. So we could get a continuous temporal profile of NDVI, and which could be used to get the crop condition assessment.
Sir, one question. Sir, the drone sprayer மூலமா கிராப்புகளுக்கு ஸ்ப்ரே பண்றோம். அதனுடைய காற்றினுடைய அழுத்தம், ஏர்னுடைய ப்ரெஷர் ரொம்ப அதிகமா இருக்கனால பயிருக்கு நிறைய டேமேஜ் ஆகுது, ஃப்ளவர் எல்லாம் டேமேஜ் ஆகுது. அதுக்கு ஸ்லோவா ஸ்ப்ரே பண்ற மாதிரி வேற டெக்னாலஜி இருக்குங்களா?
Definitely இருக்கு. I understand that what you told me, what you mentioned just now. I can't speak in Tamil, but I can understand what you told. Okay, so no, I understand, but he will translate to you when I answer the question in English. Okay, so the main problem there is that now we have technologies to control the spray at any given location. Even if you have 1 acre land, it is not required that for entire acre land you should supply same amount of pesticide. Okay, you may identify that there are some locations where you have to apply more pesticide when compared to other locations. Even that can be done. Nowadays, you would have seen in TVs and all that drones are being utilized to display India flag and other things. So that lights that you're controlling there are easily controllable through computers. So that means the speed at which you want to spray as the drone is moving. Okay, we can decide at what location how much fertilizer or pesticide we should apply. It need not be uniform, and that could be done with the drone movement. That technology is now available. It can be done.
Sorry to interfere. His question is about the lodging problem. When you fly the drone, it exerts a lot of pressure over the canopy.
Oh, the air.
Yes. That is what we.
Yeah.
ஐயா நீங்க அதான கேட்டீங்க. காத்தடிக்கும் போது பயிர் சாயுதுங்க, பூவெல்லாம் கொட்டி போகுது. ஆமாங்க. He is talking about
the only way we can try to do is that try to keep it at a higher altitude than what we.
So there is a study going, அதுக்கு ஒரு நம்ம ஆராய்ச்சி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கறங்க. ஒரு பயிருக்கு மேல எவ்வளவு ஹைட்ல நம்ம பறக்கலாம். உதாரணத்துக்கு நெல்லுனா 1.5 மீட்டர் ஹைட், பருத்தினா 2 மீட்டர் ஹைட். அதுக்கு தனியா ஆராய்ச்சி நடந்துட்டு இருக்குது.
So that you can reduce the pressure.
ஆமா. அதுவும் இல்லாம ஒரு 10 லிட்டர் ட்ரோன் பறக்கும்போது காத்து கம்மியா இருக்கும். 20 லிட்டர் ட்ரோன் பறக்கும்போது இன்னும் பிரஷர் அதிகமா இருக்கும். அதுல ஒரு பிரச்சனை இருக்கு, அது ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க அதுல. ஆமா.
There is one more option that is being explored on that is that try to put more number of fans so that each fan will not exert too much of pressure. Many approaches are being planned. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your speak about deep learning in agricultural management. Up next, we have Dr. Ramaswamy Jagdishwaran. He's a professor at TNAU, Coimbatore, where he focuses on quantification of soil nutrients and soil mapping through remote sensing techniques. He has a master and PhD degree in soil science and agricultural chemistry and has led more than 10 research projects. He's an author of 5 books, 16 book chapters, and more than 60 papers. He'll speak about soil nutrient management, challenges, and options.
Pointer. But அவரு யூஸ் பண்ண மாதிரி தெரியல. I think it is here. Sorry. Yes.
Is it possible my request would be to keep it for 20 minutes? I know, sir, I'm putting a bigger.
Yeah, I can skip many of the slide. I just want to emphasize some important points only, please. Thank you, organizers, my dear fellow participants of this workshop. Good evening, everyone. So I am going to talk about the importance of soil and its nutrients. And we talk about a lot of sensors for moisture measurement and nutrient measurement. And on the other side, it may look very nice. Yes, I have developed a sensor which will work to the accuracy of 90%, 95%. But when you go and touch the soil, its behavior will be different. You will face a lot of challenges. And that is what I am going to speak today's lecture. Soil, we say it is soul of infinitive life. So it is a three-dimensional body. It has length, breadth, and depth. It is a living system. So we have to understand how difficult to understand the soil. It is a highly complex system. It is not a simple material like your sand or clay, stone. It is a living system. It has a lot of mechanisms. So I'll be talking about the importance of soil sampling, because we have to derive a representative soil sample in order to get a proper result, and about the plant nutrients, then soil moisture and the nutrient, there is interconnection, and sensors available for soil moisture estimation, nutrient estimation, and we will be talking about the nutrient deficiency and how to monitor this deficiency either within soil or above the canopy. The soil sampling is a very important process we need to concentrate, because it represents your land. It may be 1 acre or 5 acre, 10 acre, 15 acre. So deriving a representative soil sample is very, very important, like your blood sample. So that is what we need to concentrate. So we have to decide the soil sample based on the size of the area, purpose of the sampling, and method of sampling, etc. So coming to the types of sampling, there are different types available. So as a farmer, they will go for, we suggest the farmer to go for whole field average. Suppose a farmer owns 5 acre, we suggest him to take 5 or 6 samples around his field, pool them, get a representative soil sample of 1 kg or 2 kg, that is sufficient. If you are going for a scientific study, you go for grid sampling, you divide the field into different grids of your convenient size, collect samples, and do it systematically. There are geographic unit soil sample. Once you have the knowledge of the field, you can go with that. And there are nowadays on-the-go soil samplers available, automated soil samplers with the sensors available to collect the sample and analyze the results. Yes, either you can concentrate on surface or subsurface. So there are two depths we need to look into. Surface, which limits up to 15 centimeter. So anything below 15 centimeter is called a subsurface sample. So for most of the fertility related parameters, we concentrate on the surface of the soil, which is very, very important, where your biological activity is so high, your root activity is so high, and your chemical activity will be also very high. So surface sampling is always recommended for fertility related parameters, and for other parameters, you have to go below the surface in order to see what is there. This is a look at the profile. So we always look at the surface. It is not so. You will find a different color or texture or other conditions. So this is what the 15 centimeter, we have to derive samples. These are some of the photographs you need to involve in the field. And for subsurface sampling, you can use augers or core samplers to derive samples at various depths. And if you want to study in detail, you have to dig a profile, get into the bit, collect samples, study systematically, because you have a lot of variations in the soil. The surface looks similar, but when you go down, it will be different for different soils. We need to understand. So interestingly, this is a vertical block soil. We call it as black cotton soil, Karisalman. It is completely dark on the surface, maybe up to 1 meter or so. And below that, it is completely red. So this is natural. So the black soil typically forms from the red parent material. So this is a typical example of why we need to study the profile. There are well-established methods available to estimate the parameters, because these methods are very well designed to replicate the planned uptake status. So we use different extractant to derive phosphorus, nitrogen, and potassium. That will very well coincide with the plant uptake so that you can go for recommendation. And look into the nutrients. Yes, plant requires more than 17 elements for their growth. They are called essential elements, right? From nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. They are called macronutrients or major nutrients. They require in large quantities. There are micronutrients which require in very less quantity, but it is essential. Their role in plant metabolism. And this is I need to talk about. And in order to emphasize the importance of all essential nutrients, a scientist from Germany, Justice von Liebig, in the year 1873, proposed this law of minimum. He states that when all nutrients are in sufficient quantity except one, that deficient nutrient will decide your yield. Suppose the iron is deficient in a soil, your crop yield is decided by the deficient nutrient. That means you have to feed the soil with the optimum quantity of nutrients. So these are all the recommendations we generate from the soil testing, like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, low, medium, high. Accordingly, we just apply the nutrients, for which we have developed a software called Decipher that I did not present here. Decision support system for integrated fertilizer recommendation. It is a computer friendly, user friendly software. When you feed the input value, that will generate the fertilizer recommendation automatically. And yes, when you apply nutrients, how much the plant will take up. So interestingly, for in the case of nitrogen, only 30 to 50% of the nutrients goes to the plant. The remaining gets wasted. Similarly for other nutrients. So coming to the micronutrients, pathetically, the use efficiency is very, very poor. It is 2 to 5 or 1 to 2 kg only. What happens to the remaining nutrients? Either it gets fixed in the soil or lost from the soil system due to many factors, which is beyond the control of all the eminent scientists. This is quite to happen in natural system. Yeah. I just show you how much we apply to get the crop yield of 330 million metric tons in India. It is about 30 million tons of fertilizers we apply in India. Nutrients in terms of nitrogen and phosphorus, potassium to get a yield of 330 million tons of metric ton. So this is what the nutrient fertilizer usage in India. Yes. So coming to the soil moisture, many speakers spoke about the importance of soil moisture. And when the soil moisture is optimum, your plant will take up the nutrient at optimal level. They are highly interlinked. I don't need to give much explanation about that. They are interlinked. Both are very much essential. Not moving. Next. Yes. So this picture will explain you what is the importance of soil moisture. It must be optimum. When it is excess, you will have problem of wilting and other issue. And when it is deficient, definitely we know what will happen. So soil moisture is very, very important, and we need to maintain optimum soil moisture. And sensors for soil moisture, yes, as far as soil moisture is concerned, sensors are pakka. It is very well available. It has more than 90% accuracy because it is one-to-one contact. The sensor just contact with the water molecule and get the data. And coming to the nutrient sensor, here we have a lot of problems. They work with either two principles. One is based on the direct contact of ions. There are nitrate, phosphate, ammonium, then other nutrient ions present in the soil. The sensor contact with the individual nutrients with the help of electrode and get the result. The another principle is based on the indirect measurement. So they just directly measure the electrical conductivity and correlate with the nutrient content, which is highly challenging one. So as a result, we have a lot of challenges or limitations. And as far as sensors are concerned, you have initial investment, which is higher, and calibration maintenance is again a problem. And sensor variability, this is biggest problem we need to address. And soil variability, yes, we have lot of soil type. There are more than 10,000 soil types are there in the around the world. There are 12 soil textures and compaction due to the movement of equipments. So as a result, you have a lot of variation. That variation has to be recorded by your sensor, which is not so in the present day technology. Yes. So coming to the other alternative, what we can suggest to in order to avoid or escape from this. So I suggest to look at the top. So when the crop is in the field, when there is a nutrient deficiency, it will express symptoms. So that symptoms can be very well captured by the sensors, which is available largely nowadays, and that can be correlated with the nutrient deficiency, and you can allow the other technology or recommendation to correct that deficiency. This is, for example, nitrogen deficiency in maize, sunflower, green gram, and iron deficiency in groundnut. So you can very well capture this kind of deficiency and make a recommendation. Similarly, for phosphorus, which is very typical browning in the case of corn, maize, and cotton, you can observe this kind of deficiency. Tomato, similar to that of this phosphorus. For other nutrients also, a typical symptoms are being expressed by each and every crop that are well established, available for recommendation. As a result, we can go for a crop level, canopy level monitoring or sensing, and there are a lot of technologies available. My previous speaker spoke about the hyperspectral sensor and other sensor. All these technologies are working based on the remote sensing principle. So availability of sensor is not at all a problem. Like a spectroradiometer, if the area is very large, you can use satellite technology. So using spectroradiometer, myself studied the nutrient deficiency symptoms in paddy, maize, cotton, and groundnut. It is very well working. So we have very good technology for using this kind of radiometer, and that can be either mounted in the drone or any other platform, so that we can monitor the area very thoroughly. Yes, and still they have a lot of limitations, because the stress-induced sampling error may influence the chlorophyll content, for example. As a result, your results may be erroneous, and there are number of varieties and species available in the crop that may also pose a lot of challenges for the measurement, but that can be addressed with the help of hyperspectral and other technologies. And these techniques are not helpful for detecting luxurious consumption. When some nutrients are taken up in large quantity, it is very difficult to predict because of saturation, which I was mentioning before, and high cost. And there are sensors available that can be mounted easily. So finally, I would suggest these points as a recommendation. So prevention is better than cure. Don't force the crop to express symptoms. Address before the sowing itself. So pre-sowing or planting soil testing and based nutrient application is the best choice. If it is not available, all your technology will come into the field. And the sensor-based irrigation scheduling is cost-effective. It is practically feasible. As far as nutrients are concerned, we need to develop a cost-effective and portable robotic or UAV-based sensor for a thorough study of crops. And yes, in order to have a reliable adoption at the farmers level. Thank you very much.
Given the time, do we have some questions for our guest speaker?
I just throw some of the ideas. There are a lot of work available that will kill the time. That is why.
Professor, I have a small clarification. When micro or macronutrients dissolved in the medium, and we are not concentrating on conventional method of cultivation, but probably for a different vertical kind of process, whether we can measure the use of minerals or micro macronutrients after use, how much it will be available from that? Is there any kind of approach available for measuring the remaining of
Yes, yes. You just test the soil before the I mean,
but probably the just macronutrients diluted in the water in the method of hydroponics or some way, whether after the use, whether that parameters can be measured out since it is diluted in the medium.
Yes, you can very well measure what is the content in different medium.
Probably how much it is absorbed by the plant.
Yes,
and
yes. Minus. What is available initially, what is taken up, remaining will be your balance.
But all micronutrients
Any
also
nutrients,
will be
any
available.
Nutrients we can test.
Test on the water
Instruments
medium.
are available. Yes.
On the water medium.
Yes, yes. Any medium.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
சரி, இப்போ நாங்கள் எல்லாம் அங்கக வேளாண்மையில மாறிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
ஆமாங்க, அந்த பாயிண்ட் நல்ல பாயிண்ட் கேளுங்க.
இதில் இதுக்கு தகுந்த உர மேம்பாட்டு திட்டம் ஏதாவது உங்ககிட்ட இருக்கா? அதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு ஒரு நல்ல வழி கிடைக்குமாங்கிறது என்னுடைய கேள்வி.
இந்த மாதிரி ப்ராப்ளத்தை அட்ரஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு நம்ம தனியாக ஒரு துறை ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. நம்மாழ்வார் அங்கக வேளாண்மை துறைன்னு சொல்லி அதில் வந்து இப்போ தான் நம்ம ஆராய்ச்சி பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கிறோம். அதாவது தலைச்சத்து நம்ம யூரியா சொல்கிறோம். உதாரணத்துக்கு நெல்லுக்கு 100 கிலோ போடணுன்னுங்க. அந்த 100 கிலோ யூரியா போடுறதுக்கு பதிலாக அங்கக உரமாக போடணும்னா எவ்வளோ போடணும், அது போட்டால் பயிர்களுக்கு எவ்வளோ போய் சேரும். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஆராய்ச்சிகளை இப்போ தொடங்கி நடந்துட்டு இருக்குது. ஆனால் நீங்கள் சொல்கிற மாதிரி கிடைச்சதுன்னா தாராளமாக போடலாம், எந்த பிரச்சனையும் இல்லை. இப்போ கிடைக்காம போகிறதுனால தான் நம்ம வந்து எல்லாத்தையும் ரெண்டையும் சேர்த்து போட சொல்லி சொல்கிறோம். ஒருங்கிணைந்த உர நிர்வாகம், இன்டகிரேட்டட் நியூட்ரியன் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்னு சொல்லி. நீங்கள் வந்து முழுசாக அங்கக வேளாண்மைக்கு போகணும்னா நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது. அதெல்லாம் நம்ம சேலஞ்சு இருந்ததுன்னா கண்டிப்பாக பண்ணலாம். இல்லைன்னா ரெண்டையும் சேர்ந்து போடுறது தான் நமக்கு வந்து, ஏன்னா இப்போ வெளியில் கூட பேசியிருந்தோம், மாடுகள் இப்போ அதிகம் கிடையாதுங்க, உரம் கிடைக்கிறதில்ல, சாணம் கிடைக்கிறதில்ல. இந்த பிரச்சனையில் வந்து அங்கக வேளாண்மை மட்டும் போகிறதுங்கிறது வந்து கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமான சூழ்நிலை. போனால் சந்தோஷம், நம்ம யாரும் தடுக்கிறதில்ல. என்னங்க
அப்படி இங்கிலீஷில் டாக் பண்ணிருங்க எல்லாத்துக்கும்.
எஸ், farmer is asking about the feasibility of organic farming. Yes, we can go for organic farming provided you get all the required input to replace the chemical fertilizers which I have mentioned earlier. It is not possible nowadays. So limited organic manures only available. If available, you have to decompose and apply to the field. So that is the challenge which we are facing. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation on soil nutrients management. Up next, we have Dr. Rupam Shukla. She's an assistant professor at IIT Roorkee, India. She has a PhD from TERI School of Advanced Sciences, India. She's a socio-geoscientist with research interests in social vulnerability assessment, climate change adaptation, and understanding impacts of climate change across different social and geographic contexts. She's a review editor for the Frontiers in Climate Journal and will be speaking about designing resilient solutions, embracing diversity of smallholder agri-systems.
Yeah, thanks a lot to the organizers, Dr. Amit, Dr. Julian, for inviting me, and thank you to Amrita University also for hosting us here for the next 2 days now. So I think we'll be concluding with my talk. So I'll try to keep it brief, and the plan is to keep it brief then. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I'll be talking about designing resilient solutions and the need of embracing diversity among the smallholder farming systems that we have. And that is the core synthesis of my work. So when my presentation is also a review of 10 years journey that I am now completing in the research domain. So I'll be referring to all the work that I've done and then asking myself and also requesting you to reflect back on some of these questions that I've tried to address through my research and understand that. So fundamentally, when I started my research, one of the questions that I was interested in is how resilient food systems should be designed. And to two questions that were pertinent to that were that, if we need to design resilient food systems, we need to ensure food security and livelihood security. And for that, we need to identify where are the most vulnerable people living and where are these most vulnerable communities within those locations that are living there. What are these vulnerable communities? So the first question that I have is, what are these locations of high vulnerability? Do they change over time? And the second is, which are these communities that reside within these vulnerable locations? So we take the first question that we have. This is what I started my research career with. This was one of the publications that we had, and we tried to look at the vulnerability of agriculture systems at national level in India. And we identified that different districts in different agroecological zone, when we look at data from climate system and when we integrate it with socioeconomic indicators, we find that there's a pattern that emerge when we try to identify these vulnerability. The work is, I would say, outdated now. We have many more reports that have come after this. And the point that I want to highlight here is that in all of these reports, these colors that we see here are very different. They might indicate the same thing. The red colors mostly will identify a region of high vulnerability, but these locations are not always same. In some of the maps, Uttarakhand, some of the districts that I identify in Uttarakhand will be receiving a high vulnerability. For in some other report, it might come in a different vulnerability profile. So these have a limited application, is what I learned. This doesn't move. Yeah. And so, yeah, when I did this, one of the next question that came to my mind was that, now that I have these red hotspots, how do I identify what communities are living there? That's the second question that I was interested in. What we did with this was that I did a local level study in one of the states that was identified as high vulnerability states. We developed a framework to understand again the vulnerability of the districts that were there in this state. And we did a village level assessment, and we found that different villages in the state of Uttarakhand, which is in the northern part of India, have different vulnerability. Again, you have some villages, and this analysis was done for around 16,000 villages that are there in Uttarakhand, and we found that there are again these colors that emerge. They have many different meanings, but for our discussion point here is that there are some villages that are again highlighted as red. Then what do we do with that information? One use is that I now go to the state agencies and tell them that these villages are where high vulnerability lies. Please, let's act onto it and do something about it. But what I did as a next step was that I went to these villages which were identified as highly vulnerable. Went to some of these villages, 10 villages we visited. And one of my hypotheses was that, okay, people will be facing similar kind of risk. People will be having similar kind of agriculture practices, because that is what my data showed. So my data showed me that only one color. There was no gradation in that color for this particular village. So we went in there and we talked to farmers with the hypothesis that, okay, we can recommend some kind of a similar solution for all these sites that are red. But that was something that we did not find there. We found that, all these vulnerable hotspots that we have, there's an immense diversity in the farming system. There's a lot of diversity, not only in the farming system, the kind of crops they grow, the kind of orientation a farmer has towards farming, but also in terms of the different types of farmers that are there. So some are farmers that are some are farmers that are interested in only doing market cash crops. Some are farmers that are only interested in doing some kind of subsistence based agriculture farming. Some are interested in only some are not even interested in doing agriculture right now. So it was a diversified spectrum that we found in the same hotspot, and there were different strategies, and we did some kind of a statistical assessment to come out to these different types that we see. We used clustering algorithms and other multivariate statistic techniques, and we found that there is a spectrum of different farmers that are there in these hotspots, and they have different kind of strategies that they're taking for adapting to these climate risks. So the climate risk is posing similar kind of challenges for all the farmers, but the kind of strategies that they have is different. Some which we call them as a type 5 farmer, and the type 5 farmer are basically landless and farmers who have very limited land, and mostly practicing agriculture as laborers, are dropping out of these activities. They do not want to work any further as agriculture laborers. They are basically going and preferring for seasonal migration. They are selling whatever assets they have, and they do not want to continue agriculture as a practice anymore. Whereas there are some farmers that are also stepping up, and these farmers are farmers who have higher resources at their endowment. They have higher resources endowments, and they can make use of those endowments and have higher capacity to build on these endowments, and they're also stepping up in their farming agriculture practices. So we wanted to from this work, what we wanted to highlight was that it's not one fit solution that we can propose for all these high vulnerability risk regions. Because the farmers are using different kind of strategies, there has to be different support mechanisms that has to come for these 5 different farmer types that we could identify from our work. Then now that we established that we could understand that there's some bit of heterogeneity in these, or a lot of heterogeneity in these locations where we surveyed. So we wanted to understand that, how the policies that are there for climate adaptation, how do they understand farming, and how do they understand climate change adaptation? What you see here is that this is the word cloud that we get when we look at the most frequent word in the policy. Sorry, this is not visible, but this is for the, is it possible to move it up, this bar? So okay, so this word cloud that we have is for the policy documents, and this is the most frequent words that we get when we look at the adaptation, peer-reviewed adaptation, climate change adaptation literature. So what we see here is, and it's just a schematic, it's not it's not giving any scientific evidence, but gives an indication that there's a lot of focus on the policy documents and the agriculture system. So they're talking a lot about the profitability of the agriculture system, talking about yields, more yields per hectare, but probably not so much engagement with the farmer. But whereas in the adaptation literature, it is suggested or prescribed that there has to be more engagement with the farmer, in terms of the access, making these strategies localized, and on equity issues as well. That was what came from here. Sorry, we have to. And then we also, in the same work, what we also did was we looked at these 14 different policy documents, which are related to agriculture, understanding farmers, and climate change actions, recommending climate change action within the agriculture sector. We found only one policy, which is the national farmer policy, that gave a formal definition of who a farmer is. No other policy document had a definition of who they indicate or who they identify as a farmer. Whether are we talking about female farmers, are we talking about farmers who grow certain type of crops, or we are talking about livestock farmers. So there was just one policy that was that gave a formal definition, and there was no cross reference that was made in other policies also to this definition. That was another finding. And what we also found, there were many findings, but just what I wanted to say here is that there's no mention of landless farmers or any provisions for farm laborers that is not mentioned in most of these policies. So we have a definition, we do identify our landless or agriculture laborers as farmers, but there are no provisions or any kind of strategies that is recommended for these farmers that have no that have no land, agricultural land. And finally, what we're moving on to is we're trying to further understand that we have this concept of agroecology that is now recommended as a solution for a lot of these climate risks, aberrations that we have. What we wanted to understand now, and it talks about, it has different components, it has, it has different levels at which system should work. It talks about increasing the resource efficiency, strengthening the resilience of the system, and also securing the social equity. So it is seen as an encompassing framework which addresses not just the productivity issues but also addresses the equity issues that are there within the farm and the food system. So this is what is prescribed, and what we did now was we wanted to analyze that whether the studies that focus on agroecology within India, do they integrate all these principles that are there in agroecology? So there are 10 principles that are listed down here. So input reduction, soil health, animal health, synergies, economic diversification, social values, fairness, participation, land and resource governance, connectivity. Our interest prominently was in seeing whether if these axes of social equity are addressed in these literature that talk about agroecology. And what we found was that there is again a gap in the kind of in the intensity which these social equity indicators are being integrated, and it is yet again about a lot of input reduction, recycling, and soil health that these studies talk about. So that is also one of the findings that we found. And finally, what I want to conclude with is learning from what was just said before my presentation, that for soil, that soil is a very complex ecosystem. It has many layers. We need to dig down, we need to spend time to understand how a soil is behaving, how complex the soil system is. It's not an easy solution. We cannot have one kind of instrument to understand all different variables that are there in a soil. It is composed of micronutrients, it is composed of macronutrients, right? So that is what I want to also translate. Those same analogies can be used for understanding a farmer. So a farmer in themselves is a very complex system. They have many different aspirations. They are at an individual level, they can have different aspirations, right? They can be disaggregated by their socio-demographic characteristics. So a farmer can differ in the age. Farmer youth who can have different aspirations. They might want different kind of things when it comes to any scheme that they're looking for. A female farmer can, maybe ask for different or can seek different kind of requirements. Somebody who has a migrant status can also again seek for a different kind of incentive from a policy. And ethnicity and education, of course. Ethnicity, which in Indian case is about caste, is something which is deeply rooted still, and a lot of our interventions, we see the outcomes are highly differentiated by the ethnicity that we get. Then it's not just about the person themselves, but it is also a lot about, it is factored in and a lot of other systems that is on in terms of the number of livestock holding that a household has, the tenure system in which the household work, the economic status, the family size. So family size, one instant that I can share from my field experience, I work with farmers from Uttarakhand, mountain farmers. Their family size is a very important factor because they do not have access to outside labor. So a family that has more number of household members is mostly the family that is opting for stepping up, because they have their kids, they have the whole family, and they're all living in a joint system. So they have a lot of people who can work on farm and who can dedicate these labor hours that are required very intensively for mountain systems. And then access to technology. And then finally, encompassing it is what orientation that farmer, she or he, has towards the farming. Is it about only subsistence? It is about organic farming, or is it about subsistence farming? So these needs are different, and the kind of interventions that might be needed is different. And finally, what I wanted to also learn is that when we talk about smart solutions, is how do we see that these engage with these kind of levels of diversity that we have within the farming systems. Yeah, that's all that I have. Thank you so much for your time. Any questions?
Very nice presentation. This is good that you highlighted about landless farmers, because in the policy space, do you see any particular policy you have come across for this particular group of landless farmers or migrant farmers?
So migrant farmer is not a category that was identified also. So that this migrant came in to our recognition also during COVID. So this analysis that we did was out post COVID. So this category of also identifying a migrant farmer, that question came to us only after we saw that migrant crisis happening during the COVID time. So none of the policies recognize the word migrant. And there are no provisions. They do recognize that landless farmers or agriculture laborers are there, but there's no provision. Let's say if a farmer wants to acquire some kind of credit, they need to have they need to show some kind of document. A landless farmer will not have a land document with them to get any kind of provisions that she or he can see. So they recognize this category, but there's no provisions for these farmers.
I suggest you study migration work of IRRI, International Rice Research Institute in Odisha. You will find, because you are working in this area, it will be interesting for you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I have a question. The government is promoting the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Program, but it is at the cost of agricultural labor. How are you going to address this issue? Because this is the biggest issue which we are facing now, shortage of labor.
So sir, I come from a farming background. Like I'm not doing farming, but I come from, I go to my village and I also see people talking about these issues that, earlier labor was available for a day at a price that was around 200. And now, even 200 rupees per day is not sufficient. And there's no labor who wants to come and work in the field. So I think technologies that are the solutions so that, probably we do not require so much amount of labor. And the other, so I don't have a solution for this. I think the policies, Manrega is a policy that is trying to generate a fixed amount of income or at least working days for these laborers, which sometimes is not so certain when, they're kind of working on farms, and also sometimes the payment is not made.
Purpose is not fulfilled, and we know in many cases the purpose is not fulfilled. So do you know any such policy the government has in mind to address this issue? That is what my concern.
No, not so.
The agriculture ministry or rural employment ministry, something like that.
So nothing that I know as of now.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. Just to know how you, for the first part, when you classify into different typology for the farmer, what is your sampling strategy? Are you sure it's representative of the variability? What is your method to get information from survey?
So we surveyed all the households in these villages. So that was one. And the kind of the sampling strategy, we based it on that we cover altitude is one factor that creates a lot of diversity within the mountain regions. So we not only had surveyed farmers who were living in these, not lower altitude, but locations that were uphill. So we went even to these hamlets that were uphill and surveyed them. All the population that is living in these 10 villages were surveyed. And the other thing that we focused on intentionally was to capture or to get those kind of villages selected here for that they had a diverse socioeconomic profile. So we had people from all different castes living in these villages. So it was not just that, we had one particular caste that was dominating. So we looked at, even to identify these 10 villages where to do the survey, we looked into these different parameters of caste, and then number of population that is there, what type of people are living there, what kind of crops do they grow. So these parameters were looked while selecting the villages to do the survey. But yeah, I would just like to add that I think these typologies are also very much changing. So these are not fixed categories. And that is what we want to work on further, that, a person who falls in a type 5 category, maybe if we do a survey next year that person can move on to a different type. So these are not fixed categories. That is also one of the challenge that, if we just go and do a cross-sectional data collection for one time, we do not understand the whole evolution or transition in these typologies. That is what we want to work on in future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation on designing resilient solutions. Our last speaker for the day, Dr. Anish Satyan, scientist from Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. He's a scientist or joint directorate in the Control and Instrumentation Group of CDAC Trivandrum. He has over 20 years of experience in R&D, installation and commissioning of intelligent process controllers for the SCADA system, RTOS-based embedded system design and LabVIEW system engineering software. He's also a faculty at ER and DCI Institute of Technology for the MTech program, and will be speaking about IoT and cutting-edge computer systems for smart agriculture, its uses, cases, and challenges.
Good evening, all. And I am the last person of the day, so I won't take much time to bother you. I'll be winding up soon. I thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to stand before you. So my presentation is basically on IoT and edge computing systems for smart agriculture. I have few slides on what CDAC is and how CDAC is working and different projects and along with the different agencies, how CDAC is working. And I have a few slides on the systems, agriculture automation solution, what CDAC is having, what CDAC already developed, and what CDAC is already in working with different agencies. And also I have some use case studies which are already done by CDAC as well as by different agencies on IoT enabled smart farm systems for different applications. So moving to the next, actually CDAC, CDAC is a central government organization which comes under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. It was established in 1988 and we have 12 centers all across India and more than 3,000 employees. And as I said, our presence is there in 11 cities and 15 centers we have, and we are involved in the design, development and deployment of electronics and IT based solutions. So these are the different areas where CDAC is working in high performance computing, AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms, microprocessors, e-governance, 5G and IoT, education and training. So the first thing which comes into the mind when somebody heard about CDAC is the supercomputer, because CDAC is the organization which developed the first supercomputer in India when European countries denied for the technology. So, and from there now we are in Param. In 2020, we have the Param Ambar and different series for different applications. It is available, and this is a long journey. And me belongs to CDAC Trivandrum campus. It is one of the biggest campus in CDAC of CDAC. And myself belong to the Control and Instrumentation Group. And we are mainly aiming on the design and development of cutting edge technology for industrial automation, agriculture automation, and myself concentrating on agriculture automation and agri technologies. So how different agencies are associated with CDAC? There are different methods how different agencies are associated with CDAC. One, exclusive product development, where contract product development means CDAC along with some other agencies, we develop the technology, we develop the concept, and we submit proposal together to government agencies or to private agencies, and we develop the technology and we jointly execute the project. And next one is as a joint product development. In exclusive product. Sorry, the first one is exclusive product development. Exclusive product development means some agencies approach CDAC for developing a technology. Currently, I'm working in an AML-based solution for Kongan Railway. Kongan Railway directly approached us, and we are developing a technology for them, which is solely for their purpose, and that technology belongs to Kongan Railway. The second one is associated with as a joint product development. In that scenario, we, along with the third party, we we generate a particular proposal and we submit for funding, and we together execute the project. Next one is transfer of technology. In transfer of technology, CDAC has already developed some technology, or CDAC is developing technology based on some government funding, maybe from Ministry of Electronics or Ministry of Department of Science and Technology or Ministry of Agriculture. Different products will be developed, and once the product is developed and field proven, the technology will be transferred to the third parties. Next one, purchase and a reseller. Maybe CDAC will be procuring that software, adding some value addition, and will be reselling to the concerned agency, which is which has raised the purchase order. And here we have the different agencies with whom CDAC is working with. We are closely associated with ISRO, HAL, CMPDI, Kongan Railway, and Kerala Water Authority. And these are different agencies with whom CDAC is associated with. Now coming to today's topic, Smart Farm Management System Solutions by CDAC. So actually CDAC is working in different solutions for agriculture automation. So basically we are looking for precision farming. So so far we have heard about the different terms about precision farming and different definitions for precision farming. In a nutshell, precision farming is nothing but supplying the right amount of water, fertilizers at the right time, in the right quantity, in the right amount. Sorry, in the right time. So that is what is precision farming is. Along with that, in the case of polyhouse farming, we have to maintain optimum polyhouse climatic conditions for getting maximum yield. So these are some of the solutions what CDAC already have. One is smart farm system. It is nothing but agriculture automation solution. And we are working on NPK sensor development. And my speaker from Agriculture University already discussed about the soil nutrient analysis, the importance of soil nutrient analysis and the challenges in that. And smart agri, it is nothing but agro ecosystem model for developing the model based solution for giving optimum or controlling conditions for the field. Then cloud aware data analytics means multi-parameter or multi-sensor based model for controlling the field parameters. Then leaf sense and the nutrient efficiency, another way of analyzing the nutrient efficiency in a plant. So I'm skip for the for saving time, I'm just skipping some of the slides. So this is a smart farm systems developed by CDAC, and it's a dual power module which works in 12 volt as well as in 230 volt, and it can accept different inputs. Different input means it can accept 12 analog input, means soil moisture, soil temperature, atmospheric temperature, humidity, leaf temperature, carbon dioxide, solar radiation. These inputs can be in the form of analog input, or it can accept 20 wireless sensors also. Means nowadays in a large field, it's very difficult to put wires for connectivity. So it can accept LoRa based community. We have our own LoRa based module which can accept the signals through a wireless connectivity, and it can control maximum of 24 instruments in the field. A single unit can control maximum of 24 units, and it's having a large display, 5-inch or optional 7-inch units are there. Then external memory interface is there, and SMS alert is also there for the farmers. Similarly, it can work on 4 modes: auto, manual, timer, and remote. In auto mode of operation, based on the sensor values and pre-configured algorithm, it executes the control operation in a field without human intervention. In manual mode of operation, the farmer can control the equipment through the touch screen, or a 7-inch touch screen is there. Through that, he can control the equipment. In timer means on a particular time of a day, it can execute the control operations. And in a remote mode of operation, we have the provision for a mobile application interface. So through mobile application, whenever the farmer is away from the field, he can control the field equipments. So these are some of the inputs like temperature, humidity, wind speed, wind direction, carbon dioxide, pH, EC, electric conductivity, rain. These are the different inputs which can be accepted by the smart farm unit, and it can control valves, fertilizer pumps, water pumps, motors, foggers, etc. We can connect this to a PC for data logging and for data visualization, and it can be upgraded to Wi-Fi, GSM, 4G, 5G modules are available with the system. So it's the most important thing is it's a standalone system. No need for PC connectivity. It's not a must. So these are some of the screens for the smart farm system, desktop screen and the manual control scheme. Actually here, this is the manual control scheme, or the farmers can control the different field equipment. And these are some of the screens where the farmers can configure the system. Because the farmer may be cultivating capsicum today, he is moving to salad cucumber tomorrow, or he is moving to chili tomorrow. So depending upon the soil conditions and depending on the crop conditions and weather conditions, he can configure the system accordingly. So this is in a nutshell, this is how the system works. It accepts input, and based on the algorithm, it generates outputs to control the different equipments. Along with that, the data will be transferred to a cloud for further processing. Data analytics, cloud analytics can be done, and data can be transferred to a mobile application as well as to a GUI, computer-based GUI. We can interface the details. So different variants are available. It's for the sake of costing, because for small scale farmers with the minimum configuration, we have a junior version available, and pro version and royal versions are available. So this product, as of now, it is ready for technology transfer, because this was developed in-house by CDEC, and some 5 companies came forward for the technology. And hopefully in the next month, April, our Foundation Day celebrations are happening at Pune. So in that particular ceremony, we are hoping this technology will be transferred to that technology. The important thing is the technology transfer is not limited to those 4 companies. Whoever interested in this technology, we are ready to transfer the technology. Transferring the technology means we will transfer the entire thing, starting from the schematic design, the firmware design, the configurations, everything. Along with the CDAC logo, they can put on their own logo. They can add value addition to the products, and they can marketize the product. That is the most important thing. So expectedly, the technology transfer cost for startups is 1 lakh, and for the OEMs it is 2.5 lakhs. That we are expecting that cost because we are waiting for some more confirmation from our higher authorities. We are waiting for the confirmation. So we will give 1 week training as part of the technology transfer. So this is a picture where we have demonstrated the system with the 5G upgradation, and we demonstrated the system at India Mobile Congress to our Honorable Prime Minister, and this is a brochure for that. And we have done multiple field installations of this system. One is with Agricultural University in Kerala at Velayani. We have done the installation, and this system was working fine till the COVID period, because students are taking care of the system. But after the COVID period, there was some maintenance issues happened, and after that it was not working. But with a farmer, it was working for more than 6 or 7 years. He is using this particular unit for his farm. That is DJM Atmada Polyhouse. He is using sensors along with controlling unit and multiple control algorithm he is using. And we are maintaining the temperature also, because for capsicum, 24 degree or 25 degrees Celsius to be maintained in the polyhouse. So we are maintaining the temperature also inside the polyhouse. So with the system. And this system can be also used for hydroponics, aquaponics, vertical farming. And this system can be the most important thing is this system was developed from scratch by us. So any level of customization is possible for the farming conditions, or with the environmental parameters, or with the farming different crops. Any level of customization is possible, and it can be adapted to almost all fields, means all farms. And the costing the most of the imported system, because in the morning section somebody was emphasizing on the costing part, because the costing of imported system is around 2.5 to 3 lakhs only for the controlling unit. Here this unit altogether it can be made available in the market for less than 50,000 rupees. So that is the most important thing which we are highlighting. With all these features, with all the features, the system will be costing less than 50,000 rupees. So this is another thing which we are working on, soil analysis system or AgriSense system for measuring the NPK parameters along with calcium, boron and magnesium. This work is going on along with the NIT Trichy, the chemical engineering department. Actually, they are developing the membrane-based, selective membrane-based sensors for this part, and we are developing the electronic component for this thing. And here what we are expecting is the soil shall be collected by the farmer, and it needs to be put inside the unit, the soil sampling unit, where it will be, we will add water and we will make it slurry, and the slurry will be extracted, and in the extracted slurry these electrodes will be placed, and the values will be measured, and in near real-time conditions the farmer will came to know about the NPK content of his farm. And agro ecosystem model which I was explaining. So here it's basically it's mainly for polyhouse cultivation, where what we are doing is we are making a model for the plant along with a model for the polyhouse, and then we are mixing these two models to give more informative ideas to the farmers for controlling his field or for maintaining parameters in his farm. Then coming to cloud aware data analytics. In cloud aware data analytics, we are actually this is a proposal we already submitted to DST. Here what we are doing is, along with the field ground truth parameters, we are planning to interfere different sensor data parameters, satellite data, and all those data analytics will be done in the cloud, and the inference will be transferred to the farmers for better field parameter control. And this is leaf sense. In leaf sense, what we are doing is actually in the some presentation were there based on the leaf analysis. So here what we are doing is we are capturing the leaf images, and based on the leaf images we are trying to identify the different nutrient deficiency. Like for the nitrogen the leaf will be pale yellow, for phosphorus there is some other symptoms are there, because most of the nutrient deficiency or pest infestation, the first symptoms comes or present in the leaf. So we are trying to analyze. Actually we have done this for chili for LNT Chennai, and we have installed in a field, in a study field for LNT Chennai, and it is working fine there. For chili, we are identifying some 3 diseases and some 2 nutrient deficiencies. This is already implemented in the field, and we are expecting some stakeholders for other crops also. And agriculture 4.0, and this is around expert system in agriculture, where just like an agriculture expert is giving guidance to the farmers, this agriculture expert system can guide the farmers regarding the field scenario and regarding the remedies what he can look for. And AI in agriculture, another big topic, even I can talk for an hour for this AI in agriculture. So another one is digital twin. Digital twin is nothing but making an exact model of a plant and analyzing its characteristics. This will be most useful for yield prediction and for characteristic analysis or crop management in farm. So coming to the IoT in agriculture, actually, as I said earlier, most of the sensors, because even though there are satellite data, everything is available. Even now, the most of the controlling operations or most of the field equipment control is done based on the ground truth data. For ground truth data, we are depending on the sensors. For sensors, to transmit the data from a sensor to a control unit or to a basic unit, there is a lot of communication mechanisms are real. For that, we are suggesting for IoT based control. So IoT based data transmission ensures or it provides more reliable data transmission than wired, because in wired case, what we observed is after one cultivation, when the farmer plows the field or when the farmer does some changes in the soil and all, so there is a chance of more disallocation of the sensors or cutting of the wires. That are frequent things what we observed. So we are going for the IoT based sensors. So it may be LoRa based or Sigfox based or Zigbee based. Different IoT sensors are there, and these are some of the IoT enabled sensors for soil moisture, weather sensors, precision farming equipments. Even the equipments can be controlled by using IoT sensors, and not only for the farming, but it can be made available for animal health monitoring also, for cow management in a large cow farm where he is managing a lot of cows. He can analyze the characteristics or the behavior of a particular animal based on these sensors, and livestock tracking also can be done with these sensors, because these IoT sensors with the LoRa we have studied, it's giving more than 7 kilometers of coverage for LoRa based sensors. And these are some of the use cases, because in European countries or in other countries where this IoT technology is widely used for agriculture automation and for this animal husbandry applications. So precision agriculture in Australia, they are using widely. There are some papers, these are some, but there are more number of use cases are there in foreign countries, because recently there was an article in Israel. There is a for 500 plus cows, some 2 human labors are required. Rest everything is done by the automation things, and there are some challenges also. One is the high cost, initial cost. So actually we are in discussion with government for subsidy based solution, as well as we are more monthly rental based, just like our mobile phones we are charging on monthly basis. So some monthly subscription based technology subscription program also we are in discussion with. Then technical skills, because as far as the conventional farmers are considered, they are very much happy with the technology what they are using, but it's a very what I can say, it's very difficult for them to understand the use cases of technologies and the advantages what they will get out of adopting the technology. And data management, because as we know, the 65% of the household are depending on agriculture sector. So when we implement a digital agriculture concept or sensor based concept, huge amount of data arrives. So that data management analytics will be a huge part. Network connectivity, fail-safe connectivity is a must. Suppose if one block fails, the other needs to replace the things, and it should not affect the normal operations of the things. Then interoperability. Security, above all the security, nobody from external other than the farmers or who is relevant to farmers should enter his network and should control his farm in an irregular way, which may even harm his cultivation. So those things also needs to be taken care of. And these are big topics to be discussed. Cyber physical systems, climate resilient farming. Climate resilient farming actually is gaining importance nowadays, because now capsicum can be cultivated in Coimbatore or in Trichy kind of environment also, because the climatic conditions can be maintained where the just like in Uti or just like in Kunur, where the cultivations are mainly happening in a cold climate. And yield prediction, another area, AN agriculture, and crop monitoring and crop management. These are some of the use cases and areas where we are ready to work with some agencies or some proposals we can jointly make. Coming to the conclusions, as I said, the CDAC is ready with the technology with the smart farm. The technology is perfectly ready with us, and even though the adaptation of AI and agriculture is likely to be challenged by a variety of issues, it is having a very much impact on agriculture economy or agriculture cultivation in the coming years. So consider the limitations in order to ensure successful implementation. So we have to look into the limitations. There are limitations are there, but we have to look into the profit or the benefit what the farmers and the country as a whole, what we are expecting by adapting these technologies, and we have to move on. Even though I have spoke about a lot technologies or a lot buzzwords in agriculture automations and in agriculture cultivation, most of the technologies are in its infant stage in India. Specifically in India, we have to make confident in the farmers, and we have to apply this technology, field proof this technology, slowly implement this technology to the farming field, so that we can in the coming years, maybe in the next 5 or 10 years, we can say that ours is a digital agriculture economy. So thank you for your patience as a last speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this. You already have a question. Go for it.
Please.
Good evening, sir. Pardon me for my ignorance, sir, on the subject. I wanted to know two things, sir. First one regarding the RTU unit that you had mentioned. So in that, sir, is it possible to feed and control the parameters based on the crop? And if so, is it from the device or is it done remotely?
Yeah. You are talking about the smartphone system, right? So in the smartphone system, you can configure, it's having a 5-inch screen or optional 7 inches also available. So using that screen, you can configure. Suppose if the farmer is moving from capsicum to this salad cucumber, the water consumption and the water parameter or the water irrigation schemes are different. So he can configure based on his requirement, and accordingly the system will control the parameters. So and there is an option for a remote mode is also available. So the two modes are available. One is the farmer can ring to the device. There is a SIM is there. So after 2 rings, it becomes a call, and immediately he can use the IVRS *1 to control a particular this one, /1 to switch off that particular device. Or mobile application is also available. Through mobile application, he can control.
So we're really running short time. He'll be available at dinner and subsequently tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So we, if they're really pressing questions, we just take about a minute or so and let's have them here, or we close out this discussion at the moment.
This agri-farm system,
Very
is
pressing
it,
question.
is it, it is for polyhouse alone, right?
No, it's both
Open-
for
open
polyhouse as well as for open house also. Open farming also. Open farming also we have tried.
What is the cost?
That's what, madam, I was telling. With the
50,000.
full configuration.
50,000.
50,000 rupees with the full configuration. There are 3 variants are available. Depending on the configuration, the cost will come down. So this is the costing as we have done with the minimum number of units. So once the technology is transferred, hopefully by the next month, the technology will get transferred. So when bulk production comes, even we are expecting the cost of this unit will comes down. Because there is 4 companies are taking the technology, so market competition will also be there, so that definitely the cost will come down.
Great. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for the session. And thank you everybody for patiently waiting. And we are nearly at 7 o'clock in the evening. It started quite early in the day. Let's thank our speakers with a customary gift. So if you could just announce the names, the ones that we missed out, and we'll wind down with that. Yeah.
I'd like Amit sir to present the mementos for the following esteemed speakers. Avirat sir, Vishwanathan sir. I think Vishwanathan sir isn't here. Nagesh sir. Ramaswamy, sir. Rupam, ma'am. Vishwanathan, sir. And Anish, sir. Thank you, Amit, sir, and our esteemed speakers.
So we haven't arranged for any cars, so we're okay to walk back, or yeah, to the, okay, so the participants are please requested to move towards the guest house or the annex. We'll be meeting you at the lawns. There's another